Tabling of documents, dépôt de documents. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. Pursuant to Standing Order 36.8, I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's responses to 13 petitions.
They're here.
Introduction of government bills. Mr. Moore, Port Moody, Westwood, Port Coquitlam, seconded by Mr. O'Connor, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Museums Act in order to establish the Canadian Museum of History and to make consequential amendments to other acts. This motion is deemed adopted. Monsieur Moore, Port Moody.
Mr. Moore, Port and Moody, Westwood, Port Coquitlam, seconded by Mr. O'Connor, moves that this be.
Bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Déclaration de
Statements by ministers.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Presenting reports from committees, the Honourable Member for Vegreville Wainwright.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to present in both official languages the fourth report of the Standing Committee on Natural Resources entitled Resource Development in Northern Canada. Pursuant to Standing Order 109, the committee requests the government table a comprehensive response to this report. And, Mr. Speaker, I just want to commend all members of the committee for putting together a report that really does reflect what witnesses said and will lead to better things for this industry in the future.
Dépôt de projets de loi émanant des députés.
Introduction of private members' bills.
Public bills. Motions, motion. Presenting petitions, présentation des pétitions. The Honourable Member for St. John's East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to present a petition signed by numerous residents of St. John's, Newfoundland and Labrador and many other parts of the province in support of Bill C-398. The petitioners are calling upon the House to pass Bill C-398 without significant amendment to facilitate the immediate and sustainable flow of life-saving generic medicines to developing countries. This, of course, is a reform to the Canadian access to medicine regime, which is intended to provide affordable, life-saving generic medicines to developing countries. However, the provisions were unnecessarily complicated and has been used only once to provide for this. There needs to be reform. This needs to happen. This is part of the Drugs for All campaign, which deserves consideration by this House. Thank you.
Member for Wascana.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I have two sets of petitions to file today. There are three petitions signed by hundreds of people from all across Saskatchewan with respect to the historic Motherwell Homestead, the National Historic Site near Abernathy, Saskatchewan. These petitioners are commenting on the huge importance of that historic site and calling upon the Government of Canada to continue funding for the Motherwell Homestead. The second set of petitions, Mr. Speaker, again signed by hundreds of people from across Saskatchewan and in this case from different parts of the country as well, draw to the House's attention the importance of the Prairie Shelter Belt program and the historic tree farm at Indian Head, which has been functioning there since 1901, and they call upon the Government of Canada to continue adequate funding for the Shelter Belt program and for the tree farm.
The Honourable Member for Vegreville Wainwright.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm honoured to present on behalf of constituents, Mr. Speaker, a petition calling for some restrictions to be put on abortion in Canada. They note that Canada is the only country in the Western world, and it's in company of China and North Korea when it comes to having no restrictions on abortion legislation. And they call, Mr. Speaker, on the House of Commons to enact legislation which restricts abortion to the greatest extent possible. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to table in this House a petition signed by a large number of people concerning the protection of Gatineau Park. The signatories are calling on the House to adopt a bill that would give Gatineau Park the legal protection required for future generations. Thank you.
Dufferin Caledon.
Mr. Speaker, I have a petition to the House of Commons signed by a number of petitioners from mainly Orangeville in my riding, but also from Grand Valley, Waldemore and Hillsburg. And they are saying that whereas Canada is the only nation in the Western world and in the company of China and North Korea without any laws restricting abortion. And whereas Canada's Supreme Court has said it is Parliament's responsibility to enact abortion legislation, Mr. Speaker, these petitioners call upon the House of Commons in Parliament assembled to speedily enact legislation that restricts abortion to the greatest extent possible.
Member for Halifax.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very proud to table a petition organized by the Grandmothers Advocacy Network. And the grandmothers point out that in sub-Saharan Africa, their sister grandmothers are burying their adult children and caring for many of the 15 million children who have been left orphaned by AIDS. So this petition talks about Canada's access to medicines regime. And the petition says that CAMR was intended to provide affordable, life-saving generic medicines to developing countries, but because its provisions are unnecessarily complicated, it's been used only once since 2004. So they're asking that the new bill that's before the House, Bill C-398, which would correct these problems, they ask that this bill be passed with support from across the House, and they're calling upon all of us as MPs to do that work. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, présentation des pétitions. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable... Petition? Non? Oui. Normalement, il faut avoir le...
Normally, you have to have the unanimous consent to present another petition. Is there unanimous consent?
Constant.
No, there's no unanimous consent.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the following questions will be answered today, Q5, 959 and 981. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, questions number Q 958, 960, 966, 973, 974, 977, and 979 could be made orders for returns. These returns would be tabled immediately.
Is it the pleasure of the House that the aforementioned questions be made orders for return and that they be tabled immediately? Agreed. Agreed and so ordered. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you once again, Mr. Speaker. Lastly, I ask that the remaining questions be allowed to stand.
Is that agreed? Agreed and so ordered. L'Honourable Deputy de Sénat.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Lambert. Point of order? Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I am calling a point of order concerning Bill C-377, an act to amend the Income Tax Act, requirements for labour organizations, that was tabled by the member for Surrey South, White Rock, Cloverdale. My colleague from Rosemont, La Petite Patrie, has already risen in this House in order to draw to your attention the fact that this bill requires royal assent in order to be adopted. The arguments of my colleague were all very clear and clearly illustrated the NDP's concerns regarding the implications of this bill. I am speaking once again on this topic because new information has been made available to the members, and I feel that it is only right to draw your attention to them as well. In fact, as my colleague from Rosemont La Petite Patrie had already mentioned, the Canada Revenue Agency received an order from the Standing Committee on Finance to answer certain questions concerning the new and separate funds that will be entailed by Bill C-377 if it is adopted. These answers were sent yesterday to the members of the Finance Committee. I will table the document with you, the one that contains these responses, after my speech, Mr. Speaker. First of all, the Canada Revenue Agency confirmed that the new and separate costs incurred by Bill C-377 were not included in the most recent supplementary estimates, as is always the case for a private member's bill. Furthermore, the Canada Revenue Agency confirmed that this bill will entail spending that is not currently authorized by the Act. To our third question, the agency answered that Bill C-377 amends the Income Tax Act in such a way as to provide authority to the minister for this new spending. Mr. Speaker, my colleague from Rosemont La Petite Patrie had also underscored the fact that Section 1.4 of this bill, which calls on the minister to make available to the public the information amassed, will also entail new expenditures. The Canada Revenue Agency confirmed this statement in the statements that it sent to us, Mr. Speaker. In fact, The response obtained from the agency today was as follows. Amendments will be made to the website of the Canada Revenue Agency in order to take into account the requirements of the bill. The agency even offered us an evaluation of the cost linked to the change to the system. The estimated differential costs for the Canada Revenue Agency linked to the changes required to the system, including the impact on the Canada Revenue Agency website, is $8.5 million, including 70 full-time employees over the first 2 years, and $1 million for subsequent years. This includes 9 full-time employees. These costs represent new expenditures because the Canada Revenue Agency currently does not disclose data as required by this bill. The responses obtained also dismantle the argument of the sponsor of this bill, whereby the agency already does similar work as part of the charitable organizations program. In fact, the agency confirmed that it currently does not proceed to any data disclosure that is as exhaustive as that required by Bill C-377. This is what the agency responded on this topic. The Directorate of Charitable Organizations does not provide partial information to the public. The Directorate amasses only minimum transactional information from registered charities, and not all of this information is disclosed. Mr. Speaker, I close with this information obtained by the agency, which says a great deal concerning the new and separate costs that will be incurred by Bill C-377. In its current wording, the bill requires the implementation of a complete system that includes electronic processing, automatic posting and validation on the Canada Revenue Agency website. The estimated differential costs for the Canada Revenue Agency amount to $10.6 million, including 91 full-time employees over the first 2 years, and $2.1 million for subsequent years, including 21 full-time employees. These costs are largely due to the requirements of data cross-referencing. Mr. Speaker, please note that this cost is an estimate for 1,000 respondents, whereas Bill C-377 is drafted in such a way that includes all union organizations and all union trusts, which represents a total of some 25,000 entities. The costs incurred would thus be 25 times higher than the CRA's estimate. Mr. Speaker, I believe that it is now clear that Bill C-377 requires royal assent in order to be put to a vote at third reading, because the exorbitant costs that would be entailed by data cross-referencing by the CRA are new and separate. Mr. Speaker, to facilitate your study of this important topic, I will make available to you the responses obtained from the Canada Revenue Agency, and I would like to thank you for your attention to this very important topic. I would like to thank the honourable member for her speech.
Government orders, government bills, commons. Consideration at third reading of Bill C-27, the First Nations Financial Transparency Act.
Mr. Goodyear for Mr. Duncan, Vancouver Island North, seconded by Mr. Kent, moves that Bill C-27, an act to enhance the financial accountability and transparency of First Nations, be now read a third time and do pass. Debate. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of Aboriginal Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for this opportunity on behalf of the constituents of the Great Kenora Riding to speak, perhaps for the last time, hopefully, on this piece of legislation before it moves on to the other place and receives royal assent. Monsieur le Président, c'est avec fierté.
Mr. Speaker, it is with great pride that I rise today to explain once again the importance of Bill C-27 as well as its numerous advantages. Formerly, as member of the Standing Committee on Aboriginal Affairs and Northern Development, I would like to thank everyone who has appeared during the recent hearings. Their contribution has helped us improve and reinforce this legislative measure. The witnesses, both Aboriginal and non-Aboriginal, who appeared before the committee, lauded the merits of Bill C-27 because they know that the improvement of transparency and accountability will give greater autonomy to the members of First Nations and their governments.
First Nation community members, like all Canadians, want assurances that public funds are being used to improve their community. Like all Canadians, First Nation members expect and deserve sound management practices from their elected leadership, as well as access to that information necessary to ensure that these leaders are acting in their best interests and their priorities. Bill C-27 simply puts in place the same types of rules with respect to financial transparency that already apply to other levels of government in Canada. Why should First Nations expect or have anything less? Further, publicly accessible information will also boost investor confidence and create a better business environment for private sector investment on reserve. This will inevitably lead to increased economic opportunities that will help to create the conditions for healthier and more self-sufficient First Nations communities. Whitecap Dakota Chief Darcy Bear said it best, quote, "You drive through my community, you see all the paved roads, paved streets, the good quality of life that my members enjoy. That's what good accountability brings to a community." It's worth noting, Mr. Speaker, that this bill is entirely consistent with the resolution passed by First Nations leadership at the Assembly of First Nations Chiefs in Assembly in December of 2010. The Chiefs committed to, and I quote, "choose to lead by example and demonstrate to other orders of government processes for accountability," unquote, including, quote, "itemizing and publicly disclosing salaries, honoraria, and expenses associated with the operations of Chief and Council," unquote, and, quote, "ensuring information about community finances and decision-making is easily accessible and available via the Internet where applicable," unquote. That sounds a lot like the wording and the spirit, intent of this bill. Mr. Speaker, currently there is no legislative requirement for transparency and accountability from First Nation leadership. Under current funding agreements, First Nation community members can ask for band-related financial information from their elected leaders, but there is no legislated obligation on the part of the administration to release it. We know that many First Nations are already making their financial information public voluntarily, and we appreciate that, Mr. Speaker. I think it goes to reducing the amount of suspicion and political turmoil at the community level. However, not all First Nation communities are doing this. When individuals are refused information from their band council, they often come to the Department of Aboriginal Affairs and Northern Development Canada to ask the information be released to them. As we've heard various witnesses appearing before the Standing Committee, some regional offices of the department receive as many as 25 to 30 informal requests each year from First Nations individuals seeking this basic information that would be readily available to any other constituent or any other Canadian in any other jurisdiction. At committee, Phyllis Sutherland, the president of the Peguis Accountability Coalition, told committee members about her community. They were unable to access salary and other financial information about their elected band officials. She, in fact, cited several cases where members were subject to intimidation. She insisted that this type of intimidation must stop and that those in power must be held accountable. Similar concerns were raised in testimony by Joseph Quesno, a policy analyst with the Frontier Centre for Public Policy. He presented research data culled from the Aboriginal Governance Index developed by the Centre, revealed that 77% of First Nation individuals surveyed agreed that salary information for elected officials should be made public and be accessible. However, 25% say this information is not available to their band members. Mr. Speaker, in addition to the requests for documents, the Department also receives allegations and complaints regarding potential mismanagement or the misappropriation of band funds and remuneration of its elected officials. Since January 2011, there have been 1,450 such complaints. Monsieur le Président, l'important ici n'est pas le nombre.
Mr. Speaker, the important point is not how many requests the Department receives each year for salary information, although there are many. It is the fact that from this government's perspective, even one request is one too many. First Nations should not have to go to the Department for information. That should be coming directly from their own First Nation leaders. The Minister prefers to be not involved in these issues that should be resolved directly in the community. Bill C-27 removes the Minister from the equation by ensuring this information is available. This creates a direct line of or chain of accountability between the First Nations and its members.
Concern about accountability extends beyond government and First Nation members to investors who might be deterred by a lack of reliable financial data. Bill C-27 would help address this problem by requiring First Nation governments to publish annual audited consolidated financial statements, as well as a schedule of chief and councillors' salaries, remunerations, and expenses. Clear and consistent publication under Bill C-27 will provide potential investors with a snapshot of a community's financial situation and may lead to further opportunities for partnership and investment. Mr. Speaker, there has been misinformation spread about this bill by the opposition, who oppose our government's efforts to support economic growth, investment, and job creation through more accountable and transparent government. I'd like to take this opportunity to clear up the misconceptions and explain what Bill C-27 will do. First, the legislation would not set salary levels for chiefs and councillors. It would remain the First Nations' responsibility to set the appropriate level of remuneration for its elected officials. The proposed act would simply ensure that financial information is disclosed to the public. This would provide band members with the information they need to hold their leadership to account. Then they can use that information to determine whether funds are being spent for the benefit of the community and whether compensation levels are reasonable and appropriate. Second, I want to make it clear that the Act would not require individual businesses owned by the band to publish their detailed financial statements. Rather, C-27 would only require the publication of the First Nations' audited consolidated financial statements. These financial statements would include any entities which, according to generally accepted accounting principles, or GAAP, are to be consolidated with the First Nations in its financial statements, including most band-owned businesses. However, information relating to government business enterprises would be highly aggregated and would not be revealing any details which would undermine their business competitiveness. Je tiens à souligner
I want to underline that this is a standard accounting principle. This rule applies to all other government-owned businesses across Canada. We are not asking anything different of First Nation communities than we do of any other business or community in Canada.
Mr. Speaker, all of us, as members of Parliament, fully disclose our salaries and special allowances to the public as required by the Parliament of Canada Act and the Salaries Act. Not only that, the Federal Accountability Act, introduced in 2006, has increased the public's access to information about its government's activities and its members. Anyone interested in any of this data can find it without even asking. Similar laws are in place at the provincial and territorial level, and most of those governments have adopted legislation requiring municipal governments to make these documents public as well. Equally important, there is nothing in this legislation that would create any additional paperwork for First Nation governments. They already produce the consolidated financial statements each year, which are audited by independent, accredited professional auditors. It's a requirement for their funding agreements with Aboriginal Affairs and Northern Development Canada. Cette mesure législative garantit simplement.
This legislation simply ensures that some of the critical documents which are already submitted to the Department as part of a First Nations funding agreement are made publicly available.
So, all that Bill C-27 will do, to be clear, is require First Nation governments to meet the same standards. They are only governments in Canada that do not currently provide this basic level of information to the public. And this bill fills that legislative gap. As you can see, Mr. Speaker, we are not proposing radical measures, nor are they onerous in terms of their additional reporting requirements. We have made every effort to make it easy for First Nations to comply with this law. It has been pointed out, for example, that not all First Nations have websites, but the bill fully addresses this point. First Nation will not be required to have its own website as a result of the legislation. If a First Nation is not able to publish the information electronically itself, it can ask another organization that it is a member of or another organization to post it on the community's behalf. Alternatively, the First Nations could ask Aboriginal Affairs and Northern Development Canada to post the information on its behalf. Of course, Mr. Speaker, it's important to recognize that having these documents published on a website does not fulfill a First Nation government's obligation to make copies of financial statements available to its members. Again, many already do this by either distributing printed copies to households or making information available in band offices. And we heard at committee instances of where a number of communities actually host a forum where they review these documents in the form of something akin to an annual General Assembly of its members. I also want to reinforce that there have been numerous opportunities to discuss and improve this legislation. First, in the context of Private Members Bill C-575, introduced in the previous Parliament, and now in the context of Bill C-27. Over the course of the committee's review of the bill, we heard concern about how certain sectors of the text might be interpreted. These concerns focused on the language of the bills in two key areas. First, the need to report information relating to remuneration and reimbursement of expenses separately, and two, the treatment of band-controlled entities. I am pleased to say that we have listened to the concerns raised by First Nations, and we have introduced amendments to clarify the relevant language of the bill to address these concerns. That's a process that took place at committee. With respect to the reporting of remuneration and expenses, the original text of the bill combined the concepts of salaries and expenses into a single definition of remuneration. Although it was not the intention of the bill, we heard from witnesses that this could be interpreted to suggest that these two amounts could be reported and disclosed to the public as one aggregate figure. To make things clearer, for greater certainty, the amendment split these two concepts into two separate definitions for the purposes of the legislation, and the schedule of remuneration has been renamed in the text of the bill to, quote, Schedule of Remuneration and Expenses, unquote. As it relates to the treatment of band-owned businesses, the intention of the bill has always been to put into legislation the same practices with respect to the treatment of band entities that are currently in place in the funding agreements. We believe that this is important for the users of financial statements, especially First Nation members, to see summary statements that capture the activities of their government and elected officials. which entities are to be included, and the manner in which their financial information is presented will be determined by the standards set out in the Canadian Institute of Chartered Accountants, as well as those of the Public Sector Accounting Board. This ensures that the standards that apply to businesses owned by other governments in Canada will apply to First Nations governments in precisely the same way. Our government worked hard to find the language that strikes a balance both for the need for precision and certainty in legislative drafting with accounting concepts that are complex. At committee, we adopted an amended definition of consolidated financial statements that makes these points clear. These improvements resulted in some other small amendments, but do not detract from the original intent of the bill. The only thing that has changed is the wording, which has been adjusted for clarity, greater certainty, and to eliminate any confusion. Monsieur le Président, les membres...
Mr. Speaker, First Nation people have been waiting a long time for the measures proposed in C-27. They should not be asked to wait any longer for this bill to come into effect. There has been ample time devoted to discussing views and concerns regarding this legislation, as it was tabled firstly on November 23, 2011. It was debated for almost 6 hours during second reading debate before being referred to committee, which met 7 times to study and discuss Bill C-27. During that time, the committee heard from 21 witnesses from 13 different organizations. These witnesses came from a variety of organizations, including the Assembly of First Nations, the Canadian Taxpayers Association, the Aboriginal Financial Officers Association of Canada, and representatives from individual First Nations communities.
This House spent over 6 hours of debate on this bill. The NDP has had no less than 20 speakers, yet we heard no new issues from the opposition in all this time. In fact, one thing we did hear is one member from across the way saying that he wanted to see one rule for all. And that's great news, Mr. Speaker. Great news that a member from the NDP would say that, because that's exactly what this bill strives to accomplish. In order for this legislation to apply to the next fiscal year, this legislation must come into force on or before March 31st, 2013. This legislation is long overdue and will bring First Nations governments in line with virtually all other governments in Canada. Our government believes that First Nations people have waited long enough. We think this legislation should apply to the next fiscal year, 2013-14. This will mean that publication of a First Nations financial statements and salaries and expenses could occur as early as July of 2014. I am very proud of this legislation. I believe firmly that First Nations deserve and expect the same level of transparency and accountability as all Canadians. The First Nations Financial Transparency Act will make that happen. Bill C-27 will also reassure potential investors that they can safely enter into joint financial agreements, joint ventures, and business undertakings with First Nations. The resulting jobs and economic growth will contribute to social and economic improvements in the lives, the livelihoods, and the communities for First Nation members. In short, Mr. Speaker, Bill C-27 is a landmark bill that is worthy of the support of all parties. I urge all members in this House to give it their full support and vote unanimously in support of this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Nanaimo Cowichan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the Parliamentary Secretary for that speech. I think it's a bit of a stretch to say that simply by posting audited statements or consolidated financial statements that it will have economic development and autonomy occurring in a community. We already know that many First Nations already post that information, and we also know that many First Nations aren't thriving economically. As well, he's also well aware, as he pointed out in his own speech, that there is already a requirement for First Nations to produce this information if they have financial agreements with the federal government. And of course, if they have a business-owned entity that is incorporated or is a partnership, there are requirements around audits for that as well. So I guess, and as well, many First Nations already do produce this information. So I guess my question to the parliamentary secretaries is, why did the government choose this adversarial, non-consultative approach when instead what they could have done is worked with First Nations who are having difficulties in complying with the rules already in place, instead of working with those First Nations to give them the tools that they needed to comply with the rules that are already in place? Why didn't they take that approach instead of this particular approach?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate and respect the honourable member's contributions to this debate and all of the work that we do at committee. But I am interested in the evolving narrative from the other side. Here's what we've heard so far as this bill has come through. One member for the NDP said there should be one rule for all. C-27 actually takes us in that direction. It makes a level playing field for constituents in First Nations communities as they would exist in other communities in other jurisdictions. Second, another member of the NDP said that government decision-making, that's what government is about, and the ability and right of a member of a given community to participate in that. Having access to financial documents allows that member to exercise their participation in the kinds of decisions that their elected officials are making. And now, Mr. Speaker, the member has just said and recognized that this is not an onerous exercise, since they already produce these documents. So it isn't redundant. It just simply means that they have to post that on an accessible website or be able to supply it to a community member when asked. So we have these three things coming from the NDP. We're encouraged that their signals are strong, that they're agreeing for around the central tenets and the practical implementation issues with respect to this bill, Mr. Speaker, and we look forward to today's vote so we can move forward and send this bill to the other place. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member for for Kootenay, Columbia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank the Parliamentary Secretary for his speech. I wonder if he could clarify to this House, should this proposed legislation be approved, when would First Nations chiefs and councillors begin disclosing their salaries and expenses as this C-27 moves forward?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And similarly, I appreciate this member's important work on the Standing Committee for Aboriginal Affairs and Northern Development. The legislation would apply to First Nations' first complete financial year following royal assent. To the extent that that royal assent is received before the end of March of 2013, it would apply for the fiscal year 2013-14 and would have 120 days following the ends of the financial year to publish the audited consolidated financial statements and the schedules and/or notes that I referred to in my speech. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm happy to have this opportunity to ask a question to the Parliamentary Secretary, who says that there are already disclosure requirements, and so that information is already available. I have trouble understanding how this bill is useful then, if what he says is true. There's one specific thing he said. He said it was going to create jobs and economic growth. How does publishing this information on a website help create jobs and prosperity?
Secretary.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the honourable member's question. It gives me an opportunity to do two things. One, to explain that the publication of these documents will also give greater investor confidence by prospective businesses wanting to enter into joint ventures, for example, with First Nations. This is happening. We're opening small business centres on reserve, just a couple in the Great Kenora riding not too long ago, and we believe that access by the members of those communities will also help to participate and talk with their elected leaderships about new business priorities moving forward. Similarly, self-government First Nations communities, those already entered into agreements, already disclose this. And so as the previous member asked in a question, there are still some bands who don't do this. We want to bring them all on board to create this transparency and accountability and improve investor confidence. I guess the only thing I would compare it to, Mr. Speaker, is the kind of transparency that we would like to see from the other side in terms of telling folks and explaining to them more clearly what this carbon tax is really all about.
Questions and comments?
The honourable member for Brampton West.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for his speech. He knows the issue in depth. We keep hearing about a couple of things. Non-consultation, that seems to be the mantra from the NDP, but there was significant consultation in the genesis of this legislation, which was from the member from Saskatoon, Rosetown Bigger. But more importantly, what I think we forget is the people that came to committee to testify about why this legislation is so important, and perhaps the member can comment on why people, individual First Nation members, came to the committee to say why this legislation is so important.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate this member's contributions to the Aboriginal Affairs Standing Committee, and he's right, and he's fleshing out an issue that I feel very strongly about. Consultation takes several forms. When this bill was a piece of private members' business, there was extensive consultation. But consultation takes on several different forms. When grassroots community members come to their elected officials to consult them about an issue or a problem, we are talking about a consultation, Mr. Speaker. Nobody who sits in that committee can deny that we heard from coalition associations. That coalition word still, ça m'a traumatisé un petit peu, but these are...
It traumatized me a bit.
And they have said, we have concerns, we're consulting the government, we're consulting another organization about what steps we can take to get our government to help us respond to this important, pressing, and substantial concern that we have.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Toronto Danforth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to ask the honourable member a little bit about the unfairness of how this Act has been written. It's really written in a way to end up serving as a kind of disciplining device for First Nations communities, turning them almost into compliant actors subject to largely unaccountable ministerial sanctions. But what really, really worries me is that we see that the bill allows in Section 11 any person, not just a First Nations member, to apply for disclosure of statements. Now, this kind of standing or locus standi before courts is a recipe, and it looks like a deliberate recipe for harassment by crusading organizations or individuals to go after First Nations. Why would any person in the country have that right written into the bill?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. A little over a minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With respect, obviously the member's past previous life as a person fully vested in teaching and practicing the law. I respect his observations, but I don't agree with them, frankly. Under current funding agreements, there are instances where ministerial sanctions could take place. They remotely or rarely ever occur. So we don't see this legislation as taking ourselves any farther down that path. But with respect to disclosure, Mr. Speaker, any constituent in Canada can go to a given website of their given government to access these financial documents, except for First Nations communities. That, with respect, is a substantive element is about fairness. It's about, as a member from the NDP, and what appeared to be a rather declivitous trajectory in their narrative, to actually coming over and making statements to support our legislation, if you will, simply says that as a matter of fairness, it should be one rule for all, and everybody should have access to those documents. It's important for decision-making, prioritizing in the community, and the conversations that should occur between a member of a community and its elected officials. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. The honourable member for Nanaimo Cowichan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And before I launch into my speech, there's a couple of points that the Parliamentary Secretary raised that I just have to comment on. first of all, part of the problem that we've got facing the House is that this government fails to recognize a government-to-government relationship. And that is a fundamental principle underlying the opposition to this particular piece of legislation. The member talked about consultation, and if the government truly supported the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People, which they claim that they do, they would actually look at Section 19, which talks about free, prior, and informed consent. And what First Nations are saying from coast to coast to coast is that there has not been free, prior, and informed consent on this piece of legislation. Now, there's another point around this, Mr. Speaker, and it's that I would absolutely agree. Everybody in this House would agree, First Nations agrees, that there does need to be that kind of accountability and transparency. But it's how it happens that's critical to this conversation. And what we've seen is we've seen the government once again unilaterally impose its vision of what accountability looks like and transparency looks like. I just want to refer once more. The Parliamentary Secretary quoted Assembly of First Nations resolution from 2010. I want to quote from a paper in 2006 where the Assembly of First Nations has been calling on this government to work with First Nations from coast to coast to coast in developing this kind of accountability and transparency. They had a detailed position paper which also included the suggestion that First Nations-led and First Nations-specific institutions will be needed, as First Nation citizens must be empowered to hold both their local governments and the Government of Canada to account. Such institutions include an ombudsperson's office, so that individuals have a trusted venue to pursue accountability concerns outside of either the local or federal governments. This would also include a First Nations Auditor General who could both provide ongoing advice to assist First Nations governments in providing accountability and at the same time improve accountability by exposing problems and recommending solutions. So, Mr. Speaker, in 2006, First Nations had a solution to deal with this. We didn't. 6 years later, we don't need to be dealing with a piece of legislation that's being unilaterally imposed by this government. Now, I'm not going to go over the full details of this bill because we've now spoken about it a number of times in the House. But essentially what the bill will do is require audited annual consolidated financial statements, a separate annual schedule of remuneration, which will include what's paid to the First Nations and any entity controlled by the First Nations to its chief and each of its councillors, an auditor's written report respecting the consolidated financial statements, an auditor's report respecting the schedule of remuneration, and then, as members have already pointed out, there are some punishments if there's a failure on the First Nation to comply. Any First Nations member may apply to a court order to the Superior Court. Any person, including the Minister, may apply for a court order to the Superior Court. And the Minister may develop an appropriate action plan to remedy the breach, which could include withholding funds or terminating a funding agreement. Now, Mr. Speaker, I neglected to say at the outset that we will continue to oppose this bill rigorously. We did propose a number of amendments to try to improve the bill, including deleting some of the more egregious clauses, but of course those amendments weren't supported. In an article out of iPolitics, it says the government's hollow embrace of transparency. And they talk about the fact that the call for greater financial disclosure rings hollow coming from a government which is failing the transparency test itself. And, of course, it was welcome to hear the Parliamentary Secretary talk about embracing the one rule for all, but because perhaps the government will now cough up some of the details on some of these following items that have been identified. The article goes on, unfortunately, back in Ottawa, the federal government is also proving to be far more opaque than accountable. In 2011, the Interim Auditor General blasted the Conservatives for spending on the 2010 G8-G20 summit. And he was quoted as saying, rules were broken, lawyers could have an interesting debate as to whether any laws were broken. The Interim Auditor General criticized the government for having no supporting documentation for the selection of 32 projects in the gazebo riding. In 2012, Auditor General Michael Ferguson took the government to task over its failure to disclose the true cost of purchasing 65 F-35 jets. According to Ferguson, the cost of acquiring the planes over their 20-year cycle was not $15 billion, as the government claimed, but $25 billion. And then, of course, we've recently had the Parliamentary Budget Officer, Mr. Page, say that it appears that one set of books was available inside the Department of National Defence, while another was presented publicly for the government for communication purposes. Page, of course, made more headlines this week when he filed a reference application with the Federal Court of Canada to gain access to details of the federal government's austerity measures, which have so far been denied to his office. So, Mr. Speaker, this is the context that we're working in. On the one hand, this government is saying to First Nations chiefs and councils, you must be more accountable than almost any other government in this country. And on the other hand, we won't produce basic, fundamental documents to tell the Canadian public how we're spending their money. And it seems to me that this inconsistency needs to be addressed before we move forward with Bill C-27. Now, Mr. Speaker, I want to quote a law professor, and I know many of you will be very interested in this because this is not only a law professor, this is former Chief Judith Sayers. She's the National Aboriginal Economic Development Chair. She's the Assistant Professor of Business and Law at the University of Victoria, and of course she was formerly a chief of her nation. So she has a very good grasp of the situation that is facing First Nations. She says in her letter to the Standing Committee of November 20th, 2012, she says to ensure First Nation members get copies of financial statements, provisions to do so could be placed into these funding agreements between ANSI and the First Nation. Now, Mr. Speaker, she's proposing a solution instead of Bill C-27. So she's proposing that this clause be inserted into these agreements. There could also be a process put in place that if a First Nation did not provide their members with financial statements within 120 days of the year end, that members could go to the auditor's office and receive copies. The First Nation would be required to put this in the letter of engagement with the auditor and compensate the auditor for costs of making copies of the audit. Legislation is not required to do this when agreements have dictated First Nations and Aboriginal Affairs fiscal relationships, and this can continue to be the tool that will accomplish this. She goes on to say that by passing a law to make First Nations provide their financial statements to their members is not a step towards self-governing nations, nor does it make them accountable. It only makes them compliant. And, Mr. Speaker, this is a key point because this government continues to claim that there will be a miracle that will occur when First Nations are required to post their consolidated financial statements. All of a sudden, economic development will occur and there will be lots of accountability. And that's simply not the case. She goes on to say that this part of the problem with this bill, it's not just money from the federal government, but from the First Nations' own source revenues, grants from organizations, provincial governments, and any other entities. The federal government does not have jurisdiction over monies received from other sources and cannot compel the First Nations to be providing this information to the public. She's outlining a legislative authority regarding providing financial statements of legal entities to the public. It is my submission that the federal government does not have authority to legislate with respect to any corporation, society, or other legal body incorporated under provincial laws to provide financial statements to members of First Nations and, more problematically, to the public at large. And then she quotes Section 9124 of the Constitution Act, which gives authority to the federal governments over Indians and lands reserved for Indians. The proposed Bill C-27 claims authority over an entity, which means a corporation or a partnership, a joint venture, or any other unincorporated association or organization. Any entity that is incorporated under provincial laws, whether it is a Corporations Act or Societies Act or a cooperative, becomes a legal entity, an entity that cannot be considered an Indian, over which federal government has no jurisdiction. And, Mr. Speaker, I think that's an important point because the government is now stepping into territory that many First Nations feel they have absolutely no authority over. If First Nations are incorporating their businesses using provincial laws, as most do, the federal government cannot override the provisions of the provincial law. Provincial laws do not require that financial statements go to anyone other than directors and shareholders of the corporation. In BC, shareholders' access to financial information is subject to the terms and conditions of what is set out in the Articles of Incorporation of the company. So in the instance where the members are stakeholders or have a trustee that holds the shares for them, the financial statements will be made available to the members to see by virtue of provincial law. It would be my submission that the federal government cannot define consolidated financial statements of the First Nations as those of any entity that it controls that are presented as those of a single economic entity. if those entities are legally incorporated society, corporation, cooperative, partnership, joint venture under provincial law. So, Mr. Speaker, again, just reiterating the fact that the government is now requiring these entities, the chiefs and councils, to provide any income from these entities, and that these entities will be aggregated into a consolidated financial statement. It seems that this associate professor of law is claiming that they're overstepping their jurisdiction. In her conclusion, Ms. Sayer says, I respectfully submit to this committee that Bill C-27 is not needed, and if it does proceed to law, must be fully overhauled to narrow it to areas where the federal government has jurisdiction. Many First Nations will be challenging this legislation in court regarding this issue, and since Aboriginal Affairs spends more than any other federal department on legal fees, this does not seem like a desirable course of outcome. So, Mr. Speaker, there is an opinion that, in fact, this piece of legislation is not required and it oversteps federal jurisdiction. I want to make a couple of points from the committee meeting of Wednesday, October 24th, from Mr. Harold Calla, the chair of the First Nations Financial Management Board. And he raises a point about audits, which is important. He says, first of all, an audit is a look at history. It is a reactive statement, and it's not designed to be proactive in informing and supporting future decisions. While an audit is a necessary and important part of the overall financial management system, there are many other elements of a financial management system that should not be lost in this discussion. All orders of government are accountable. Within the federal system, the need for increased emphasis on oversight within budgeting and forecasting has been recognized as a best practice with the establishment of a parliamentary budget officer. This is an example of an evolving world and perspective of what practices and standards should become as part of the overall financial management system. Good financial management practices should not be defined solely by political objectives. Good financial management should be driven by the needs of all stakeholders and should inform them. In the case of First Nations, this should include the financial results of the transaction activity it undertakes for the delivery of programs and services that a First Nation is mandated to deliver. Although an audit does contain notes, these notes are generally a clarification of financial facts. An audit does not make qualitative observations or recommendations, nor does it give a clear indication of a future direction. Mr. Calla goes on to talk about an annual report. And, of course, what we've got is as he points out, a consolidated financial statement is a retrospective. It talks about the money that's been spent in a whole bunch of different categories, but it actually doesn't talk about results that were achieved with that expenditure of money. So, again, when the government claims that this is going to open up economic opportunities, unless you do that kind of analysis about where money is being spent, what results are being achieved, then you just may get that financial snapshot. I think one of the issues that is absent in this bill and has been absent largely in the discussion is what kind of resources is the federal government providing to First Nations in order to help them with capacity building. And we've just recently seen cuts that are coming to tribal councils and other Aboriginal organizations who are the very organizations who do provide some of that capacity building and some of that support. So on the one hand, First Nations are now being required to do something in addition to what they already do. And on the other hand, we're cutting the very services and program supports that could actually help them develop that economic capacity, which everybody knows is a step to lifting nations out of poverty. Just to go on, Mr. Calla says the purpose of measures that support financial reporting or being accountable and transparent should create confidence in all stakeholder groups in the financial capacity of the entity and give an indication of their fiscal capacity. It is always better when stakeholder groups, in this case our communities, are able to establish the accountability and transparency frameworks that they wish to establish for their community. It is best if communities pass their own laws and agree to independent oversight by third parties. This is a concept developed by the First Nations Fiscal and Statistical Management Act and is currently being explored by 58 of the approximately 100 nations that have become scheduled under this act. So once again, Mr. Speaker, there are nations out there who are doing an exemplary job, and there are organizations out there that support this. I just want to quote from John Paul from Member 2 from the same meeting, Member 2 First Nation. He says, all the information required by the new Act is already being provided by First Nations in Canada to Aboriginal Affairs as per their existing funding agreements over years and decades. Only last year, the issue was pushed to the forefront, and now a bill will require all First Nations to comply, or Aboriginal Affairs will release the information, and as a last resort, all funding will be stopped. And Mr. Paul raises the question about whether anybody has examined the implications of taking funding away when many First Nations are delivering essential services to their communities, which include water, housing, education, and so on. And so that question also hasn't been addressed. In an email from the AFOA Canada, which again provides support around to the financial officers, they say, having said all this, the overriding issue here is that only by stating the words First Nation within the proposed Bill C-27 and defining these words as per the Indian Act, the government is signaling out a specific group of Canadians. This is of concern because of the increased financial level of reporting and accountability required, which includes the schedules of salaries, honoraria, travel, and other remuneration. More is being asked of First Nations and other groups of Canadians. If First Nations are not recognized as governments, why are we even comparing them to other governments? And even if they were recognized as governments in legislation, which they are not, there is a higher standard required upon First Nations with this bill. Now, Mr. Speaker, it's interesting because the Parliamentary Secretary and others have talked about the fact that, you know, this is the same standard that's applied to everybody. And I just have to actually quote from the Conflict of Interest Code for members of the House of Commons, because actually, although we do have to declare if we have an interest in another, if we're receiving remuneration from another organization, under the content of our disclosure, it says that it sets out the source and nature, but not the value. Not the value, I'm going to repeat that, not the value of the income, assets, and liabilities referred to in the member's statement filed under Section 20. When it comes to contracts or subcontracts, it describes their subject matter and nature. And following, items not to be disclosed. The following shall not be set out in the summary. A source of income of less than $10,000 during the 12 months before the relevant date. So, Mr. Speaker, once again, we have a situation where First Nations are actually going to be asked to report in a way that members of the House of Commons aren't asked to report. In an analysis the Assembly of First Nations did on the Bill C-27, they indicated that there are several provincial governments in Canada who don't have this same kind of reporting requirement. Nova Scotia, summaries of expenses of ministers are located at the Legislative Library for public viewing. The Government of Northwest Territories only publishes travel expenses of ministers and does not require salary disclosure of elected officials or senior public servants. Neither Yukon nor Prince Edward Island discloses salaries of elected officials. So, Mr. Speaker, the claim that First Nations are simply going to comply with what every other level of government in Canada does is simply not true. How much time do I have left, Mr. Speaker? 2 minutes? Thank you. I just want to touch briefly in the final 2 minutes, Mr. Speaker. There have been issues raised around privacy, and when the Privacy Commissioner came to the Aboriginal Affairs Committee on October the 31st, she raised 4 key questions that need to be answered. One is the measure demonstrably necessary to meet a specific need. 2, is it likely to be effective in meeting that need? 3, is the loss of privacy proportional to the need? And 4, is there less a privacy invasive way of achieving the same end? Now, Mr. Speaker, this is a serious matter because we're actually asking First Nations chiefs and councils to report in a way that many other entities are not required to report in this country. And those 4 fundamental questions around privacy were never effectively dealt with. The Privacy Commissioner, of course, it was outside the scope for her to actually make comments on the particular piece of legislation before the Aboriginal Affairs Committee. But those are very serious issues that need to be addressed. And, you know, based on the fact that there wasn't an appropriate consultation, that there are some serious questions that the consolidated financial statement, by including entities that are band-owned, oversteps the authority of this government, that the privacy issues haven't been adequately addressed, that the issues around capacity building are not addressed in terms of helping First Nations make sure that they've got the capacity to provide this information to their members. None of these issues are addressed adequately, and based on this, Mr. Speaker, the New Democrats will be opposing this bill at 3rd reading. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member from St. Paul's.
Can I thank my colleague for her excellent overview and particularly her reference to the fact that there was an accountability framework that was suggested 6 years ago, and I wondered if she would if she would speak a little bit about that, and if also I wondered if there'd be unanimous consent to table the excellent letter of former Chief Judith Sayers that the member referenced many times during her speech. I think it would be very good reading for all Canadians, and particularly for the members on the opposite side.
Is there unanimous consent for the letter to be tabled in the House? Yes. There's no unanimous consent. The honourable member for Nanaimo-Cowichan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member for that question. And of course, I know that she's done a tremendous amount of work on this piece of legislation as well. Back to the January 2006 Accountability for Results position paper that was put forward by the Assembly of First Nations. This paper not only set forward a framework for moving forward around accountability for First Nations, but it also talked about the challenges that First Nations chiefs and councils face in the burden of reporting that's already required by the government. Many nations produce 168 to 200 reports every year. When the Auditor General looked at the overall reporting, there were 60,000 reports that were produced by First Nations on an annual basis. It's shocking, actually, how much time and energy has to go into reporting. The other piece that was really important in this position paper was talking about accountability relationship for First Nations and for their chief and council to the First Nations members who elect them, which is everybody would agree, rightly so, but also the relationship of the government being accountable to First Nations for how it spends its money, for the results that the government achieves in terms of spending its money. And that accountability relationship is simply absent. With regards to Judith Sayers' letter, I'm, of course, happy to share it with any members who wish to see it, since we were denied the ability to table it in the House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Question commentaire, questions and comments. L'honorable député de Sherbrooke.
The honourable member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague who does excellent work on this file, and she explained in very great detail this bill that we're studying. I don't want to ask her to go into more detail because she did it so well already, but I'm going to ask about the process. We know that this bill was presented and now it's at third reading, and that it was time allocated. So we only have one day at third reading to debate this bill, which is going to have a considerable impact, in my opinion, on First Nations. So can my colleague comment on this process used by the Conservatives? I believe it's the 30th time that they have used this process to push their bills through, and it's to have this little debate as possible.
Well, thank you, and I want to thank the member for Sherbrooke for that very good question, because he's absolutely correct. I believe it is the 30th time that we've had some form of shutting down debate in the House of Commons. And again, it's interesting, it's in the context of openness and transparency and accountability, and surely part of our responsibility as members of Parliament, if you want to talk about accountability, is to be accountable to our constituents, to the people that we represent across this country, for making sure that we're not passing legislation that is flawed. And I would argue that it's our responsibility as the official opposition to take that position very seriously. Just on that note, because it links into consultation, Mr. Speaker, one of the things I heard the Parliamentary Secretary say is that consultation in the context of First Nations rights constitutes talking to your constituents. That flies in the face of any number of Supreme Court decisions that talk about what constitutes consultation. Consultation is not just talking to your constituents. Consultation is not just simply having people appear as witnesses before the Aboriginal Affairs Committee. That is a very narrow look at what constitutes consultation, and it simply is not a widely recognized mechanism for consultation.
Question et commentaire, questions and comments. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Longueuil-Père-Boucher. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to repeat to what extent my colleague has a great deal of competence in this subject. We know that when she gives a speech, she's gone through the bill in detail. I'm not a specialist in this area, so I will keep to this question. Does she not consider it rather embarrassing to have such a reaction after 16 reports from the Auditor General concerning our relationship with the First Nations.
A member from Nanaimo Cowichan.
Well, you know, Mr. Speaker, it's very interesting. The government, of course, as they like to remind us, has a majority. And it's interesting that this is the bill that they choose to bring forward to address an issue that they see as relevant in First Nations communities. Now, what we also know from a number of Auditor General reports is that child welfare services is underfunded in this country. And in fact, there's a human rights tribunal going on about discrimination against First Nations children. We know education is underfunded in this country. We know many First Nations have boil water advisories or have no access to clean drinking water. We know that the houses are full of mold in many, many, many communities. We know that the poverty rates, the child poverty rates in First Nations community are the highest in the country. And yet what this government chooses to bring forward is a bill about accountability and transparency that doesn't, again, meet any of the requirements of consultation. So you have to wonder where this government's priorities are.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. L'honorable député de Saint-Lambert.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Lambert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to commend my colleague for her speech, and I would like to remind this House that I believe there was a 29th motion of time allocation that was moved by this government on this bill. A time allocation motion that yet again is shutting down this House and shutting down debate and shutting down the First Nations who have called repeatedly for consultations, and these consultations really did not happen. Whereas consultation is part of our Constitution. It's a constitutional duty, and unfortunately the First Nations were not entitled to this consultation. This bill refers to, or rather when we talk about First Nations, we talk about access to education, access to safe drinking water, which are very basic fundamentals for any people, regardless of which people it may be. And here we see that no concrete answers that have been put forward. I would ask my colleague to broaden her commentary concerning the importance of ensuring that First Nations must be taken into account with regard to consultations.
Nanaimo Cowichan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and the member is absolutely correct. When I started my speech off, I talked about the government-to-government relationship. And back in January, there was a Crown First Nations gathering where the Prime Minister had indicated that there would be a change in that relationship. And people quite optimistically thought that perhaps there was going to be an improvement in that relationship, that what would happen is that before the government brought forward legislation, that it would actually consult in a meaningful way. Now, consultation is a very, very complex matter. And it has a number of elements, a number of tests that must be in place in order to ensure that the requirements around the duty to consult are met. And consultation doesn't just mean going out and gathering information and then coming back and going behind closed doors and developing a bill that doesn't reflect what you heard from First Nations across this country. We've seen that in a number of other bills. Matrimonial real property is an excellent example. So consultation it needs to be a closed loop. So you need to provide the resources and the information and the context, and then you need to make sure that First Nations have ability to engage, that there's enough time for them to engage in that process. And then when you get all of the information, and there's going to be challenges because we are talking about nation to nation, we are talking about governments, they're not all going to agree with the outcome of it. So then you need to figure out a process about how you take these disparate views and come up with a consensus position. And then when you go to draft the legislation, you need to include First Nations in the drafting of that legislation. Now that would constitute a consultation process, and that hasn't happened in this bill.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate.
Honourable Member for St. Paul's.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. As I've stated in this House before, transparency and proactive disclosure are important goals for all governments, including First Nations governments, and that these goals that the Liberal opposition support. But the Conservatives have a duty to work with First Nations to improve mutual accountability, not just impose Made in Ottawa legislation. First Nations are willing partners on the issues of governance, but this government must stop treating them as adversaries. They must stop the paternalism. They must stop the raining down of legislation on First Nations without any prior consultation. They must stop treating First Nations as though they are children in need of discipline or adult supervision. They must go back to the original understanding of a government-to-government relationship as was stated in the Royal Proclamation, which will be 250 years ago next year. The total lack of consultation on this bill is an insult. The fact that this government signed the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People that insists upon free, prior, and informed consent, that this government now sees as aspirational in nature, and that has put in absolutely no mechanisms to implement this declaration across government departments or even within the Department of Aboriginal Affairs. It is very, very sad that, again, we stand in this House with having to fight back about the kind of paternalistic approaches that do nothing to enhance the capacity of First Nations in this country, and that yet again that this is a tremendous example of insulting behavior. We are very concerned about the genesis of this legislation and its predecessor, which seems to be linked to the controversial report published by the Canadian Taxpayers Federation detailing salary figures of First Nations chiefs. We say misleading salary figures of First Nations chiefs, in that again, as we came to understand in the amendments, that linking salary, expenses, and band-owned and the remuneration for band-owned businesses is actually a purposeful sticker shock that has just fed into the stereotypes and is doing and is extremely damaging to the reputations of all First Nations, and is particularly insulting to the First Nations who are moving out and leading in terms of successful business enterprises. The sensationalist report was shown to have contained inflated numbers and, again, the misleading calculations of remuneration for First Nations elected officials. It reminded me at the time when as a physician in Ontario, when people were listing the fees taken by physicians, not bringing into account that out of that remuneration to physicians that we actually had to pay our rent, pay our staff, pay the cost of doing business, and that was misleading as though that was income directly to physicians. The Canadian Bar Association has expressed concern that debates which focus on such matters make an informed discussion about the realities of First Nations governments difficult. They have also stated that rather than focusing on legislation that diverts attention from more pressing challenges facing First Nations governments, we encourage a nation-to-nation dialogue be held in the light of constitutional principles. The AFN has expressed concern that the federal government seems increasingly focused on designing First Nations governance from Ottawa, despite the fundamental need for First Nations to undertake this work for themselves for it to be legitimate. And as the member from Nanaimo Cowichan articulated, that this was beautifully done in the Assembly of First Nations discussion on governance and accountability in January of 2006. We shared these concerns about Bill C-27. Unfortunately, this government's decision to cut the National Centre for First Nations Government governance and to slash the funding for tribal councils and other institutions focused on building First Nations capacity is further undermining the ability of First Nations to develop and implement accountability measures. The NCFNG will now be closing its doors early next year. It is hypocrisy to legislate accountability and transparency while cutting funding for the organizations like the NCFNG, whose mandate is to support the process of nation rebuilding and self-government. How can this government justify imposing additional reporting duties while at the same time cutting the resources First Nations have to comply with these requirements? While Bill C-27 is intended to improve the accountability and transparency of First Nations governments to First Nations citizens, the government failed to carry out its constitutional duty to consult with First Nations on the drafting of this legislation or regarding government amendments during the committee stage. Unfortunately, this lack of consultation has resulted in a number of fundamental problems with this bill. The government must work with, not simply on behalf of, Aboriginal peoples, as we promised to do in our original treaty relationship and as expressed was by the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People. Beyond its legal duties to consult, the government also has a moral duty to ensure that First Nations are part of the process to develop good policy that will work for them. But with this bill, the Conservative government is imposing major changes to First Nations financial reporting requirements with no significant prior consultation with those who will have to implement these changes. One of the most shocking things we heard during the committee testimony was the fact that when the government went to the Whitecap Dakota First Nation to announce this bill, Chief Darcy Bear and his council were not permitted to see the bill in its final form. Chief Darcy Bear even wrote to his local Conservative MP and minister, expressing his concerns on December the 11th, 2011, stating, "I do wish to point out that when we were asked to endorse the new bill, we were only provided with a backgrounder on November 22nd, 2011. We did not receive a copy of the actual draft bill until it was introduced in Parliament on November 23rd, 2011, which was after our press conference of that same day. We did not have the opportunity to review and analyze Bill C-27. I do wish to emphasize," the Chief went on, "that we provided our endorsement of the new Bill C-27 based on our support for the former Bill C-575 for the reasons stated above." The Whitecap Dakota First Nation went on to raise serious concerns about the scope and application of Bill C-27. How does this kind of bait-and-switch approach on an accountability bill of all things facilitate trust and partnership with First Nations? Le gouvernement a eu recours à la même approche.
The government used the same flawed approach to dealing with water as it did to matrimonial property. There were no discussions on the details on these bills with stakeholders, and even fewer discussions with the opposition before moving ahead. This approach violates the constitutional approach according to which the government must consult First Nations before making changes to laws and policies affecting them and their institutions and rights.
The government continued this pattern at committee, rejecting all opposition amendments out of hand and refusing to consult broadly on the few government amendments brought forward. The previous Liberal government worked with First Nations to develop a broad-based and comprehensive mutual accountability framework. This framework was included in the Kelowna Accord, which Conservatives tore up in 2006. It was creative. It was built on collaboration, and it was the way forward in terms of building accountability and transparency. First Nations funding arrangements are currently subject to annual allocations, changing program parameters and reporting obligations, as well as unilateral realignment, reductions, and adjustments. Any effort to improve accountability and transparency must be mutual and should include a commitment by the federal government to be accountable for its spending on First Nations programs. Mr. Speaker, as I have indicated, Liberals fully support the principle of proactive disclosure and financial information from First Nations chiefs and council to band members. Clearly, cases of First Nations citizens being denied access to this information are unacceptable. However, we must look at the appropriate accountability relationship for the disclosure of this information. First Nations governments must be accountable to the members of that First Nation, the people who elect them. Reporting requirements should be focused on making sure the members of a First Nation have access to the appropriate information to hold their elected leaders accountable. Therefore, the proactive disclosure provisions in this legislation should apply to First Nations alone. There are existing models from First Nations who have already had strong governance models which can be adopted. For instance, there are examples of bands that already proactively disclose financial statements on password-protected websites. These are the types of creative solutions that result from thorough two-way consultation. The bill also applies to First Nations with financial administration laws made under the First Nations Fiscal Management Act, and this could lead to conflicting reporting requirements. The reporting of salaries and expenses, which the government admitted would have created confusion, was amended, but still requires First Nations leaders to include compensation in their personal capacity. This not only creates serious privacy concerns, but the possibility of misleading information being disclosed regarding First Nations leaders' compensation. Again, the government refused to listen to the expert testimony at committee and rejected opposition amendments on these issues out of hand. Le projet de loi C-27
Bill C-27 does nothing to reduce the very heavy accountability burden, especially for First Nations with limited administrative capabilities.
Necessary First Nations reporting requirements that shift limited capacity from community programs. In her 2002 report, the Auditor General recommended that quote, the federal government should consult with First Nations to review reporting requirements on a regular basis and to determine reporting needs when new programs are set up. As recently as June of 2011, the Auditor General reported government progress towards achieving this needed rationalization as unsatisfactory. The government has failed to make meaningful progress on this issue. First Nations provide a minimum of 168 different financial reports to the four major funding departments, INAC, Health Canada, HRSDC, and CMHC. That's 3 per week. The majority of these communities have less than 500 people. ANC alone receives over 60,000 reports from First Nations annually as a requirement under existing funding agreements. Legislation that adds additional reporting requirements for First Nations must also deal with this overwhelming and often outdated and unnecessary burden of existing reporting requirements. The practical requirements of the legislation have the potential to be unduly burdensome to First Nations. For example, many communities are in remote areas, which impacts both the service delivery and operating expenses. Most communities do not have funding to build the infrastructure necessary for Internet access or the resource to create and maintain their own websites. Again, the government rejected opposition amendments to provide for alternative reporting options to band members. Mr. Speaker, I'd also like to point out that paternalistic lectures about accountability are particularly insulting coming from this Conservative government. The Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister is facing a serious investigation by Canada's Independent Election Authority for spending irregularities and the Intergovernmental Affairs Minister is under a cloud regarding questionable election expenses during the last election. Both still have their jobs, and so much for accountability. And, Mr. Speaker, what about transparency? Bill C-38, a 425-page omnibus bill, which amended over 70 different acts, was rammed through Parliament last spring with no amendments and minimal debate. This fall, the government introduced yet another massive 443-page omnibus bill, tucking in changes to everything from exempting the Detroit-Windsor Bridge from environmental laws to changing the list of navigable waters to changing the definition of Aboriginal fisheries and rules for Aboriginal land ownership. All indications of the government will ram this mammoth bill through completely unchanged as well, First Nations have little to learn about accountability and transparency from this government, where the parliamentary budget officer, who this government enshrined in the 2006 Accountability Act, now has to go to court to get the kind of information that he needs in order to be able to do his job of actually reporting back to Canadians and to members of Parliament and senators on what is actually going on in this government in their spending. This bill is inconsistent with the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People and the Prime Minister's commitment at the Crown First Nations gathering to reset the relationship. Cela fait fi de la nouvelle approche.
It ignores the new approach to managing relations between the Government of Canada and First Nations that should have stemmed from the apology presented in 2008 on residential schools.
As I've stated, Liberals support the underlying goal of the legislation, but we are very concerned about how it was brought to this House and how the lack of consultation and collaboration in its development has resulted in a fatally, fundamentally flawed legislation. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? L'honorable député de Bromé-Missisquoi.
The Honourable Member for Bromé-Missisquoi. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her remarks. I'd like to start by stating that I, too, find it deplorable that the Bill C-27 is, for the 29th time, under a time allocation motion. I would like to ask my colleague the following question. First of all, Aboriginal governments are among the most transparent across the country. They agree with ongoing improvement, with consultation, but the real problem is that they have faced a paternalistic approach for decades. This has put chiefs into a position where they're responsible for implementing federal decisions under the Indian Act. So not only is this inappropriate, but is a recipe for disaster. I'd like my colleague to comment on those remarks from First Nations leaders. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for his excellent question. It's very sad that the government hasn't learned the importance of avoiding these kind of paternalistic approaches. But also the importance of putting forth and using an approach for transparency and accountability. The First Nations are a model of transparency and accountability, an example, and I think that the government could learn a lesson, should learn a lesson from the First Nations, and not the contrary.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? L'honorable député de Sherbrooke.
The Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for her remarks, her very interesting remarks. I'd like to know if she agrees with me that the government doesn't have any lessons on transparency. Now, when I saw this bill, it called for transparency for First Nations, I was shocked. I was flabbergasted. Flabbergasted by this bill calling for First Nations transparency when the most when we're not seeing that from the government. Can the Honourable Member comment on that?
Merci. Je suis absolument d'accord.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I completely agree.
flabbergasted that it is un peu riche pour ce gouvernement.
And it's a bit rich for the government to how do you say preaching in French? To preach to First Nations when the Auditor General of Canada said many times that the lack of transparency and accountability on the part of the Department of Indian and Northern Affairs is the real problem.
Joint commentaire, questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Brampton West.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I listened to my colleague's statement today, and she seemed to be alluding that somehow Chief Bear was in the dark on this legislation. And, Mr. Speaker, that's just not the truth. We did extensive consultation, including in the previous incarnation of this legislation by the member from Saskatoon, Rosetown, Biggar. And I can tell you the two concerns that were raised by Chief Bear have been addressed in this bill, separating out certain types of expenses. So when she's talking about that there's some kind of lack of transparency, that's just not the truth. And actually, Chief Bear is now fully supportive of this legislation. So my real question to the member is, she was there at committee. She heard from individual members who came and begged our government to do something because when they ask for salary and remuneration from their band council, sometimes there's intimidation, sometimes there's threats. What does she have to say to members of the community who are begging for this legislation when she's opposing it? How is she going to help them?
The Honourable Member for St. Paul's.
I would encourage the member to listen to what the testimony of the Minister of Aboriginal Affairs when he came to committee, where he had to admit there was no consultation, the officials as well, no consultation on this bill. The consultation was on the previous bill. Chief Darcy Bear's support was for the previous bill. This bill actually reached far beyond the scope of the previous private member's bill, and again created all of these problems that Chief Darcy Bear had to put in the letter to that member and to the minister. It is appalling that when the officials and the minister were asked how many complaints have they had, because of course the minister already does have the power to have a First Nation release the data to a member of that community that has complained. They had literally no data, something around 200 complaints a year. They had no data as whether all those complaints came from the same person, whether they all were respecting the same band. There was absolutely no data in terms of supporting why this kind of legislation had to come forward, and no excuse for having not consulted in this huge difference between the original private members bill and this government bill, and the fact that the government amendments have had to fix that because of the very clear speaking of Chief Darcy Bear and the First Nations, who were appalled that there was this bait and switch of support for the principles of a private members bill that then the government bill way exceeds the intent of the original private members bill, and First Nations have found this totally insulting.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? L'honorable député de Drummond.
The Honourable Member for Drummond. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill has to do with transparency. It's kind of strange that it comes from a government that does quite the opposite of being transparent. This is about the 30th time that we've been muzzled in our work. We've been prevented from debating a bill. And here in the House currently, we can clearly see that it's strange coming from this government, this bill, the situation of First Nations is going to not be improved in any way. First Nations seek independence, autonomy. This is going to do nothing to help them thrive and flourish. So what's the real purpose behind this bill? Why is the government requiring something of First Nations that it's not even doing itself? In fact, the Parliamentary Budget Officer has taken them to court to try to get access to budget information.
St. Paul, you have about a minute.
Yes, I thank the member for the question, and we have to remember that this is sort of in the week after the parliamentary budget officers had to go to court to actually get the information that he requires in order to do his job. It's the information commissioner who just is appalled, department by department by department, at the lack of transparency. It's the access to information requests that are now still in bankers' boxes without searchable information. But I don't know how many Grandin toy trucks pull up to this government with black magic marker boxes to be able to erase all of the information that might be remotely interesting to Canadians in order for them to hold this government to account. And, of course, the inability of Parliament to hold this government to account because they won't even give us the information on crime bills, on F-35s, or on anything that we are being expected to vote on here in this House.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate.
The honourable member for Wild Rose.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise on this piece of legislation today. Mr. Speaker, there are those who argue that it's not necessary to enshrine transparency and accountability into legislation governing First Nations financial transactions. And those people appear to be content to let band officials decide whether they want to make the information about how a community funds are spent available to their members. They seem willing to leave such decisions to chance. Complaints from some First Nations residents about their community leaders certainly seem to verify this observation, at least in certain cases. I remind the House that we've heard disturbing tales about abuses of power. For example, Quebec resident Michael Benedict is a member of the Coalition of Abenaki Citizens for a Just, Transparent, and Accountable Abenaki Government. He reported that, and I quote, "My spouse and I have been harassed, my house vandalized, and members of our local accountability organization have been intimidated for speaking out." He went on to say, again I quote, "Local elected officials were afraid we would empower Abenaki citizens to take a stand against abuse of power, misappropriation of public money, and unavailability of information. Bill C-27 will help improve transparency." We have heard similar concerns in other parts of the country as well, Mr. Speaker. Bev Brown of the Squamish First Nation, for instance, has said, and I quote, "When grassroots people request financial information from band council, they are often threatened with support cuts from the band and are shunned in the community." Like Michael Benedict, she believes, and again I'll quote her, "Bill C-27 will help band members because it will allow them to view the material online and anonymously." Mr. Speaker, the problem boils down to this. Even though community members may ask for details about remuneration for their chiefs and their councillors, unless their leaders choose to release this information, there is no guarantee they will ever see it. Now, one shouldn't jump to the conclusion that this is the norm. Certainly, many First Nations make every effort to provide this information to their community members. The Kanawaki Mohawk Council, which is forthcoming with this kind of financial information, is a case in point. There is no question that some bound councils display these records on their website, while others provide details in householder mailings or posted in their band offices, and for that they should be commended. But it appears that this is not the practice followed by all. The fact is, every year the federal government receives complaints from First Nation residents that they cannot find what the salaries their chiefs and councillors receive are, or what specific work they do to earn their pay. Nor is there any accountability regarding reimbursement of expenses for activities which sometimes are a complete mystery to community members. In fact, many First Nation members don't get to see the community's audited consolidated financial statements at all. In those cases, everything may in fact be above board, and the salaries or other financial compensation being paid to First Nation leaders may well be worth every last penny. But unless the books are open for the community members to judge, there is simply no way to know if that's true. Mr. Speaker, testimony given before the Standing Committee on Aboriginal Affairs and Northern Development, of which I'm a member, which examined the legislation earlier this fall, suggests the examples I've cited are not isolated situations. Research data from the Aboriginal Governance Index presented by the Frontier Centre for Public Policy indicates that 25% of First Nations fail to provide financial information regarding salaries and expenses to their band members. Admittedly, this is not the majority, but I am sure that all parties would agree, or certainly should agree, that 1 in 4 is very high. Indeed, even one such incident is one too many in a country that prides itself on being a democracy. While compensation disclosure is basic information that is freely and easily available in all other jurisdictions in Canada, too many of the country's First Nations leaders still refuse to make it available to their members. This despite the fact that this country's chiefs have acknowledged the need to be more forthcoming. Let me remind my honourable colleagues that chiefs belonging to the Assembly of First Nations passed a resolution at their Special Chiefs Assembly in December of 2010 regarding financial disclosure. They affirmed the need to publicly release information regarding salaries and expenses to their members. They also agreed to make financial information available via the Internet, where applicable. Just over half of the more than 600 First Nations have their own websites. However, to date, very few have actually posted salary and remuneration information on the Internet. This doesn't suggest that all the others have anything to hide, but it does confirm that good intentions don't automatically translate into good results. The current voluntary approach clearly does not always satisfy First Nations members' right to know. Mr. Speaker, the assurance of a transparent, accountable local government is the minimum that First Nations members should expect in a democracy like ours. What First Nations residents deserve and want is transparency and tangible information from their elected representatives when it comes to such issues. This Act will ensure that there are written, legal, binding guarantees that financial information will be freely and regularly released by First Nations governments to local residents. The legislation will remove any opportunity to leave financial disclosure open to interpretation. It will put an end to the questionable practices of some leaders who think they do not need to account for their salaries and expenses or for the way financial decisions are made. First Nation governments are the only governments in Canada that do not currently have a legislated requirement to make this basic financial information public. The bill before us is designed to address this gap. Once passed, the Act will require all First Nations that are not under a self-government agreement to publish the salaries and expenses these communities pay to their chiefs and councillors on an annual basis. This means they would need to disclose things like wages, commissions, bonuses, fees, honoraria, dividends, and any other financial or non-monetary benefits they may receive. The entire remuneration received by chiefs and councillors would be disclosed, not just the portion of their remuneration paid for from funds transferred by Aboriginal Affairs and Northern Development Canada. The proposed Act also stipulates that information must be provided about spending related to transportation, accommodations, meals, hospitality, and other expenses. I would note, however, that Bill C-27 would focus only on the political leaders of First Nations governments. It would not apply, again, it would not apply to their appointed officials or senior staff. Mr. Speaker, this proposed legislation goes further than Bill C-575, the private member's bill on which it is based. My honourable colleagues will recall that it died on the order paper when the last election was called. This new act builds on the basic tenets of that earlier legislation, but goes further. Under Bill C-27, Aboriginal Affairs in Northern Development Canada will also be required to publish the audited consolidated financial statements as well as the schedule of remuneration for elected officials for First Nations all across Canada as soon as this information is available. It is expected that these records would also be made available in band offices as well as posted on their websites. As I know, not every First Nation has a website. The community could request that another organization, such as a tribal council, a First Nation organization, or even Aboriginal and Northern Development Canada itself, post the information on its behalf. In addition, the new Act would require that audited, consolidated financial statements of First Nation governments be prepared annually and disclosed to community members and to the general public. The audited, consolidated financial statements would include information related to any entities which, according to generally accepted accounting principles, are to be consolidated with the financial statements of the First Nation, such as band-owned businesses. Before anyone suggests that this could hurt those businesses' competitiveness, let me set the record straight. Bill C-27 would not require each individual business owned by the band to publish its detailed financial statements. All that is asked for is the publication of audited, consolidated financial statements of the First Nation as a whole. This would include entities which, according to accounting rules, are consolidated with the First Nation, including band-owned businesses. This is simply standard accounting practice. These same principles and rules already apply to government-owned businesses all across Canada. It is important to recognize that these statements are highly aggregated. Consequently, they would not be required to reveal any proprietary information that would undermine the competitiveness of a First Nations business or that of its partners. In fact, in response to concerns raised by witnesses appearing before the Standing Committee, the language of the bill has been amended to ensure it matches this spirit and intent. Mr. Speaker, I also want to be very clear about something else. We're not trying to create extra paperwork or to add red tape that might deter communities from attracting business development. Bill C-27 has been crafted so that no new reports are required. Again, no new reports are required. And don't forget that First Nations are already required to produce annual consolidated financial statements, audited by independent, accredited professional auditors, and schedules of remuneration and expenses for the chiefs and for the councillors are a condition of their funding agreements with the federal government. All that will change once this bill becomes law is that First Nations will be legally obligated to share this information with the members of their bands. As I've already noted, many First Nations elected officials already practice transparent and accountable reporting of their actions. Indeed, this is a requirement of self-government agreements, which explains why communities with signed agreements will be exempt from this act. However, those who have yet to demonstrate openness and willingness to be accountable to their community members must be held to this same standard, Mr. Speaker. And that is what the First Nations Financial Transparency Act will ensure. Any concerns that First Nations members have about how their community's monies are managed can be addressed if First Nations governments meet this new accountability standard. Mr. Speaker, this legislation is a win-win-win, no matter how you look at it. Most essential, Bill C-27 will make sure that First Nations residents have access to the necessary information to make sound decisions about their leadership and about their community's future. This goes to the very heart of a democratic society. Equally important, Mr. Speaker, it will enhance the confidence of all Canadians in First Nations governments. And perhaps most promising, this act will assure potential investors that they can safely enter into joint financial agreements and business undertakings with First Nations. This could lead to social and economic improvements in the lives and livelihoods of First Nation members. When businesses create those kinds of opportunities, it opens up a whole new prospects for First Nations members. It can provide jobs and economic opportunities, and that can make a real difference in many of these communities. As the Winnipeg Free Press stated in an editorial about Bill C-27 on November 23rd, the transparency law may not spark a revolution, but it will certainly enhance accountability and could lead to demands for more reforms, which are desperately needed to raise the living standards of Canada's First people. And that, at the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, is really what this bill is all about. It provides the legislative foundation upon which to build strong communities and strong economies to create a better quality of life for people living on reserve. It's those opportunities, the business prospects, the economic growth, the jobs that can be created. That's what we're talking about here, Mr. Speaker. First Nations members, indeed all Canadians, need Bill C-27. This legislation will ensure that First Nation community members can count on law and reason rather than passion when it comes to good government. They will have written assurance that they can hold their leaders to account. Frankly, Mr. Speaker, I cannot fathom why there would be any opposition to this reasoned and reasonable legislation. I, for one, am proud to stand behind this progressive act that will put to an end practices that are all too often denying First Nations people the same access to fundamental financial freedom as other Canadians. The First Nations Financial Transparency Act will guarantee that First Nations residents will enjoy the same democratic rights as all other Canadians. What have I got for time, Mr. Speaker? About 3-4 minutes, I believe? 3 minutes? Okay, thank you. Just so I can make sure that I get all the relevant points in, so I appreciate that. You know, Mr. Speaker, many First Nations, of course, as I've already mentioned, already provide this information to their members. And it's the same kind of information that's available to citizens across Canada, certainly here in this House as members of Parliament and in the other place. Our salaries, of course, are disclosed. They're disclosed through the Parliament of Canada Act and through the Salaries Act. You know, those legislations do is they lay out a formula that is a transparent formula to calculate our salaries and provide for the publication of those details, both for regular incomes and for special allowances that are added to the salaries of MPs who take on extra responsibilities. And it's also, of course, subject to conflict of interest and ethics legislation. And certainly the Government of Canada is not, by any means, Mr. Speaker, the only jurisdiction that requires this disclosure. Many provinces across Canada require similar transparency and accountability. Certainly, there's examples from Newfoundland and Labrador where their province has a Financial Accountability Act that commits the provincial legislature to table public accounts each year. Certainly in Prince Edward Island and New Brunswick, there's similar laws as well, Mr. Speaker. Ontario, Saskatchewan, and Alberta all have legislation governing the duty of municipalities to prepare and publish annual financial statements. Territorial governments also hold themselves to this standard. The Government of the Northwest Territories makes its annual financial statements readily available on its website. The Government of Nunavut, through their Financial Administration Act, requires the government to publicly account for its expenditures for the previous year by laying out the public accounts before the Legislative Assembly. Precise wording of transparency and accountability legislation obviously varies from province to province, but the fact remains that almost all Canadian taxpayers have a guarantee in law that they can access basic financial information that they require in order to hold their elected representatives accountable for their decisions and their actions. And I think that's only to be expected in a democracy, Mr. Speaker. The First Nations Financial Transparency Act will guarantee that First Nations residents will enjoy the same democratic rights as all other Canadians, Mr. Speaker. Bill C-27 is good for First Nations communities, it's good for business, and it's good for democracy. For all these reasons, I encourage all parties to give this proposed legislation their full endorsement. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for St. Lambert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would first like to thank my colleague for his speech and point out the fact that the terms transparency, accountability, and democracy are not part of the vocabulary of this government. And speaking of a lack of democracy, when we refer to this bill, this is the 29th bill that has been the object of a time allocation in this House to prevent further debate, and it would be more suitable for this bill to be able to pursue further debate. The First Nations have called upon the government to work with them to develop better mechanisms for transparency and governance, and I would like to ask my honourable colleague why the government continues to ignore this opportunity for collaboration.
The Honourable Member for Wild Rose.
Well, I thank the member for her question. Certainly, the very heart of this legislation is, of course, accountability and transparency, and that's something that our government has made a very high priority. In fact, it's you only have to look as far as the first thing that our government did upon taking office, which was the Federal Accountability Act, to demonstrate that commitment, that very strong commitment that our government has to ensuring accountability and to ensuring transparency. And certainly, I find it troubling that colleagues across the way in the opposition parties would somehow feel that First Nations members are not deserving, for some reason, of that same accountability and transparency as all other Canadians have in the disclosure of financial information and the disclosure of the remuneration of their chiefs and their councillors. It's very hard for me to understand why opposition members would feel that accountability and transparency is not worthy of their support. It's very, very unfortunate, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for West.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and encouraged to hear my colleague's speech to outline the importance of this legislation. And certainly I hear the comments continuously from the opposition members to talk about how can you talk about transparency, your government's not transparent. What those questions actually show is a complete misunderstanding of this particular piece of legislation. This legislation is going to actually publish salary and remuneration of chief and council. We do that here in this House. So to say there's a comparison is just absolutely false. They also talk about that this is some kind of a higher standard. Perhaps my friend could comment on whether or not this piece of legislation places standards on First Nations governments that are any different from the standards on the Canadian government or the federal government.
The honourable member for Wild Rose.
Well, I thank my colleague for his question, and I certainly thank him for his efforts alongside myself and other members of the government on the committee that's spent time studying this legislation and certainly his contributions to it. So thank him for that as well, but I do thank him for the question. And the answer to his question is certainly not. You know, as I said earlier, I think that you know, all Canadians deserve the same rights to accountability and transparency, and certainly, you know, here as members of Parliament, as I said in my comments, you know, our you know, salaries certainly are disclosed to taxpayers, and also the formula under which they're calculated is disclosed to taxpayers, and you know, that is an important part of accountability and transparency, being able to demonstrate to taxpayers how their money has been spent and where it goes, and certainly what the remuneration of elected officials are. And you know, many First Nations governments in Canada. I think there's about 600 First Nations that are you know, bands under the subsection of the Indian Act that we're talking about, and certainly many of them do disclose this information. But I think it's important that all Canadians have access, including all members of all First Nations, have access to that information, which does provide that basic accountability and transparency that we provide here, that many legislators and provincial legislators and municipal governments in Canada do provide as well. So I believe all Canadians should be treated equally, and this is what this does.
Questions and comments?
For Bonavista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor.
Just a very quick question. He just mentioned about the parity between a member of Parliament or someone in the government as with the band executive. So my question, very simply, he's implying that, and I'm assuming that the spirit of his speech was about a band member walking into the band executive and saying, "Show me the books." Would he allow that very same person specifically to walk into his office and say, "I want to open the books"? And would this member open the books of all of his expenses in his office to that person? Simple question.
The honourable member for Wild Rose.
Well, I appreciate the question, Mr. Speaker. You know, again, I'll reiterate to my colleague how important accountability and transparency has been for our government, and certainly, you know, when you look at us as members of Parliament, you know, certainly our salaries are certainly disclosed, and you know, the information about the basic information is also provided as well, and certainly, you know, I think all this legislation does is expect of First Nations the very same information being disclosed that is already.
Order. Could honourable members please pay attention to their colleague who has the floor? Questions and... Oh, pardon me.
I was being rudely interrupted, of course, there, and I did yield the floor to you to call to order, and I appreciate you doing that. But you know, it's unfortunate when you know, a question is asked that the answer isn't something that they're interested in hearing. And the reason they're not interested in hearing it is because the answer is quite simple. We're expecting the very same accountability and transparency of the First Nations governments that is expected of all other governments in Canada. And I fail to understand why my colleague in the opposition and the other colleagues would feel that that's not important for First Nations people to have that accountability and transparency the same as we do.
Questions and comments? The honourable member from Manicouagan. I particularly appreciated the speech of my colleague, and I particularly appreciated the part about the obligation for financial disclosure on the part of Crown corporations, but I would like to know on what basis he is founding himself for insisting that First Nations communities have an obligation to disclose with which equals that of Canadian citizens. Why does he want to ban councils to disclose to Canadian citizens financial information that that could have interest with regard to corporations?
Well, I do thank him for his question. Certainly, as I indicated in my remarks, what we're talking about here is aggregated information. We're talking about audited financial statements, and I don't believe that there's anything that will certainly harm any proprietary business interests in doing so. What this legislation is seeking to do is just simply to provide to First Nations members that same accountability, that same transparency that is provided to all other Canadians. And it's, again, very troubling to me and very difficult for me to understand why the opposition would see any reason to oppose that very basic accountability and transparency. That's the hallmark of democracy. It's something that has been very important to our government, certainly something that has been well documented and indicated in our actions as a government, and certainly bringing forward as our first act, Federal Accountability Act, is a very clear example of that. And it's just very unfortunate that the opposition would feel that First Nations members should not have that same accountability and transparency and that very same basic democracy that's expected of, for all other Canadians. It's very, very troubling to me.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Manicouagan. Mr. Speaker, at the outset I would like to specify that I will be splitting my time with my colleague from Churchill. It's a tremendous honour for me to speak out against the First Nations Financial Transparency Bill at third reading. Now, Mr. Speaker, I have the tremendous honor and privilege because last week I spoke to the same bill and that there was a certain media hoopla around it, and I was called upon myself to give a number of interviews to different media outlets, both regional and national, and some of my colleagues, it makes you wonder whether some of my colleagues are not mechanized puppets that can be manipulated with a USB key. But I did hear some of my Conservative colleagues speak very robotically to the topic without even moving their eyelids. And they spoke out on it in a very cold and inhuman fashion on the subject. And that allowed me, by performing a general analysis of the speeches that were given in-house and that we heard through the media. And this is where my background as a criminal defense lawyer comes into play. So my analysis showed me certain flaws that are irritants, because when the Conservatives speak to the media, they try and hide these flaws in order to dissipate any doubt and even to mislead people regarding the merits of this bill. So this principle was instilled in me at a very young age, and I'm going to repeat this. In 2007, when I started working for Legal Aid, I worked with the traveling courts, and in 2007 I dealt with some 400 criminal files and some psychiatric files as well. So I learned at a very, very early age to find the flaws in the arguments of my opposing parties. This was a team of 6 or 7 people in Sept-Îles, and they do a very good job, but it allowed me to practice over the years. And what I saw during the cross-examination is that when the Crown prosecutor introduced his prosecution, I would take notes, and that allowed me to analyze his arguments and the testimony of his witnesses and to find the flaws therein. And here, visibly, there are flaws. So, as I usually do, and according to the principles that were instilled in my employer, and I'd like to say hello to him, I would like to underscore the principles that have been of great assistance to me. The gradual growth of palpable tension in this House whenever issues of First Nations accountability come up, the haphazard government intervention on the issue, and the questionable choice of messengers selected to robotically deliver the lines dictated by the conservative elite lead me to perceive certain defects clearly besetting the bill before us. Now, as I said earlier, Mr. Speaker, my first reflexes are to point out the flaws in this bill. And I've already spoke about that when I put the question to my colleague earlier. So the flaw lies with the economic instances in a community. Across the country, the rules that apply to corporations must be the same, simply from a competitive point of view. And my colleagues should agree with me because they always trumpet how important economic development is in this country, and therefore the rules should be the same across the country. Otherwise, we could open ourselves up to prosecution. And what I'm going to argue today, and I am quite sure that the communities across the country, and I'm sure that especially the prosecutors are taking notes right now, and I'm quite sure that prosecutors who work for different communities are already preparing their cases, depending on whether this bill is adopted or not. I can't extrapolate, but I know full well that there are arguments that are being put in place right now. So we must understand that the Conservatives, when they went out and before the media, I don't know if this was done off camera, but they tried to reassure journalists that this bill would have no impact and that there would be no disclosure of financial statements on the part of corporations in which band councils could have certain interests, and that the corporations would not be obliged to do so, in which the band councils or leaders of the band councils could have certain interests. So, Mr. Speaker, if we look at the wording of the bill as it is proposed here, we're talking about accountability, and I'm insisting here on accountability that applies not only to the community but to all Canadians. And that is what I'm trying to show through my arguments here today, is that these measures, well, they're talking about First Nations transparency, but in reality, Mr. Speaker, what they're trying to do is expose corporations and the communities. It must be understood that communities have come up with their own systems very autonomously because they were isolated and cut off from mainstream society. And that is why they have come up with innovative systems and initiatives to meet their population's needs, but also to respond to the adversarial nature of life on reserve. That is why the companies and the entities within the communities are quite different than what is common in the rest of the country. And that is to our advantage because it respects the economic differences in this country. But
the Conservatives and previous governments see that as an irritant, in fact, because there's very little funding going in to the reserve, because we're quite opposed to that. We're monitoring things from the outside. There is a great deal of information that was gathered, in fact, and it was shown that in the past, some information made its way to the communities. And so that gives you an idea of the kind of climate that exists there, the hermetic nature of communities. But what they're trying to do here, Mr. Speaker, with this bill, and this is my perception, my comments they're trying to do here is to enable groups with specific interests in Canada to take a look and to observe what's happening in Aboriginal communities. It's deplorable, it's reprehensible, Mr. Speaker, because that information, that financial information, for most corporations across the country, and as I said, the Conservative government is very much linked to those corporations, and to corporations, in fact, that they are involved in. There are auditors who've been appointed by the government itself that can't extract that information from certain corporations. But I've only got a minute left. My goodness, this is, I'm always accustomed to speaking 8 minutes, and now I'm running out of time. So according to my own analysis, when we look at this bill from a legal perspective, Mr. Speaker, I find it inconsistent. When I worked for my own band council, I worked as legal counsel for 2 years. I worked for the council, and I gradually saw an attempt by provincial and federal authorities to interfere in the economic activity of the First Nations. That's reprehensible, and that's why I would say, Mr. Speaker, that the government is exposing itself to legal recourse. Thank you.
Question et commentaire. Question à l'honorable député de...
The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I thank my colleague for Manicouagan for his remarkable speech. He always seeks to get to the bottom of issues. And there are certain aspects that were very troubling aspects that he didn't have enough time to cover off. The issue that accountability can go so far that we really must look at how much of an impact it will have on the dignity of these communities. Mr. Speaker, this is the umpteenth attempt to subordinate Aboriginal peoples in this country. So I'd like my colleague to have some time to speak to that aspect.
L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Manicouagan. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to explain that band councils have an obligation to be accountable to the bands, but not to the rest of the population of Canada. And this is something that we're seeing develop as a trend. People keep saying that our taxes are being used to fund band councils, but that doesn't take into account their economic independence, etc. So what the government is trying to do is to please certain pressure groups, certain lobby groups who have a lot of influence over the government. They're saying, well, it would be a good idea to provide this information because we're going to find a way to force these communities to disclose this information. Mr. Speaker, this will expose the government to legal action.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for St. John's East.
I want to thank the member Manicouagan for his excellent remarks. I wonder if he could comment on the general principle that was raised at committee by the AFN Regional Chief for British Columbia, Jody Wilson-Raybould. And he's talked about the notion of accountability. Our collective task is to ensure that all systems of government are accountable and that they're meeting certain standards. And when he says that, he says, what it's really about with respect to our nations, the Aboriginal peoples, is to ensure appropriate political, legal and financial accountability as part of nation building or rebuilding. But then he goes on to say that the bigger issue is not about accountability per se, but is whether who should be responsible to determine the rules that apply to our governments and our governing bodies. The simple answer is that our nation should be. Would you care to comment on that?
The Honourable Member for Manicouagan. I thank my colleague for his question, and Mr. Speaker, self-determination was put forth for a reason. The government is supposedly defending it. They made some historic declarations, etc. First Nations must conduct their work within the community. It must be developed on a consensus basis, and it must come from the center of these communities. It can't be something that's simply dreamt up and put together by apparatchiks which are far removed from the communities located here in Ottawa. That's not the way things must be done. Yes, they must be accountable, and yes, in some cases there are some problems. However, these are issues revolving around Indian quiddity that must be addressed by the community. It's a culture, it's an oral-based culture. The bulk, if not the vast majority of these communities use these kinds of traditions. We need to stick with that today. Accountability is important, but it's not an initiative developed here in the Parliament of Canada that will foster development along these lines.
The honourable member for Churchill.
Mr. Speaker, and I'm experiencing a strong case of déjà vu as I rise in the House to speak to C-27, a bill that I had an opportunity to speak to at second reading, but also one more time where I'm rising in the House following fellow colleagues to speak to what is imposed legislation that fails to consult with First Nations properly, that fails to address perhaps the root challenges that First Nations as well as Canadians would like to see addressed. And yet one other tool of division that this government is using to be able to deflect from their own, frankly, lack of accountability to the most marginalized group of people in our own country, and using that same tool to divide us and to divide communities. And that, Mr. Speaker, is a sad assessment of where this government is taking our country. And I'll start off by speaking as a member for Churchill, as somebody who has the honour of representing 33 First Nations in northern Manitoba, some of which of these First Nations face incredible challenges. All of them face incredible challenges. In fact, whether it's in terms of access to health care, access to housing, access to education, access to infrastructure, access to employment opportunities, the list goes on and on and on, making for what many of us say is a third world reality that exists in our own country here in Canada today. And instead of actually acting to be able to work in partnership with First Nations, to be able to put an end to these third world living conditions and to these real challenges that First Nations face in Canada, this government has chosen once again to impose its own top-down approach, and an approach that's very much rooted in a colonial way of doing things, that the government knows best, that First Nations don't need to be heard, that capacity and human resources, as well as financial resources don't matter, and instead all that matters is inflammatory press releases and calling on and using the politics of division to deflect from what the real issues in fact are. And that I find is fundamentally unjust and really maybe unbecoming of what the Canadian federal government ought to be doing. And I'd begin by pointing to the fact that the question of accountability is one that is very pressing for all Canadians, First Nations, Métis, Aboriginal Canadians, and non-Aboriginal Canadians as well. I know certainly visiting in the First Nations that I represent, people want to make sure that funds are used appropriately. People want to make sure that the right kind of investments are being made. But fundamentally, what we all know is that listening to First Nations as to how they best would approach the issue of accountability is the way to go. And if I can add one moment that this is not, this discussion around accountability isn't just happening in a vacuum. I mean, we've seen this same federal government dismiss the whole notion of accountability when it comes to itself. I mean, we recall the purchase of $16 orange juices, the use of Coast Guard trips for trips that clearly had no connection with any sort of emergency situation. We know of certainly investigations that have taken place and are taking place around electoral discrepancies that involve donations. We've also heard of ministers and certainly members of Parliament fail to come clean when it comes to serious questions that we in the opposition have on the use of finances, and perhaps the best example is the omnibus budget bills. If this government was so interested in accountability and transparency, then why wouldn't they allow us to be able to get through on the serious changes that this government is proposing through these omnibus budget bills? I mean, if they were really wanting to be a model in terms of accountability for all of Canadians, then they would be using that same kind of tough on accountability stand on themselves. But, Mr. Speaker, this is the irony of the situation. Once again, this federal government, this Conservative government, is keen to point to First Nations, to approach them in a patriarchal and a top-down approach that isn't suitable of a federal government, certainly a Canadian federal government after all of what we've learned over the last few decades. And instead, we're seeing basically the clock be rolled back in terms of fair dealings based on a government-to-government relationship with First Nations. And this is, of course, in light of the fact that the Prime Minister himself made what he claimed to be a sincere apology to residential school survivors, that it would be a new day, that there would be a new way of doing things. Well, Mr. Speaker, all we've seen is a breaking of that commitment, a breaking of that promise, and nowhere is that more clearly felt than on the First Nations themselves. And I want to note that we as New Democrats believe that Bill C-27 must be considered in the context of the June 2011 findings by the Auditor General, that despite repeated audits recommending numerous reforms over the last decade, the federal government has failed abysmally to address worsening conditions for First Nations. In particular, the Auditor General has noted the reporting burden on First Nations has worsened in recent years. The Auditor General repeatedly recommended reducing the reporting burden and clearly understanding the demands made on First Nations, since many of the reports aren't even accessible. So all to say that if the government only listened to what the in-depth report made by the Auditor General even just over a year ago, we wouldn't be in this situation. But, Mr. Speaker, it's clear that the government takes issue with senior officers that Parliament ought to consult with. We've seen this in other areas, and facts and evidence-based conclusions are certainly not what this government is interested in. Raising the ire of First Nations people, Aboriginal people, is their way of dealing with things. Dividing people based on this notion of accountability that they themselves can't follow is the way they choose to move forward. And that, Mr. Speaker, is fundamentally hypocritical. The NDP does not support this bill. We believe that that Bill C-27 does nothing to increase accountability of First Nations governments to their people. It also applies standards that are greater than those for elected officials in many other jurisdictions. And that's, I believe, Mr. Speaker, a very important point that many Canadians won't know thanks to this government's misinformation when it comes to this very bill. And what I would ask them to do is is as they reach out to regions like mine, because I'm sure they're going to come after me and say that I oppose Bill C-27. They won't actually put the facts in there as to why we in the NDP oppose it, because they're not interested in facts. And instead, they'll riff off of the politics of division and of disrespect, and frankly, Mr. Speaker, I'm ashamed to say it, but also the politics of hate. And when we're talking about the need to understand the double standard that's being applied here, this notion that elected officials in any other jurisdiction would have a lesser standard to live up to than First Nations leaders is something that is worth considering, that I'd ask that the Conservative members think of, and I would finish off by asking them fundamentally to think about the need to move on, to actually work with First Nations to address the serious issues they face, including the desire for accountability, but in an appropriate way, to address the third world living conditions Aboriginal people in Canada face. And that's when a federal government's actually providing leadership. And if they're not willing to do it, then the NDP is willing to take their place. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Winnipeg South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was listening to the member for Churchill speak about this bill, and I think I feel that she has strayed into some very unseemly territory. I don't believe that she should have suggested that we've been operating with the politics of hate. As an Aboriginal person, I'm very happy to debate her on policy issues, but as a member of this government, to suggest that myself or any one of us are engaged in the politics of hate against First Nations people, it's astounding for her to suggest that. So I'd like for her to clarify.
The Honourable Member for Churchill.
And I'd encourage members to read Hansard to get at what I actually referred to. But the member across knows well, being from the same hometown that I am, the kinds of ads that were placed by the Conservative Party in my campaign, and the kind of messaging that both overt and covert, subtle messaging that was used to turn people against Aboriginal communities and the very needs that they have. How shameful that kind of messaging is when what we don't need is more division, and what we do need is for people to come together, for this government to actually work in partnership with First Nations and engage Canadians in the real challenges they face. I mean, the fact that Aboriginal people, because they are Aboriginal and live in Aboriginal communities, face a standard of living far less than average Canadian standard of living is unacceptable. So I'd wish that the government would consider that notion and get us passionate about that point and the need to act to address those very conditions with First Nations people rather than changing the subject.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the comments made by the member, and I want to pick up on the idea of consulting with people. And I think at the end of the day that we need to recognize that it's more than just a consultation. At the end of the day, we have to recognize that there is very strong First Nation leadership that is there today, that's very real, that has the ability to be able to provide the guidance necessary in order to improve the living conditions on and off reserve. And, you know, a good example in terms of how successful negotiations can be would have been when Paul Martin, as Prime Minister, sat down with First Nations and others, and through consensus and strong leadership from our First Nations, was able to come up with the Kelowna Accord. And, Mr. Speaker, I believe that that's what is lacking today, is this sense of being able to work with our First Nation leaders and others in terms of being able to resolve the problems that are there today, so that, in fact, we can be moving together forward. And I think that's what's really important. And I'm wondering if she might want to provide comment on the importance of recognizing First Nation leadership in dealing with issues such as this?
The honourable member for Churchill.
Thank you for such a critical point. It must be raised, the need for consultation. We're seeing a complete lack of appropriate consultation take place on one piece of legislation after the other, which really speaks to this Conservative government's lack of desire to properly consult with First Nations people, which is really a step backward. And I'd like to read into the record the Assembly of First Nations report on this very issue. If the issue were only of transparency, then perhaps the bill would be fine. But as we have described, the issue is not so simple. This was the precursor, Bill C-575, favors the further transfer of accountability away from First Nations, thereby only further entrenching the Indian Act and strengthening the Department of Aboriginal Affairs' role in this regard. This is not a solution. It is a short-sighted reaction to alarmist headlines. In fact, it takes us backwards. The Assembly of First Nations has indicated both on C-575 but also in terms of C-27 that this is a way backwards. And when the Assembly of First Nations says that, we don't need any clearer indication as to what is wrong with this government's practices. And I'm proud that we in the NDP stand with First Nations and stand with the Assembly of First Nations.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Peace River.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, our country's forefathers knew a thing or two about accountability. Remember that peace, order, and good government thing? They were founding objectives of government institutions here in Canada under our Constitution. The Fathers of Confederation followed the lead of our other Commonwealth countries in that era that assumed these objectives, including Australia, New Zealand, South Africa, and Ireland. Since Canada's formation, since Confederation, the provinces and municipalities of this country have also adopted these values and principles, recognizing the necessity and the value of good government. And with this legislation, First Nation members can now rely on these values as well and be guaranteed of these principles. The provinces and territories, and by extension municipalities which are governed by them, have all acknowledged the need for transparency and accountability, the foundation of good government. And that is why, Mr. Speaker, Canada's First Nation people need Bill C-27. As my honourable colleagues will undoubtedly agree, accountability requires transparency, something currently lacking in some First Nation communities today. Some actually refuse to divulge the information that most Canadians would commonly expect, which denies their members access to essential information about their community's affairs. It leaves them wondering just how much are their chiefs and councillors being paid, and why are their leaders desiring to keep this information out of the public view. Mr. Speaker, First Nation members have the right to expect a higher standard. Indeed, they deserve the same measure of accountability and transparency enjoyed by other Canadians who are assured of access to information about their government's activities because it is enshrined in legislation. As the Minister of Aboriginal Affairs and Northern Development noted in his remarks in this chamber, our government has made sure that Canadians have ready access to information that they need to judge our actions as parliamentarians. This very piece of legislation the very first piece of legislation, that we brought to this House back in 2006 was the Federal Accountability Act, which increased public oversight into how Canadians' tax dollars are spent. We not only publish public accounts, which documents every dollar that is spent at the federal level each year, we also disclose the salaries of members of Parliament through the Parliament of Canada Act and Salaries Act. These two pieces of legislation lay out a transparent formula to calculate salaries. They also provide for the publication of details of both the regular incomes and special allowances added to the salaries of MPs who take on extra responsibilities. Disclosure of other income and expenses. This information is treated under conflict of interest and ethics legislation as well, Mr. Speaker. And public servants' pay is also on the record. Federal employee rates of pay are posted on the Treasury Board of Canada website, and all senior public servants are required to disclose on a proactive quarterly basis all travel and hospitality expenses. Now, Mr. Speaker, the Government of Canada is not the only jurisdiction that requires the disclosure of audited, consolidated financial statements and salaries. My honourable colleagues from Newfoundland and Labrador will attest that their province has a Financial Administration Act that commits the province's legislature to table public accounts each and every year. The province's Transparency and Accountability Act stipulates that ministers must account for government entities for which they are responsible each year in an annual report that includes an audited, consolidated financial statement that is then compared to the funds approved by the House of Assembly. Newfoundland and Labrador's Municipalities Act also requires that local community leaders make their financial statements and audited reports available to the public. Prince Edward Island and New Brunswick have similar laws. Each has a Financial Administration Act that obligates the two provinces' respective legislatures to account for public spending in the previous fiscal year. And both have Municipalities Acts that require the specification of the types of information that must be made available to the public. Likewise, Ontario, Saskatchewan, and Alberta all have legislation governing the duties of municipalities to prepare and publish annual financial statements. Territorial governments also uphold this high standard, Mr. Speaker. The government of Northwest Territories makes its annual financial statements readily available on its website. And the government of Nunavut's Financial Administration Act requires the government to publicly account for its expenditure for the previous year by laying the public accounts before the Legislative Assembly. The precise wording of the transparency and accountability legislation obviously varies from province to province and territory to territory, but almost all Canadian taxpayers have a guarantee in law that they can have access to basic information that they require in order to hold their elected representatives accountable for their decisions and actions. Mr. Speaker, many governments also disclose the salaries paid to their elected officials, from premiers to legislative backbenchers to mayors and to town councillors. The salaries of the members of many provincial legislatures are set by legislation and made available to the general public. Disclosure of other income and expense information is often treated under the conflict of interest and ethics legislation. Nova Scotia's Act respecting the public disclosure of compensation in the public sector applies to the public sector as well as to not-for-profit organizations receiving over $500,000 in public funding. These groups are required to post remuneration information on their website for employees receiving compensation of $100,000 or more. Or, if they do not have a website, they will have to make this information available on a publicly accessible website. Similarly, in Manitoba, the Public Sector Compensation Disclosure Act requires public sector bodies to disclose to the public the amount of compensation it pays annually to each of its officers, as well as employees whose salaries are $50,000 or more. Along with this legislation, the Manitoba Legislative Assembly Act sets out that remuneration, allowances, and retirement benefits of members be established by a commissioner. Furthermore, the legislation requires that members must post expense reports on the Legislative Assembly website. In addition to various provincial and territorial laws, a number of municipalities have passed bylaws that require the release of information about mayors and councillors' remuneration as a best practice. So clearly, what is being asked of First Nation leaders is nothing more than what is expected in any other jurisdiction across this country. As Colin Craig, the Prairie Director of the Canadian Taxpayers Federation, has said, the bottom line is every politician in the country, federal, provincial, municipal, and Aboriginal politicians should have to disclose their pay to the public. What we are asking is certainly not onerous. In fact, Mr. Speaker, in some respect, the legislation demands less of First Nation less First Nations than Canadians expect in other parts of this country for other levels of government. Bill C-27 would focus only on the disclosure of remuneration of the political leaders of the First Nation governments and not of those who are appointed officials or senior staff within their organizations. I remind the House that self-governing First Nations, under the terms of the self-government agreement, are already required to prepare such financial statements and make them available to community members. And that is why these self-governing communities are not included in this bill. Why should residents of other First Nation communities expect any less? Well, Mr. Speaker, we need only to look at the history books to know that developing healthier, more sustainable communities depends on good democratic governance. This still holds true today. Turn on your TV, and you will see people in countries all over the world who live in less desirable political regimes out marching in the streets, Mr. Speaker, demanding that they get this very right. You don't need to look beyond our borders, Mr. Speaker, though, to see people calling out for more transparency, accountability, and good government. First Nation members, people living right here in Canada, are often the most vocal in calling for these same rights. Members of the Squamish First Nation in British Columbia, the Peguis First Nation, and other First Nations in Manitoba have met with the Minister of Aboriginal Affairs and Northern Development or have appeared before the Standing Committee, of which I chair, and have demanded the same things. They have all expressed their concerns about the lack of accountability from the grassroots perspective. Let me quote just some of the things that we've been told. Phyllis Sutherland from the Peguis Accountability Coalition, for one, criticized the $220,000 tax-free annual salary of her band chief. And she talked about people who have pressed for more details about this and have asked for more information about the band accounts and have been subject to harassment or have been fired from their jobs. Ms. Sutherland said, and I quote, "Bill C-27 is important to the grassroots people as it will allow band members access to chief and council salaries without fear or threats of reprisal. If First Nations want to govern themselves, they should be accountable and transparent at all other levels of government, in the same way that those levels of government make their salaries accessible to the public." And Solange Garrison, also a First Nation from Manitoba, who's an elected councillor, echoed these very same sentiments when she said, "I want accountability for all First Nations in Canada. Our politicians need to be held accountable too." She added that Bill C-27 is something getting a lot of grassroots support. "We want transparency, like everybody else," she said. Mr. Speaker, that's clearly not too much to ask in a country that prides itself on peace, order, and good government. To deny First Nation members this high standard of governance, which all other Canadians expect and enjoy, is absolutely outrageous. Passing this fair and reasonable legislation is the responsible thing to do, ensuring transparency, increasing accountability, and ultimately more effective governance in First Nation communities. In case others have forgotten, I'd like to briefly review exactly what this bill will do and explain how it is a major improvement over the status quo. First and foremost, this bill will allow First Nation members to easily access the information that they require to assess the performance of their government, to hold them to account, and to make informed choices at election time. Bill C-27 will continue to create a greater accountability for First Nations to their respective community members, and these financial records will now be provided directly to local populations within their community rather than through the minister, as is currently the case when band councils choose to withhold such information. It is worth noting that this information would be easily accessible to the broader Canadian public too. in the same way that such information is currently provided by other levels of government in Canada. The publication of financial records on the First Nation and Aboriginal Affairs Canadian website can make it easier for analysts and comparisons to be made by a much wider group of people. This includes other levels of government, academics, the media, economists, investors, and interested Canadians. Not only will this improvement result in clearer lines of accountability amongst First Nation leaders, it also will create an environment where you can have stronger, more capable governments that will attract outsider investment and partners in community development. Mr. Speaker, aside from upholding democratic principles and the good government that most Canadians already enjoy, this greater transparency will increase confidence in First Nation governments among other governments and investors. This will position them to build stronger relationships and ultimately create a better environment for development and investment. Being certain that the government upholds standard accounting procedures and sound business practices is vitally important to potential investors. Transparency builds trust, which is an integral part of building strong relationships. It is precisely because other levels of government are open and transparency that we have the confidence and support of the business community. We want to replicate this kind of success in First Nations all across this country. Once this legislation is in place and it is clear how the community manages its money and accounts for those expenditures, businesses will be more willing to pursue joint ventures. They will have greater assurance that they can count on First Nations to be a trustworthy partner. Mr. Speaker, there are many compelling reasons to support Bill C-27, as I have just outlined, and several of my colleagues have also explained today. But few are more persuasive than the fact that our country is founded on the fundamental commitment to good government, something guaranteed in legislation at all other levels of government across this great country. Once this act becomes law, First Nation communities and First Nation members will find themselves in esteemed company. This will be a welcome development among many community members who have been calling for us to act, and to act right now. So I urge all parties to give this worthy legislation their wholehearted support. Let's make sure that First Nation citizens enjoy the same rights and privileges that all other Canadians do, from coast to coast to coast. Thanks, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Toronto Danforth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to ask the Honourable Member if he could explain to us the thinking, as he understands it, behind Section 11 of the bill, which provides a general right of application to any person in Canada to seek the disclosure of records from a court. So, as a matter of standing, or locus standi, as we might say in legal talk, this opens it up well beyond simply the members of a First Nations or a First Nations community. It could allow, for example, the Canadian Taxpayers Federation or the National Citizens Coalition to take on the role. And I'm sure some people on that side of the House might well applaud that, as I've just heard, but I would find that deeply concerning if we had crusading organizations able to use Section 11 in that way. So I was wondering if you could give us some insight.
Honourable Member for Peace River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I mean, the absolute imperative in this bill is that First Nation members have access to this information. But my honourable colleague knows, as anybody in this House does, is that it's not just our constituents that often look at our spending as government, as the national government, or as individual members of Parliament. It's also the media that from time to time plays a responsible role in helping bring attention to mismanagement. I mean, I know the honourable member and his colleagues often run outside to the media to disclose pieces of information that they think are important for Canadians to find out about. In the same way that individual members should have access to this information, Also, should the information be made available to local media, including many First Nation outlets such as APTN and other organizations that will draw attention to the spending of individual First Nations. And I can tell you that we already have examples of where this information is being disclosed and where this information and this process is being lauded by the media and by investors generally. I think the information needs to be available to demonstrate that there is full accountability, transparency, and that these folks are undertaking the things that most Canadians would expect.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Transparency and accountability are very important principles. There's no question about that, Mr. Speaker. And what you'll find is that you will, within the First Nation leaderships or Aboriginal community as a whole, that sense and desire for accountability and transparency is there, and it's very real. The member in his comments made reference to some of the hearings of his committee where members reflected on the importance of accountability and transparency from within our Aboriginal community. But we need to put this thing in the perspective of how it is that this bill is before us today. As opposed to capitalizing on that interest within our First Nations to ensure transparency and accountability, and working with them, if anything, maybe even enabling them, those leaders, if you like, to be able to come forward and assist in putting together the legislation so that it's not Ottawa imposing something, as if you're giving the impression, Mr. Speaker, well, you know, the Aboriginal community is resisting, but Ottawa is forcing it, when that's not necessarily the case. There's a lot of people within our First Nations community that want and desire, but they had a role to play, not just to provide comment on, but to provide or enable them to be able to provide direct input in the making up of this legislation. Would he not have agreed?
The Honourable Member for Peace River.
The Honourable Member, my colleague, is absolutely right. It is grassroots First Nation people that are demanding this legislation, and they've been bringing their ideas over the last number of years, over 7 years. I've heard from First Nation community members that are desperate for this information. They're saying, give me some legal framework that I can actually access this information. So he's absolutely right that it is grassroots First Nations from across this country that have demanded this legislation, and that is exactly the folks that have advocated for it, and they are very supportive of it for that reason. I also want to comment, you know, the Honourable Member may have left some confusion. Let me be clear. There are First Nations in this country that are operating absolutely wonderfully. They're disclosing all the information that would be expected. However, there are some communities that lag behind, and it's for those members that we have to see this legislation be put forward.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague from Northern Alberta for a great speech and for helping us understand this issue much better. Also applaud him for the work he does as chair of the committee. Mr. Speaker, one of the things that just crossed my mind is that Canada plays a significant role around the world, really, helping model and helping other governments fight corruption. And one of the things that we do here, a former colleague of ours, John Williams, who is the head of GOPAC, travels the world encouraging governments, and it's against corruption, but it usually means that corruption is always lessened when there's more transparency. And even the perception that there may be something untoward going on in the light shows up that it may or may not be. So one of the things when we do travel around to other countries, they often point back and say, well, what about this case in Canada or that case? Do you think this will help, to my colleague, even provide an example of how we've improved here in Canada at other levels of government to make more transparency?
The honourable member for Peace River.
Well, Canada absolutely has been noted internationally for being a transparent nation, and that's why the expertise of Canadians and former members of Parliament like John is being solicited in other places, because there's a recognition that transparency and accountability are linked, but what is also linked to these two imperatives is actual economic development and prosperity for whole nations. And what we know is that we do have issues within some First Nation communities, which really reduces the ability for economic development to take root and for communities to prosper. And so we, as our committee, traveled and met with some of the most prosperous First Nations in the country of Canada today, peppered from coast to coast. And we have some great examples of prosperous and communities that are doing well. And we asked, what are the fundamentals in getting to this point where we have First Nations that came out of poverty and now are doing incredibly well? And absolutely every community said the first thing that is absolutely essential is that there's trust built within the community. So full transparency about what's going on so that every community member knows what's going on. And second of all, making that information public so that outside investors will flock. So in terms of building societies where we have prosperous communities, this is the first step, and I join with my colleague saying it's important for all nations, including our First Nations.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Winnipeg South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I also want to congratulate this member who's put in many years working on First Nations and Aboriginal issues, not only as chair now, but previously in many different roles on that committee and others. I just want him to maybe expand a bit further on some of that testimony that he's heard at committee. I think we've seen many examples, including he may have some of the testimony of Chief Darcy Bear from the Whitecap First Nation, Dakota First Nation, and how he's viewed these changes as so important to the economic development in his community. I'm sure there's probably many other examples that he can reference from First Nations leaders that have called for this.
The honourable member for Peace River.
Well, thank you, and I thank my honourable colleague, who I have great respect for, and I know that he is standing as a leader within the communities that he comes from. I know that many First Nation young people look to my colleague as an inspiration, and unlike my colleague from Churchill across the way who dismissed my First Nation colleague some time ago, I won't. I recognize that my colleague plays an important role in this House. He also plays an important role in his constituency, as well as an inspiration to First Nation people across this country. So I commend him for his work and his work to develop more accountability, transparency for First Nations. But I can tell you that he's in good company, because people like Darcy Bear, Chief Darcy Bear, talks about the important work in building up a community, and he absolutely said that transparency and accountability is actually foundational to building a prosperous community. So my colleague and others continue to lead the way and have demonstrated that things can change if there's the commitment to do it. Darcy Bear, Chief Darcy Bear indicated, as well as chiefs across this country, as well as my honourable colleague.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Longueuil, Pierre Boucher. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So let's go back a little bit. Canada, like other members of the UN, undergoes a review of its behavior in terms of human rights. So it's interesting to hear our colleagues talk about transparency on the international stage. The last review, these are universal periodic reviews, took place in 2009. It must be read so we can hear the same comments from the different member countries. The living conditions of First Nations, the situation of women, Aboriginal women and girls, access to education and drinking water is appalling. The member countries of the UN are decrying this very embarrassing situation on the international diplomatic stage, and the Canadian government's response is to require First Nations to hand in their receipts. Is there some remorse on the other side of the House? I hope so, because they have made errors and are unable to manage political, economic, and humanitarian problems of the Aboriginal peoples. So this would only be right, given the report of the Auditor General in 2011, which followed up on 16 other audit reports, which were not followed up on, which recalled that the basic living conditions of First Nations are constantly deteriorating. The AG's report showed a deterioration that would continue over following generations. These are basic living conditions: access to nutritional food, to housing, and to drinking water. We're in Canada, in a G8 country. It's shameful that we can no longer keep this to ourselves or forget. Today, this unbelievable situation has gone around the world. The Attawapaskat crisis was followed globally, and that is also a burden and a shame for all Canadians. There are 308 people who are responsible, and that is us. We are parliamentarians, and we should be able to ensure that Canada is not considered, in the eyes of the international media, as a country that accepts indecent poverty. I hope that they feel remorse, because this is a question of humanity and responsibility. We are all responsible for the errors made over past decades, and yet today, the government members, including those who are in the House today, and they must recognize their responsibility for the fact that the living conditions of First Nations were not given priority. This is something that Sheila Fraser pointed out with regard to Attawapaskat. Accepting this responsibility does not mean blaming others, especially the First Nations themselves. We must not take victims. Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank my colleague for reminding me that I will be splitting my time with the member for Joliette. Instead of accepting the recommendations of the UN and the Auditor General that we are experiencing a problem that can be solved, the members opposite have chosen, by adopting C-27, to blame the First Nations by calling for transparency requirements, and their own minister doesn't respect those requirements. Instead of the reports put out, the government is using information by a lobby group with regard to the salary of an administrator in a band council, and using it to create a government program. This incident was exaggerated by the media, and yet there are plenty of scandals here. This became a government policy. This is a strange way of governing, and it would be so if the consequences were not so sad. The requirements called for by this bill already exist, because they impose a heavy burden on the communities that few other areas must bear. It leaves a bitter taste of colonialism. There is an absence of consultation with the First Nations. Why? No doubt because we're doing it for their own good, as according to the traditional approach. We read this bill, and it is so paternalistic. The government has the right to withhold funds that are necessary for the First Nations living conditions, or else they have to turn to higher courts for disclosure of their financial statements, or they must publish their financial statements online, whereas many of them do not have internet access. Many of them live on reserve and under the threshold of poverty, under the poverty line. So for whom is this measure intended? Is this not to facilitate the work of the Sun News researcher who is there simply to look for scandals? This bill is a way of diverting attention. They're looking for the ultimate caricature, a corrupt Indian chief. The saddest thing is that audit powers already exist. The First Nations are already subject to this, to multiple obligations of financial disclosure provided for by the Indian Act and related regulations. The Governor and Council already has the power to allow First Nations to manage their revenue. The legislation also provides for this posting. Once again, the funding agreements that the department signs with each First Nation give rise to the fact that they must disclose their travel expenses, their honoraria, and their salaries. Most existing funding agreements are conditional upon the delivery of this data, and the department can intervene as needed. And the department is trying to focus on prevention and sustainable viability and they should be doing that instead of interfering in First Nations matters. The AG also said in her 2011 report that there was the burden imposed on First Nations was already too heavy. And so she recommended formally to the federal government to consult First Nations because it is reviewing the information needs. Do we need these data, really? The government was already calling for 200 annual reports from Aboriginal communities, a large number of which were shelved even before they were read. In 2010, the federal government was still calling for tens of thousands of reports annually, and this number is growing. So this data collection operation is already big enough, and the government wants to add to their burden, contrary to all recommendations over the past 10 years. So perhaps they should use this auditing approach in the riding of the Treasury Board president the next time he organizes an international summit. We are talking about partnership, associations, projects, organizations that often don't receive money from the federal government, and so there's no use in auditing them. This will create serious problems of competitiveness among these entities because they will have to disclose their financial statements. So they are being obliged to post their financial statements online, and which will be a good thing for their competitors and bad for them. And supposedly this government is for the economy and jobs. Partisanship aside, I would urge my colleagues for whom the economy and jobs has become a mantra to point out that they are threatening jobs in a zone that is already underprivileged. But as the member for Longueuil-Pierre-Boucher, I'm not saying that I'm an expert on First Nations issues, but like many of my fellow citizens, I read the newspapers, I listen to the media, and I notice that there are disparities. And most Canadians feel very badly about this. They feel a deep malaise. So our society needs care, and it's as if the government wants us to fill out a form. So thank you very much.
Question et commentaire. L'honorable député de Sherbrooke.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Je suis très heureux de poser une question à mon collègue sur cette question qui, moi non plus, je n'ai pas nécessairement beaucoup de communautés autochtones dans ma circonscription, une circonscription urbaine à Sherbrooke. Mais j'ai la perspective d'un citoyen canadien qui regarde les conservateurs agir face aux communautés autochtones. Et j'ai l'impression que en ayant un discours comme ça, il alimente les préjugés qu'on a face aux communautés autochtones, alors qu'on sait que la grande majorité gère leurs deniers de façon très, très responsable. Et puis donc, est-ce que les conservateurs, selon lui, alimentent ces préjugés-là qu'on peut avoir face aux communautés autochtones qui sont alimentées donc par les conservateurs?
L'honorable député de Longueuil-Pierre-Boucher.
Merci, M. le Président. Je remercie mon collègue pour sa question très pertinente. Moi, personnellement, c'est effectivement ce qui me touche le plus. Je pense qu'on a, en tant que nation au Canada, on a un rapport majeur, fondateur avec les Premières Nations, et qu'au quotidien, on repousse cette question-là trop souvent, et qu'on a besoin d'assainir au maximum nos relations avec ces gens qui nous ont tant...
We need to reinforce this relationship. I remember the song by Chloé Sainte-Marie, all these words that contains all these words that come from these native languages that we use every day. So we have the duty to improve our relationship, and I don't think that this bill is going to help reinforce our relationship.
Question et commentaire, l'honorable député de...
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Compton-Stansted. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to commend my colleague from Longueuil-Pierre Boucher for his excellent speech. I'm always astonished by the distance that separates our vision, our viewpoint, from that of the government with regard to our relationship with Aboriginal peoples. It's a gulf, it's like a chasm that separates us. It's like the Grand Canyon. And I heard my colleagues across the way criticizing very proud defenders of our Aboriginal communities who fight every day alongside chiefs and First Nations and band councils. I would like my colleague to tell us why there is such a distance between our viewpoint and that of the Conservative government. Because this bill is unbelievably paternalistic and condescending, and it will set our relationship back years and years with the First Nations.
The Honourable Member for Longueuil, Pierre Boucher. I'd like to thank the Honourable Member for Compton-Stansted for his excellent question. We are, in fact, looking at a different view of the world. And there are very few benefits to proceeding this way. The priority on the other side of this House it is one based on authority. They seem to be very keen on that. We've seen their disinterest in reforming a criminal, for example. They want to take a hardline approach. That's what's going to work. And when I was thinking about this, they really think on the other side of this place that a glass of orange juice costs $16. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I appreciated the passion put into the speech by the member for Longueuil-Pierre Boucher. And I'd like him to say a few words about the paradox we've seen. The Conservatives are continually talking about reducing bureaucracy and artificial work that's purely administrative in nature, but there's another paradox as well, because they're at the same time with this bill going to be reducing competitiveness for Aboriginal peoples. This bill runs counter to enhancing competitiveness of Aboriginal companies because it's going to be forcing them to disclose information that is strategic from a business perspective. The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Pierre Boucher. Well, I thank the Honourable Member for Saint-Jean for his very pertinent question. Indeed, the success of a company is something that will lead to job creation, wealth, etc., but we can only be concerned about the impact that these measures in the bill will have for Aboriginal communities. Now, I remember a vineyard in BC, visiting one where business is going well, and I hope there won't be an impact on the success of that kind of business because of these new rules. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Joliette. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For some months now, I've been working very closely with the Atikamekw de Makawan in my riding in order to help them come out of this situation. Like all reserves, Manawan is facing serious problems that can't be resolved by simply waving a magic wand. I could spend an entire day outlining all of the needs for the First Nations as I've been made aware of them. But I'm going to, however, tell you instead what they really don't need, and that is Bill C-27. First Nations don't want it, nor do they need it, because this bill is unfair, contradictory, and useless. The Conservative government is so concerned with its ideological agenda and so limited by its narrow-mindedness, it would be tempting to believe that they don't understand just how unfair this bill is. In January 2012, the Prime Minister stated that he wanted to collaborate with First Nations at the First Nations Crown Gathering. How can he impose such a vile bill unilaterally just a few months after making that statement? If it's not incompetency, it's ignorance. Now, here is the definition of collaboration according to the Petit Larousse dictionary: the action of collaborating, participating in something with others. Now, in order to shed some light on these words for my colleagues opposite, the word other is defined as follows: different from something that is not of the same nature. Clearly, the Conservatives don't understand either of these words. So, for their general knowledge, for their benefit, here is the definition of coercion: constraints, namely, to enforce legislation, like in the following sentence: Bill C-27 has been put forth in a spirit of coercion at the expense of collaboration. Now, I want to make sure that they understand what I'm saying. I am in favor of transparency, but this bill claims to strengthen it for the benefit of Aboriginal peoples. Why not then give all Canadians an opportunity to benefit from it? The bill enables anyone to wake up one day and say, Aboriginals need to be subject to the law. Let's put out an order to see their salaries. That's not transparency, that's voyeurism. Now, Bill C-27 stems from Bill C-575, and this is to put the government action in context. And that bill was based on what was put forth, the position put forth by the Canadian Taxpayers Association. Now, it's all fine and well to listen to civil society lobby groups, but we need to honestly look at the facts without telescoping them. Now, this bill would have never seen the light of day if the false information hadn't been repeated day in and day out that Aboriginal leaders were earning more than the Prime Minister. The truth is that the average salary for a chief is $60,000 and that councillors earn on average $30,000. I imagine that real facts concerning First Nations aren't important in the eyes of the Conservatives, like climate change, like the democratic health of this country. And when we ask them questions, they simply sing from the same old song sheet. If at least this bill has something useful in it, we could look at the conditions for its application and review it, but that's not the case. Bill C-27 is perfectly useless. Unless, of course, its purpose, real purpose, is to harm First Nations. That wouldn't be surprising because that's what the Canadian government has been doing since 1867. C-27 calls on First Nations to be more accountable. These are reports that are already sent into the department. Why would it be necessary to produce more reports that no one will read? Is that necessary? No. The documents produced under this Act will not be useful for anyone. The Aboriginal peoples already do enough reporting. We need to stop treating them like children. Aboriginal people need education, health, food, housing, social services, among other things, drinking water. Bill C-27 must be considered in light of conclusions brought forth in June 2011 by the Auditor General. The Auditor General pointed out that despite a number of audits recommending several reforms over the past 10 years, the government has failed miserably in dealing with worsening living conditions for First Nations. But for a government that is being taken to court by an Auditor General, that doesn't seem to be very important. What's worse, it's looking like a sad comedy, and that's what will be the situation because Bill C-27 lacks coherence. It doesn't even warrant consideration. Since they took power, the Conservatives have done their utmost to, or have claimed that transparency was so important, but they don't answer journalists. They've been cutting information to the Auditor General, cutting specific and important auditing positions. But now they're calling for more from First Nations and other Canadians, from those people who don't have the expertise nor the means necessary to produce so much paperwork. This legislation is so contradictory that it runs counter and breaches other legislation. Logically, is it possible to enable a bill to interfere with other legislation so easily? Are the Conservatives perhaps telling us that Aboriginals don't have the same rights as other people? Mr. Speaker, I will reiterate again what I said at the outset. Although the claim is that this bill is designed to increase accountability, the provisions contained in it, including the use of a website at the department, is such that it is calling on Aboriginal peoples to release certain information regarding their financial statements. As I said earlier, this bill is unfair, useless, and contradictory. I don't expect them to change their mind because the government has the same qualities: unfair, useless, and contradictory. My Aboriginal friends, to them I will say one thing: the NDP can count on their support. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Laurentides-Lebel. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I come from a riding that borders on my colleague's riding, and I'm sure that throughout Canada there are racist redneck people who can't tolerate seeing Aboriginals living in a house with running water and driving a new pickup. But, Mr. Speaker, there are a lot of Aboriginal companies that are operating in air transportation, for example, in highly competitive industries, in service delivery, in the mining sector. And they work in businesses that are highly competitive. Now, if they're being forced to disclose everything, all of their dealings with their partners and clients, they won't be able to compete in this kind of competitive environment. They don't appear to be interested in that aspect at all on the other side. They don't want to see development in Aboriginal communities. The Honourable Member for Joliette. Well, I thank my colleague for his remarks. It is true that they want to be in business. They want to work with us, with all Canadians. And it's as if we were to post their business revenues, etc., that will be very detrimental to them. We don't have to accept that. Are there other companies that have to disclose how much money they're making on an internet site? No, because they know that competition will be affected, their competitiveness. But as my colleague said, some of them do have a big pickup truck, but drive through some of those communities. It's 85 kilometers on a forestry road in my riding, and then if people were to drive that road, they'd realize why people need a pickup truck to make it down the road.
Comments, the Honourable Member for Winnipeg South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the opportunity to get up and ask a question of this member. Obviously, From my perspective, I view accountability as rather important to being able to deliver good government. It goes hand in hand, and obviously I support this bill. Clearly there's a philosophical difference between myself and our members and this member and some of the past speeches we've heard from her party. My question will focus just on one particular word that she used. She suggested that our measures that we're attempting to pass are akin to voyeurism, and I would just like her to clarify that point. Is she suggesting that we're passing these important measures as some sort of entertainment for ourselves to pester First Nations people? Because, you know, Mr. Speaker, I just feel that that is rather an undue statement, in my opinion.
L'honorable député de Joliette.
The honourable member for Joliette. Thank you for the question. When I use the term voyeurism, what I mean is it necessary? We are in favor of transparency for the funding that comes in, but we're not opposed to accountability. But is it necessary for absolutely everyone to be fully aware of their business? Questions and comments. The honourable member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to ask a question on the process. We've spent a great deal of time talking about the content, but perhaps my colleague could explain some of the government action in terms of the process on this bill. Now, we know this is the 30th time they've shut down debate through time allocation. We've seen this kind of procedure used with other legislation. So that means that debate is being limited. Can my colleague comment on that aspect of it? Because to my mind, it challenges our democracy. The honourable member for Joliette. Well, I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. Indeed, in shutting down debate or an opportunity for parliamentarians to speak to these issues on their behalf, we're constantly looking at time allocation that does jeopardize our democracy.
8, the honourable member for Kootenay, Columbia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm very honored to speak on Bill C-27 today, called the First Nations Financial Transparency Act, and there is good reason for that. As the bill title implies, it proposes to make crystal clear to community members exactly who gets paid for what within their band councils, as well as any other benefits that go along with the job. The legislation states that First Nations leaders shall be open about the salaries and expenses of the chief and councillors of the band council. With that knowledge, First Nations residents can determine whether they are getting good value from their elected officials. Mr. Speaker, this bill might just as easily have been called the Citizens for Accountability Act, because its overarching objective is to increase accountability, ensuring that political leaders are answerable to their constituents for their decisions about financial remuneration. Now, if you look at the root of accountability, you get the word account. And the definition of accountability is the obligation of an individual or organization to account for its activities, accept responsibility for them, and to disclose the results in a transparent manner. It also includes the responsibility for money and other entrusted property. This legislation comes down to accounting in its classic sense. First Nations leaders are, quite literally, being asked to open their books so local residents can see how public money is being spent. To be precise, Bill C-27 would require that audited, consolidated financial statements of First Nations governments be prepared annually. It's worth noting that this includes all sources of funding. In addition to federal government transfer payments from various departments and agencies, First Nations have other sources of revenue. The nature and extent of these sources varies from First Nation to First Nation. It can include funding from provincial and territorial governments, user fees for services such as garbage pickup and moorage, rental income for housing, property taxes, as well as other profits from economic development. I want to point out to my honourable colleagues that producing annual consolidated financial statements is something bad councils already do. It is a condition of their funding agreements with Aboriginal Affairs and Northern Development. These agreements are not only requirements for reporting to the government and for members of First Nations, but band councils also need to indicate whether funds were used for the purpose intended and whether programs and services were delivered in accordance with the terms and conditions of the funding arrangements. These financial statements, which have to include schedules of remuneration and expenses, must be audited by independent, accredited professional auditors. Financial reporting is credible when it is based on independent set accounting standards. What's new is that Bill C-27, First Nations governments would be obliged to disclose these financial statements to community members and the general public. Individuals who want to know what's in those statements would no longer need to ask for permission to see the books and hope that band council members would comply with their request. First Nations residents would be assured that these details would be disclosed publicly in an annual report to the community. If First Nations members have any concerns about the community's money, how the money is being spent, this new accountability standard would assure them of public avenues to have these issues addressed. Financial reports would include information related to any and all band holdings which, according to generally accepted accounting principles, need to be consolidated with the First Nations financial statements, but at the highest level of aggregate. This would include most businesses owned by the band. I want to be clear, Mr. Speaker, we do not expect each individual business to publish detailed financial statements. The only thing being asked for in this Act is the publication of audited, consolidated financial statements of the First Nations as a whole. This would include any entities which, according to accounting rules, are consolidated with the First Nation, such as band-owned businesses. Since these statements are highly aggregated, no proprietary information would be revealed that could undercut the competitiveness of a business or that of its partners. I want to repeat that, Mr. Speaker, because I think it's really important for the opposition to hear this. Since these statements are highly aggregated, no proprietary information would be revealed that could undercut the competitiveness of a business or that of its partners. In addition, for the first time, the Department of Aboriginal Affairs and Northern Development would publish the audited, consolidated financial statements, including remuneration for all First Nations officials, as soon as the information became available. As other speakers have pointed out, these new requirements are consistent with standard accounting practices employed by all other levels of government, from the federal to the provincial, territorial, and municipal levels. Every other government in Canada routinely discloses audited, consolidated financial statements and salaries. Once this Act has been passed, it will bring politicians on reserves in line with other elected officials across the country, whose salaries are already available to to the public. Mr. Speaker, I can assure the House that accountability like this bill isn't simply about bean counting. As the Auditor General of Canada has defined it, accountability is a relationship based on obligations to demonstrate, review, and take responsibility for performance. Both the results achieved in light of agreement expectations and the means used. Making it law for First Nations chiefs and councillors to open their books is really about good communication. It enhances trust and support for band councils among First Nation members, and it increases the confidence of all Canadians in First Nations governments. You don't need to take it from me. No less an authority than the World Bank makes the same argument in a recent report it issued called Accountability Through Communication. The report states, and I quote, "As an actor in the public sphere, the state is accountable for its actions in providing service delivery to its citizens. Citizens in return provide legitimacy to the state through public opinion. Both the state and citizens have communication processes and tools at their disposal that hold them accountable. The effective use of structures and processes of communication for accountability can result in better relations between the state and its citizens, improving governance, and in the long run, increasing effectiveness of development efforts," unquote. Mr. Speaker, this final point gets to the very heart of the legislation before us today. Bill C-27 is fundamentally about ensuring First Nations members' democratic rights can be fully exercised. This expectation is clear in the report of a study group authorized by the Public Sector Accounting Board of the Canadian Institute of Chartered Accountants, called Financial Reporting by First Nations. It points out that accounting practices and the need for financial reporting is based on social, political, and economic circumstances and the accountability relationships that arise from these circumstances. The report leaves no doubt that First Nations governments are accountable at 3 levels. First, to First Nations members living on and off reserve, who have a right to select their First Nation government leaders. Second, to the federal government departments that provide funding to First Nations, as well as to provincial and territorial governments that have established legal or economic relationships with First Nations. And thirdly, to capital providers who are investors. Beyond these 3 groups, with whom First Nations have direct relationships, they are also accountable to residents on First Nation land who are taxpayers, such as people with leases, whether they are First Nations members or not. Various organizations that have contractual relationships with First Nations requiring financial reporting. Current and potential business partners who will want the information for decision-making purposes. Developers who are involved in residential housing, industry, and commercial. Properties and other capital projects, as well as regulators and agencies monitoring First Nations. But interest in First Nations financial matters doesn't end there. Credit rating organizations and financial analysts, the news media, public interest groups, and the general public may also want to access First Nations financial reports. That is why Bill C-27 stipulates that Band Council's annual financial information needs to be released not only within the immediate community, but also to the wider Canadian public. Because, As the Public Sector Accounting Board of the Canadian Institute of Chartered Accountants emphasizes in its report, government's goal is to provide services and redistribute resources, not make a profit. A government's budget portrays public policy, establishes estimates of revenue, expenses, expenditure, and financing requirements, and is an important part of the government accountability cycle. Put more simple, consistent practices and procedures help to keep First Nations governments transparent and accountable, and make the services that governments provide more reliable and effective. Equally important, Mr. Speaker, opening the books and demonstrating sound accounting practices is good for business. This is made clear in the Board's report and reinforced by practical experience at the community level. The certainty and predictability that comes with generally accepted accountable procedures is a definite plus when it comes to attracting private sector partners. Being certain that a First Nation government upholds standard accounting procedures and employs sound business practices is vitally important to potential investors. By applying the new accountability measures in this legislation, band councils will be able to demonstrate best practices in their financial operations, which is crucial to create an environment conducive to job creation and economic growth. Once a band council inspires confidence among prospective investors, it can attract economic development projects, leading to greater self-reliance and a better standard of living for First Nations residents, the ultimate goal of this Act. Mr. Speaker, this goal has been reiterated in every throne speech since 2006. It was powerfully reinforced in the 2011 speech from the throne, which committed this government to support transparency for First Nations communities by requiring chiefs and councillors to publish their salaries and expenses. I am proud to say that with Bill C-27, we are delivering on this commitment. The First Nations Financial Transparency Act joins a suite of laws and policies that we are developed to advance economic development on reserve, the most recent being the First Nations Elections Act. These two pieces of legislation are fundamental building blocks to effective First Nations governments. Stronger election and accountability systems will result in stronger, more stable governments, which in turn will result in more prosperous communities. Strengthening First Nations governments will be in a position to earn the trust of business partners willing to make solid business investments. These investments will lead to increased economic development and job creation in First Nations communities. Who could possibly argue with that? Mr. Speaker, anyone who looks objectively at the facts as I have laid them out, and which are validated by the outside sources I have quoted, can only conclude that Bill C-27 is both necessary and beneficial. This legislation meets the needs of First Nations residents. At the same time, it advances the interests of their local leaders, other governments, the private sector, and, in the end, all Canadians. Because, as I said at the outset, as much as this Act is about increasing transparency, it is ultimately about ensuring accountability and upholding democracy. That's something all Canadians Aboriginal and non-Aboriginal alike hold dear. Surely, all parties can see the merit in this worthy legislation and give it their vote of confidence. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for
de Marc-Aurèle-Fortin.
Marc-Aurèle-Fortin. Mr. Speaker, the previous speaker talked about transparency. Coming from a government that hides everything, that forces Mr. Page to go to court to get access to information, I find it a bit strange. But the most important thing is that he admitted that the financial, the books of First Nations are already under supervision. There's already an external accountant who comes and audits those financial reports and consolidates them. So the information's already available, and the generally accepted accounting principles already apply across the board 100%. And the Auditor General in the 2010 report said that First Nations are being overwhelmed with reporting requirements, but there's no officials to even read them. So what's the point of asking First Nations to submit report after report when those reports are never even read?
Kootenay, Columbia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the requirement for First Nations to report is that some First Nations are not reporting, and that some of their the people within the communities are asking for that to happen. Bill C-27 will achieve that request.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as I've indicated before, there has been a serious problem in terms of this government not being able to sit down and have discussions with our leadership amongst our First Nations. And as a direct result, Mr. Speaker, we have before us legislation in which the idea or the principle of accountability and transparency is good, and you would find that there are many First Nation leaders that would in fact support the need for transparency and accountability. But the real question is why has this government once again ignored the need to be able to work with our First Nation leaders and to bring forward to the House of Commons legislation that is based on that sense of cooperation. So my question for the member is, can the member provide to this House in any fashion anyone within that First Nation leadership in which the government actually consulted with prior to the drafting of the legislation? Can he list off some of those First Nation leaders in which the government consulted with prior to where they sat down and they came up with the legislation or the ideas behind this legislation?
The honourable member for Kootenay, Columbia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for the question. Certainly we consulted. Between January 1st, 2011 and September 25th, 2012, the Department received approximately 250 formal complaints from people within the First Nations community of Canada saying they could not access the information that they wanted about their chiefs and their councillors. Bill C-27 will make this happen.
The time for government orders has expired. The honourable member from Kootenay, Columbia will have 6 minutes remaining in questions and comments when this matter returns before the House. Statements by members. The honourable member for Mississauga-Streetsville.
Mr. Speaker, last Sunday I was pleased to participate in the annual Mississauga Santa Claus Parade held along Queen Street in the historic village of Streetsville. Since 2002, the Streetsville Business Improvement Association, along with hundreds of local volunteers and sponsors, have hosted this important kickoff to the Christmas season. The parade featured in excess of 100 entries, including marching bands, floats, community groups, and yours truly dressed in an 1812 soldier's uniform and accompanied by Councillor George Carlson. The route was lined by thousands of people, all waiting for the arrival of Santa and Mrs. Claus. It was a beautiful day and thoroughly enjoyed by all. I wish to thank in particular Parade Manager Lucy Muldoon, as well as Robert Chestnut, Rachel Przgoski, Marg Nerdaka, Sue Pattison, Bev Lobo, Kristen Lobo, and Mike Muldoon. From the village of Streetsville, Merry Christmas, everyone.
The honourable member for Beaches, East York.
Mr. Speaker, there's a 12-year-old boy in my riding who can play keep up with a soccer ball for almost 2 hours straight. That's over 10,000 kicks in a row, alternating feet. He's being scouted and invited to the youth academies of professional clubs in Europe. Today he came and spoke to the Standing Health Committee as part of the JDRF Kids for a Cure Lobby Day. Michael has type 1 diabetes since he was 6. His mom, Debbie, will tell you how hard it is to live with this. It is a disease that never sleeps. It's a disease that never takes a vacation. But Michael is determined not to let his disease interfere with his dreams and goals. One can't help but admire him. But we can do more than that, Mr. Speaker. We can help him and the other 300,000 Canadians living with type 1 diabetes. Michael's day used to start and end with a needle. Now he has an insulin pump. On the horizon, not far off, is the artificial pancreas. Our job is to get Michael there with investment in health, research, and technologies. He will take care of the rest.
Bravo.
The honourable member for Vancouver South.
Mr. Speaker, on November the 14th, it was an honour to present a number of outstanding Vancouverites with the Queen Elizabeth II Diamond Jubilee Medal. Among these recipients are 2 veterans of World War II who voluntarily enrolled themselves in the Canadian Forces despite being denied Canadian citizenship due to their Chinese ancestry. Mr. Marshal Chow fought in Normandy invasion, which successfully cleared the French coastline, Belgium, Holland, and finally gained Germany. Mr. Neil Chan volunteered for commando training, and his actions were primarily in the South Pacific on the infamous Burma Road. Both men returned to Canada as heroes. For their service to Canada and their steadfast belief in equality for Canadian-born Chinese, in 1947 the government granted citizenship to include those born with Chinese ancestry. This is one example of how Canadians have touched people, saved lives, and impacted the world. The medal honors Canadians' commitments, contributions, and ongoing service and sacrifice as we continue to work together to make Canada the great country that it is today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Avalon.
Mr. Speaker, it's my pleasure to stand here today in support of JDRF's Kids Day a Cure Day. JDRF is a leading global organization, the largest charitable supporter focused on type 1 diabetes research. Currently, there are more than 300,000 Canadians and their families suffer from this disease and are faced with its devastating complications. 40 living proof champions and their families are currently in Ottawa meeting with parliamentarians to discuss the personal challenges they face living with type 1 diabetes and encouraging government to expand the JDRF Canadian Clinical Trial Network to all parts of the country. Mr. Speaker, one of those champions visiting Ottawa is from my riding. 14-year-old Jordan Mayo and his mom June traveled from Newfoundland to be part of JDRF's Kids for a Cure Day. To recognize Jordan's efforts and leadership, I had the pleasure to visit Baltimore School in Fairyland this past Friday and present Jordan with the Queen's Diamond Jubilee Medal. Jordan commits much of his time to JDRF, church, sports, and music while maintaining a 99% average at school. To further recognize his efforts, last evening, the president of JDRF presented Jordan with a JDRF Diabetes Champion. Mr. Speaker, JDRF and Jordan Mayer are doing their share to find a cure. Now it's up to us to support these families in this initiative. Thank you.
The honourable member for Burlington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Burlington branch of St. John Ambulance is once again providing an important service this Christmas season. Operation Red Nose is a unique program devoted to the prevention of drinking and driving. It is a volunteer driving service offered during the holiday season to all drivers who have been drinking. The Operation Red Nose service is provided by driving teams, each comprised of 3 volunteers. 2 of the volunteers, a driver and a navigator, ride with the client in the client's vehicle, while the other volunteer, the escort driver, follows behind in their own car. In this manner, the client arrives home safely along with their vehicle. The service is confidential and free. Donations from clients are gratefully accepted. This weekend, my wife and I, as well as our member of Provincial Parliament, will be a volunteer team. I want to encourage everyone in Burlington to use this free service. Please do not drink and drive during this holiday season. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Lona.
Honourable member for Terrebonne, Blainville.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to rise today to congratulate the winners of the My Bill in Ottawa competition, Ms. Timmy Nash and Mylène Poulin-Bellefleur. Today I'm tabling on their behalf a motion to study the feasibility to make the installation of breathalyzers in motor vehicles mandatory. They want to thank you all for welcoming them and taking this motion under consideration. I want to say that drinking and driving accidents can happen to anyone, anytime. The victims could be you or your loved ones. Let's give future generations a chance by making Canada a good example. We want to educate you about this issue. Together we can save lives that would otherwise be ended unfairly. Finally, I want to encourage all Quebecers and Canadians to follow that example and get involved in politics. I'd like to congratulate all the people who work together to build better communities across the country. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Prince George, Peace River. Mr. Speaker, as a member of the Standing Committee on Veterans Affairs, I'm honoured to rise today to recognize two citizens for their service. First, Ellen Irene Montgomery, whose nephew, Alvin Johnson, is a longtime resident of my riding. Ellen was born in 1925 and at the age of 18 became one of over 21,000 women to enlist in the Canadian Women's Army Corps during the Second World War. Mrs. Montgomery, who passed away earlier this month, served her country until she was discharged in 1946. The courage and determination of women like Mrs. Montgomery helped pave the way for future generations of women to serve in the Canadian military. I would also like to take this opportunity to recognize the service of Constable Brett Cunningham, a longtime resident of Fort St. John and member of the RCMP, and whose parents, John and Carol, are with us today. This week, Constable Cunningham graduates from the training section of the RCMP's historic musical ride. Congratulations, Constable Cunningham. You have done your family and your region proud.
Hear, hear.
The Honourable Member for Oakville.
Mr. Speaker, economic and social mobility is the key measure of a successful democracy. The Fraser Institute recently showed that Canadians can and are getting ahead, that where an individual is today does not determine where they will be in 10 or 15 years. 2 of every 5 Canadians in the bottom group in 1990 ended up in the top 40% of income earners by 2009. But despite our government lowering taxes, the cost of living and the cost of 3 other levels of government are squeezing Canadian families. Many are spending more than they earn just to pay their bills. Meanwhile, the NDP's mentors at the Broadband Institute have unveiled the biggest threat to Canadians' ability to get ahead. The $21.5 billion carbon tax would be just a start. They also want new sales taxes and an inheritance tax. That is the potential agenda of the NDP if they ever became the government. The Socialists want to seize Canadians' lifetime savings after we die. That is something Conservatives would never do.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to acknowledge the fantastic work of students and faculty at Windermere Secondary School in Vancouver Kingsway as they launch their 4th annual Climate Change Conference. This event is organized entirely by the Grade 11 leadership class at Windermere. As world leaders meet in Doha this week to discuss global environmental issues, students from all over Vancouver will gather to educate themselves about the impacts of climate change and motivate each other to take steps towards creating a better planet. The Windermere Climate Change Conference will culminate in an afternoon of action where students will put what they have learned into action and take concrete steps to address this global challenge. Mr. Speaker, Canada has been criticized in recent years for lagging behind and acting as an obstacle to solving climate change. However, the youth of Canada recognize the seriousness of this issue and are leading the charge to ensure that future generations are not left to pay the price for our inaction. I call on parliamentarians to stand with the leaders of tomorrow, young Canadians, and take immediate action to combat climate change and protect our environment. Bravo, Windermere. Bravo, Vancouver students.
The Honourable Member for London North Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Canada and the world are marking 16 days of activism against gender violence. An important area of concern for our government is ensuring the safety of women on post-secondary campuses. That is why recently we announced the results of a cross-country call for proposals which approve funds through Status of Women Canada for innovative projects that respond to the safety needs of young women on these college and university campuses. These projects will build partnerships and collaboration between campus and community stakeholders to ensure that women on campuses are safe and able to focus on their studies. Our Conservative government is committed to addressing the problem of violence against women and girls. Since 2007, hundreds of projects have been approved through Status of Women Canada to help end violence against women and girls across the country. Mr. Speaker, these students are our future leaders. Our government is ensuring that the safety needs of young women on these college and university campuses are being addressed through programs nationwide. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable
member for St. Bruno, St. Hubert. Mr. Speaker, starting this Saturday, Operation Red Nose is setting up across Quebec and Canada, including in my riding of St. Bruno, St. Hubert. Each year, thousands of volunteers donate their time to make our roads safer. At the St. Hubert's headquarters, over 1,200 volunteers gave over 1,600 rides during the 2011 campaign. In the Richelieu Valley region, where St. Bruno is located, 850 rides were given by over 250 volunteers. Operation Red Nose also was an opportunity to raise over $44,000 in donations that were given to swim clubs in the Longueuil region, including for the St. Hubert Hippocampe Club. I want to congratulate this organization and the volunteers for their work, and if you have one too many, please don't drive. Think Operation Red Nose. Thank you.
The honourable member for Barrie.
Mr. Speaker, as chair of the All-Party Caucus on Juvenile Diabetes, I am proud to rise today on behalf of the over 3 million Canadians living with diabetes. National Diabetes Awareness Month is celebrated every November to raise awareness of all forms of diabetes and to gain support for critical research towards preventing, treating, and curing all forms of this disease. Type 1 diabetes is an autoimmune disease in which a person's pancreas stops producing insulin, a hormone that enables people to get energy from food. More than 300,000 Canadians are affected by type 1 diabetes. This morning, I was honored to meet with an 8-year-old Noah Stock, a resident of Barrie, who presented me with a scrapbook he created showcasing his life as a child with type 1 diabetes. Mr. Speaker, I ask that every member of Parliament join me in welcoming to Ottawa JDRF and the 40 children from across Canada who are raising awareness for Canadians living with type 1 diabetes.
The honourable member for Ottawa-Vanier.
Suzanne Rivard-Lemoine, one of Ottawa's most well-respected artists, passed away last month. She won many awards and grants, including the Governor-General's Award in Visual and Media Arts, and she exhibited her works in major cities, including Montreal and Paris. In 1972, she was the founder of the Canada Council of the Arts Bank in 1972.
Force for change in our country's visual culture, Rivard-Lemoine's determination made the Art Bank the largest collection of contemporary Canadian art, some 18,000 works in various disciplines by nearly 3,000 artists. A little respect, folks. As a passionate and visionary leader, she was articulate, well-informed, and always open to new ideas. The memory of Rivard-Lemoine and the impact she had lives on. If my colleagues have not had the opportunity to visit the Art Bank, I suggest they do so. They will be impressed, and in turn might want to impress upon their representatives on the Board of Internal Economy the necessity of revisiting the existing restrictions on renting Canadian art from Canadian artists for their offices in the Canadian Parliament.
The honourable member for Peace River.
Speaker, last week some more light was shed on the Liberals' arrogant beliefs and divisive attitudes. First, the disgraced senior Liberal spokesperson for Natural Resources made outrageous comments that show the Liberals' anti-Alberta, anti-energy agenda. The member from Ottawa South said that MPs from Alberta don't belong here in Parliament and should, I quote, go home. This anti-energy prejudice is the same that the Liberals had when they brought in the disastrous National Energy Program in the 1980s, a program that damaged the economy and cost Albertans billions of dollars. Then we heard from the Liberals' critic for amateur sport, the member from Papineau, which directly attacked Albertans by saying, and I'll quote, Canada is in bad shape right now because Albertans are controlling our communities. These divisive comments do not belong here in Parliament. They are anti-Canadian and they are unbecoming even for the Liberal Party. And that is why I'm calling on behalf of the Liberal leader to fire his critic for amateur sport.
The honourable member for Nanaimo-Cowichan.
Fellow
Following in the distinguished footsteps of former NDP MP Denise Savoy, last night the citizens of Victoria elected Murray Rankin as their next Speaker. We are excited to have Murray join us in the House to take on the important work of New Democrats, to show Canadians that they have an alternative to a Conservative government plagued by scandals, ethical lapses and mismanagement. He will stand shoulder to shoulder with an NDP caucus to make the right decisions when it comes to public policy. If a waste treatment plant is the right thing to do, we will support it, even while others flip-flop on the issue just to score a few cheap political points. The ocean is not a garbage can. Murray will stand up to the Conservatives and their billions in tax handouts to profitable corporations, even while they cut healthcare and OAS. He will stand shoulder to shoulder with NDP MPs from coast to coast to coast who are working together to build a fairer, greener and more prosperous Canada. Congratulations to Canada's newest NDP MP, Murray Rankin.
The Honourable Member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Mr. Speaker, Albertans and all Canadians have long known that the Liberal Party has a deeply ingrained, arrogant, anti-Alberta, anti-Western Canadian attitude. The Liberal energy critic reminded us just how deep those feelings are when he told Alberta MPs to go back home because they had the audacity to stand up for their constituents. Liberal member for Papineau, the son of Pierre Trudeau, the creator of the national energy program that decimated Western Canada, said that Canada is in bad shape because Albertans are running it. The Liberal leader fired the Liberal energy critic, but the member for Papineau has not been disciplined at all for saying, I quote, Canada is in bad shape right now because Albertans are controlling our community and social democratic agenda. That's not working. Mr. Speaker, why do the Liberals think they can get away with such divisiveness? When will the Liberal Party leader put an end to these anti-Alberta attitudes? When will he hold the Liberal member for Papineau responsible for his disparaging, divisive and dangerous comments?
Oral questions. Questions are out. The Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Impact of reckless Conservative cuts, raising the age of retirement for OAS to 67, slashing healthcare funding by $36 billion. Even the banks are criticizing Conservative choices. Today, the TD Bank is calling on Conservatives to invest in early childhood education. That's a heck of a lot better, more than corporate tax giveaways. Now that even the big banks are challenging Conservative priorities, when will the Prime Minister rethink his short-sighted budget choices?
Hear, hear. The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the policy of this government has been to gradually balance the budget over the medium term, while not raising taxes as the NDP would like us to do, and while preserving our payments for vital programs like healthcare, education, and of course pensions for our senior citizens. With that approach, Mr. Speaker, Canada has record-leading job creation among major developed countries and policies that are highly emulated around the world. One of the reasons I think that somebody like Mr. Carney can be recruited to serve in another country, Canada has a lot to be proud of.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
50,000 more people are unemployed today than before the recession. That's the Conservative record. The global economy is shaky and Canadians need reassurance. And now the Governor of the Bank of Canada has abruptly resigned. 2 weeks ago, the Finance Minister
Order. The Honourable Member. Order. The Honourable Member for Vancouver East has the floor.
Well, Mr. Speaker, he left in quite a hurry. And 2 weeks ago, the Finance Minister claimed he had contingency plans to deal with another recession. So can the Prime Minister table his Finance Minister's contingency plan, or is the Finance Minister again making this up as he goes along?
Here, here. Order. The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the Governor of the Bank of Canada, who's done a tremendous job, and we know will do a tremendous job in a country with much greater difficulties than Canada, has told me he is taking up that job in July of next year. That sort of stretches the definition of abruptly just a little bit. Obviously, we're honoured. We wish him well in his new functions. The record of this government, Mr. Speaker, is that there are 800,000 net new jobs created in this country, more people working now in Canada than before the recession. And while there's a ways to go, this is better than the vast majority of developed countries of this planet.
The honourable member for Vancouver East.
Mr. Speaker, the record is that the Finance Minister and the Prime Minister can't get their story straight on whether the budget will be balanced by 2015. They can't agree even on whether more service cuts are coming. The Finance Minister claims he has a plan for another recession, but the Prime Minister can't tell us what it is. How can Canadians have any confidence in our economy when the Prime Minister doesn't seem to have confidence in his own Finance Minister?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Finance has been recognized as probably the best in his job in the entire developed world. Mr. Speaker, his record speaks for itself, and besides, of course, agreeing on all of the big issues, one of the things we most strongly agree on is that this country does not need the kind of tax increases advocated by the NDP. We do not need to raise taxes on employers at a time when we're trying to create jobs. We don't need to raise sales taxes on consumers, and we are opposed to a carbon tax on everything.
The Honourable Member for Hull Aylmer. Mr. Speaker, there truly is bickering between the Prime Minister and the Minister of Finance, but this is a bad time because Europe has fallen back into a recession and the United States is inching towards a fiscal cliff. The IMF has stated that Canada has one of the slowest growth rates among developed countries. Canadians want to be reassured. The Minister of Finance has said to people that he had, and I quote, a contingency plan. When is he going to table such a plan in the House? The Honourable Minister of Finance.
I'm pleased to point out to the member opposite, through you, Mr. Speaker, that even today the OECD, in their fall outlook, continues to expect Canada to be among the fastest-growing economies in the G7. In fact, Canada will have the second fastest growth among G7 countries over the next 2 years, only in comparison behind the United States, which of course is starting from a much lower base than Canada given our recovery. We're doing very well in the world. We're not in need of a contingency plan because we're going to continue to grow.
The Honourable Member for Hull Aylmer. It's surprising to know that there's no contingency plan. Now, after having repeatedly shut down debate, like incorrigible repeat offenders, shoving error-ridden legislation down the throats of parliamentarians, the minister is on the offensive again 6 months later, asking us to change it. When the Minister of Finance was forced to use his most recent budget implementation bill to correct the errors in the other budget implementation bill last spring, was it at the request of the Prime Minister as well? The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, on this side of the House, we're agreed that we will, as we always intended to, balance the budget in the medium term during the course of the current Parliament. Having said that, Canada has created over 800,000 new jobs. The IMF and the OECD both project Canada to have the strongest growth in the G7. We have the best banking system in the world. We have the highest credit rating in the world by the three major credit agencies and the lowest overall tax rate. Canada is doing relatively well.
The Honourable Member for Toronto Centre.
Speaker, I wonder if I could ask the Prime Minister about a question about health care. I'd like to ask the Prime Minister, as many as 3 million Canadians have no coverage at all with respect to the cost of pharmaceutical drugs, and another 3 million only have coverage for the catastrophic cost. Mr. Speaker, the Canadian Institutes of Health have identified inadequate drug coverage as the next issue that has to be dealt with by the First Ministers. I wonder if the Prime Minister would agree that in a health accord that needs to happen in 2014, the question of drug coverage will be front and centre in terms of the position of the Government of Canada.
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Well, of course, Mr. Speaker, as I've said repeatedly, the federal government recognizes the jurisdiction of the provinces over much of the health care system. At the same time, of course, we do continue to transfer money to the provinces for that healthcare system. We have been, in fact, in recent years, transferring money to the healthcare provinces much faster than their own budgets are growing. We will continue to uphold our responsibilities in this area.
The honourable member for Toronto Centre.
Mr. Speaker, in the health accord that was signed in 2004, the question of prescription drugs and the fact that there were some 6 million Canadians that weren't covered adequately by the provinces and by the existing legislation, it was identified as being the greatest challenge in the system at present. So if the Prime Minister believes in a universal healthcare system, as he always says, why not put this issue before the premiers to have a truly national program, Mr. Speaker? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Once again, Mr. Speaker, we recognize on this side what the provincial areas of jurisdiction are, which covers most of the healthcare system. We will be transferring record amounts to the provinces so that they can assume their responsibilities. And our transfers are going up faster than their budgets. We are going to continue to support the provinces in this way.
Toronto Centre.
Speaker, since 1985, the cost of drugs has grown from about 10% of the total cost of health care to now close to 17%. The simple reality is that this is the fastest growing area of health care costs. It's being borne increasingly by individuals, not simply by provinces. Does the Prime Minister not understand that in taking this ideological, watertight compartment view of the Federation, he's in fact denying Canadians access to health care, something which we are proud of as Canadians and want to protect and advance as Canadians?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, it was previous Liberal governments who imposed certain health care requirements on the provinces, then turned around and cut the funding and refused to fund those very requirements. The leader of the Liberal Party suggests we want to go down that path. This government is not going down there. We work cooperatively with the provinces, and we've honoured our commitments on transfers.
And the honourable member for Parkdale High Park.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister and his Minister of Finance should get in tune. The Minister of Finance states that there will be a deficit in 2014. The Prime Minister says the contrary. The Minister of Finance promises that there will be no more cutbacks. The Prime Minister says the contrary. Who is telling the truth as to the government's intentions? Why are the Minister of Finance and the Prime Minister not in agreement on such basic issues? The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Is incorrect. Mr. Speaker, our intention has always been to balance the budget medium term. If the member opposite and her colleagues cares to look at the fall economic update, she will see that the deficit in 2015-16 is within the adjustment for risk in the budget. So it's quite clear that the budget can be balanced during the current term of Parliament.
The honourable member for Parkdale High Park.
Well, the Conservative platform promised a surplus of $2.8 billion in 2014. Yet the Finance Minister's most recent projection shows there'll be a deficit of $8.6 billion. So that's a difference of $11.4 billion, Mr. Speaker. The Finance Minister can't get rid of this with just a wave of the hand. The Prime Minister and the Finance Minister disagree about the size of the deficit and whether or not more cuts are coming. Why can't they keep their story straight?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Well, this is passing strange coming from the NDP, Mr. Speaker. This is a party that recommends more spending, more taxation, bigger deficits for our country, a party that voted against the economic stimulus in Budget 2009, voted against creating more jobs for Canadians, voted against more infrastructure, voted against our municipal infrastructure, our provinces, voted against all of that, all of which worked. And yes, there is a big deficit. It's been reduced by half, and we are on track to a balanced budget.
The honourable member for Halifax.
Mr. Speaker, while the world is meeting in Doha to fight against climate change, the minister is recycling an American announcement that will only take effect in 4 years' time. But climate change won't wait. The minister's inaction is costing Canada's reputation dearly, which is also affecting investments. What is the minister's plan for the Doha meeting? Is he going to sabotage another meeting on climate change? The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Canada actually took the lead in developing some of the tailpipe emissions, which I'll have more to say about in a couple of minutes. But our government, Mr. Speaker, is balancing the need to lower GHG emissions with job creation and economic growth. Canada will continue working with our international partners in Doha to create a binding new agreement which will include all major emitters. Mr. Speaker, Canada is halfway towards its Copenhagen target reductions. We have a plan. We're getting it done.
Member for Halifax.
Mr. Speaker, while the world gathers to act, this minister and this government are simply AWOL on one of the most important issues facing us today. Exactly. The world meets in Doha and they're working together to fight climate change, but Conservatives are re-announcing made in the USA standards for vehicles that won't even take effect for 4 years. Yet, of course, his oil and gas buddies are free to emit as much as they want. Exactly. Mr. Speaker, why is this minister refusing to work with the international community on tackling climate change?
Very good.
The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I say again, we have a plan to reduce greenhouse gas emissions without a $21 billion job-killing carbon tax favoured by the NDP. And with regards to these new vehicle tailpipe regulations from the model years 2017 to 25, we will actually reduce emissions between the model years 2008 2025 by fully 50%, and will reduce the cost to car operators by the same 50%.
Even better. The Honourable Member for Beaches, East York.
Mr. Speaker, it's being reported that the F-35 Secretariat is not happy with the Statement of Requirements. This would seem like progress because the Minister of Defence had a shot at it and failed, and the Minister of Public Works was complicit in that fiasco. But, Mr. Speaker, the CF-18s need to be replaced. So how do the Conservatives explain to Canadians that we're now left with an auditor, an economist, and 3 deputy ministers to define Canada's defence needs?
The Honourable Minister of Public Works.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm glad that the member agrees that the CF-18s do need to be replaced. Secretariat is going to ensure transparency and due diligence in our decision to replace the CF-18s. And yes, we have put together a secretariat. The membership is comprised of the senior deputy ministers in charge of military procurement, in addition to 2 independent members. And importantly, one of them is a former auditor, Canadian Auditor General, and we do look forward, we appreciate very much his contribution and oversight. As the member knows, the Secretariat will be responsible for the 7-point plan, including the options analysis.
The Honourable Member for Beaches, East York.
Well, that's great, Mr. Speaker. So we do have an auditor, an economist, and 3 deputy ministers, and somewhere in there's a walk into a bar joke. But we're talking about national security, Mr. Speaker, and there are serious policy implications from this procurement. Is the priority Arctic sovereignty, North American air defense, and air interception? Is it first strike capability? Does stealth even work? Are the Conservatives really suggesting that these decisions be left to an economist, an auditor, and 3 deputy ministers to work out behind closed doors?
The Honourable Minister of Public Works.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I can assure the honourable member and the House and the public that the Secretariat will ensure that the proper expertise is brought in to review the Statement of Requirements and to do a full options analysis.
Well done, Rona.
Mr. Speaker, it is important that as we move forward to replace the CF-18s, that we have full transparency and full due diligence. As the Auditor General requested, the Department of National Defence will table their updated cost estimates for the CF-18, and I thank the Minister of Public Safety for his support.
The
Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Mr. Speaker, 4 years ago, the Ombudsman for National Defence stated in a report that wounded reservists were not receiving adequate care or support. He had made 12 recommendations. 4 have been implemented, 2 have been rejected. Therefore, there are 6 remaining on the list. In order to understand why certain recommendations have not been implemented, the Ombudsman needs information. Why are the Conservatives keeping some documents out of the reach of the Ombudsman? The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, in fact, 10 of the 12 recommendations made by the Ombudsman have been acted upon. And in fact, Mr. Speaker, I want to take this opportunity to acknowledge and thank reservists for the important role that they play in the Canadian Forces. The delay in the implementation, as she mentioned, with respect to the necessary changes to ensure that there is equal coverage for reservists, that delay is unacceptable. And, Mr. Speaker, I can assure you that we are acting on this issue and we hope to resolve it very soon.
Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. I have more confidence in the Ombudsman than in the Minister when judging the progress in the implementation of the recommendations. In September, the Minister of National Defence shamefully said that the Ombudsman should not defend members of the Canadian Forces. He should simply be content to act as a mediator. I know from my own experience how critical adequate support is to our soldiers. The Conservatives have spectacularly failed in the implementation of the Ombudsman's recommendations. Why? The answer is in the documents that the Minister wants to keep secret. Why hide them? The Honourable Minister.
Well, 10 out of 12 doesn't seem like a spectacular failure to me, Mr. Speaker, and as I indicated, we will be acting on the remaining recommendations. I would point out that I have urgently spoken to departmental officials about acting on those recommendations. I've informed Canadians, as well as all members of the Canadian Forces, that reservists will be treated fairly. In the final analysis, Mr. Speaker, that is what we are striving to achieve, and we're committed to ensure that progress is made towards all fair and equitable treatment of reservists, acknowledging the enormous contribution that they have made in Afghanistan and throughout their service to the Canadian Armed Forces.
The Honourable Member for St. John's East.
Mr. Speaker, acting on recommendations is the same as partially implementing. That's what the Ombudsman said. We have that Minister's colourful responses to our questions, and we then have the facts. The fact is the Minister has not cooperated with the Ombudsman. He tried to warn the Ombudsman in September, saying he shouldn't advocate for Canadian Forces members. That's also a fact. Just as with the Veterans Ombudsman, Conservatives are stonewalling, claiming a whole variety of documents are somehow magically cabinet records, even though they have nothing to do with ministers. We're talking here about ensuring benefits for injured soldiers. Will this minister now relent and let the Ombudsman find the truth?
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
I repeat again, for the edification of the member opposite, we are acting on these recommendations. We will fulfill our obligation to reservists. Mr. Speaker, we are going to continue to work with the Ombudsman in a fair, open, transparent fashion, as we always have, within the mandate of the Ombudsman. That is what we intend to do within the mandate and within the law. But, you know, it's interesting coming from the member opposite. I know what he is not, and that is an advocate for the Canadian Forces. He's not a person who gets up here every day and supports our efforts to give the men and women in uniform the support they need.
The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Mr. Speaker, my question is for the Minister of Immigration. We all know that he has a very shameful bias against refugees, Mr. Speaker. In fact, Mr. Speaker, you'll find that when it comes to health care cuts, premiers like Brad Wall have recognized just how bad this minister really is. Mr. Speaker, when we look at what the doctors have to say, doctors have reported children are suffering because of these cuts. A child with a fever and vomiting is only able to access care at free clinics due to confusion around his cuts. 2 children with severe asthma cannot get required medications because of the confusion. Mr. Speaker, my question is, when is this minister, shameful minister, going to re-establish...
The Honourable Minister of Citizenship and Immigration.
Mr. Speaker, the only confusion seems to be coming from that very excitable member. Mr. Speaker, in fact, as I pointed out to this member repeatedly, This government is increasing by 20% the number of resettled refugees that we admit. It'll be the highest per capita level of resettled refugees in the world. We are increasing by 20% our support for their integration. We are introducing the Refugee Appeal Division, a full fact-based appeal for failed asylum claimants, which the Liberal government refused to introduce. With respect to the IFH changes, Mr. Speaker, I suspect he's talking about rejected asylum claimants who are delaying their removal from Canada.
They're not. The honourable member for St. Paul's.
You know it. Unbelievably, the health minister has decided to make the current prescription drug addiction crisis worse. Hours after the patent expired, she greenlighted 6 drug companies to sell cheap truckloads of generic OxyContin. She ignored the advice of health ministers, police, doctors, addiction experts, and Aboriginal leaders.
Order. The honourable member for St. Paul's has the floor.
If the minister refuses to reverse her terrible decision, will she tell these companies that the government will not pay for 1 pill of this highly addictive drug by ensuring it is not beyond any government formulary?
The honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, prescribing of drugs is a provincial jurisdiction, so provincial health minister.
Order. Now the honourable Minister of Health has the floor.
Again, Mr. Speaker, the prescribing of drugs is a provincial jurisdiction, so the provincial health ministers and doctors have a major role in limiting abuse. The decisions on whether to approve a drug will be made by scientists based on their experts' assessment of the science and safety. The opposition wants us to politically interfere in the scientific safety process. Why do you think that they know more about science than doctors? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Scarborough-Guildwood.
Mr. Speaker, if a reserve forces member loses a limb in Afghanistan, for example, he or she gets much less generous scale of compensation than a regular forces member losing exactly the same limb at exactly the same time in exactly the same place. The minister has apparently been urgently promising to fix this for the last 4 years now. The Ombudsman has repeatedly demanded action and been repeatedly stonewalled. Why does this minister hide behind the cloak of cabinet confidentiality? And does this minister really believe that one soldier's arm is less valuable than another's?
Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, that member's righteous indignation would seem a little more sincere if he had fixed it on his watch, but we know that isn't the case. Mr. Speaker, the reality is we have every intention of treating reservists the same way we treat regular force members. We will be acting on the recommendations put forward by the Ombudsman, and we will follow the law and the legislation with respect to our interaction and relationship with the Canadian Forces Ombudsman.
The honourable member for Burnaby, New Westminster.
For months, the Conservatives planned the fire sale of Nixon behind closed doors. They know that Albertans refuse to see a state-owned Chinese corporation nationalize part of our petroleum industry. They tried not to make too much noise during the Calgary Centre by-election because they were afraid of losing. But since they're not going to present new criteria for approving foreign investment, the decision will be, once again, 100% political. Will they admit that they will approve this odious control, regardless of the details? The Honourable Minister of Industry. Mr. Speaker, that's completely false. Since we come to power in 2006, we have clarified the guidelines for foreign investment. We put in provisions on national security. We have the NDP here, which is radical and doesn't want any kind of transaction. On the other side, we have the Liberals, who authorize everything blindly, as we heard last week. Canadians can count on a responsible government that will examine each transaction on a case-by-case basis for the best interests of Canadians.
Sadly, the good citizens of Calgary may join other communities that have been sold out by this government. Places like Sudbury, when they sold out Falconbridge, hundreds of jobs lost. Places like Thompson, when they sold out Inco, Hundreds of jobs lost. Places like Hamilton when they sold out Stelco. Hundreds of jobs lost. Places like Montreal and Shawinigan when they sold out Alcan. Hundreds of jobs lost. Now with CNOOC and Nexon, they're doing it all again, Mr. Speaker. When will the Conservatives stop selling out and start standing up for Canadian jobs?
The Honourable Minister of Industry.
Speaker, Canada welcomes foreign investment. It gets our enterprise on the global value chain. There are huge opportunities, Mr. Speaker. And if we follow this radical agenda, Mr. Speaker, everything would be lost from the outset, Mr. Speaker. This is not a responsible approach, as this is not a responsible approach to try to impose a $21.5 billion of carbon tax on the shoulders of Canadians and having a plan to tax everything, Mr. Speaker. Everything would be lost, the economy would be lost, and family would be lost, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Newton North Delta.
Mr. Speaker, when the provinces were forced to pick up the tab for refugee health care, Premier Brad Wall decided to call a friend. But the minister's final answer was, in his words, un-Canadian. Mr. Speaker, the minister is shirking his responsibility and refusing to provide health care to the most vulnerable people in Canada. When will the Conservatives start listening to the premiers, stop downloading federal responsibility and reverse these cuts?
The Honourable Minister of Citizenship and Immigration.
Well, first of all, I actually disagree with the member's suggestion that asylum claimants coming from, for example, the United States or the European Union are amongst the most vulnerable people. They've come here from developed countries, Mr. Speaker, in some cases because we offer much more generous benefits than they could get in those countries of origin. And that's why we've sought to have a more rational policy, which indicates that we'll provide the basic package of hospital and physician medical services to asylum claimants, but not levels that are more generous than what Canadians can typically get. Now, if provinces want to provide prescription pharmaceutical coverage, for example, to certain asylum claimants that are not otherwise covered by the IFHP, they're welcome to do so.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Lambert. Mr. Speaker, will the minister realize once and for all that these are human lives? His answers are inconsistent and misleading. These are the facts. The number of provinces criticizing the irresponsible cuts to health care for refugees continues to increase. Quebec, Manitoba, Ontario, and Saskatchewan have all come out against these cutbacks. The provinces are short of money, and they'll be sending the bill to Ottawa because people need care, and the provinces have a heart contrary to these Conservatives. Since the minister will end up with the bill anyway, why not cancel these irresponsible and cruel cutbacks? The Honourable Minister of Immigration. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, the government will continue to provide health insurance for the same package of services available to most Canadians. And if the provinces want to provide additional health care services to illegal immigrants or those who are delaying their deportation, visitors, foreign students, or any of these people for humanitarian reasons, they are entitled to do so. They can transfer the federal health care transfer as they see fit. It goes up 6% a year.
Mr. Speaker, for years the Liberals ignored climate change and did absolutely nothing when it came to reducing greenhouse gas emissions. We know the NDP want to implement a job-killing carbon tax that would cripple our economy and raise the price of everything. Our government is working to reduce greenhouse gas emissions without disrupting the economy, and we're getting it done. Can the minister tell us what new measures he has put in place to make real greenhouse gas reductions?
The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Well, I thank the member from Oakville for a rational question. Mr. Speaker, compared to 2008 models, vehicles rolling off the line in 2025 will produce almost 50% fewer greenhouse gas emissions and consume up to 50% less fuel. This improved fuel efficiency is expected to save Canadians upwards of $900 per year per car, while reducing GHGs by 162 megatons between 2017 and 2025. We have a plan, Mr. Speaker. It's working.
The Honourable Member for Beauharnois-Salaberry. People are still very worried. Canadians who want concrete measures from the Conservatives when it comes to fighting climate change will be extremely disappointed once again. I'm not talking about their phony announcement today with measures that won't even come into effect before 2017 when the Conservatives will no longer be in power. A new study demonstrates that Canada is simply not prepared to react to the melting of Arctic ice, despite the fact the Department of the Environment had given the minister a report about this problem in 2007. Are the Conservatives waiting for a major crisis to occur before they protect the North?
Well, first of all, to correct my colleague, Mr. Speaker, today's announcement of regulations from 2017 to 2025 follow on regulations announced a year and a half ago, 2 years ago, for the model years 2011 to 2016. Mr. Speaker, our accounting methods for our sector-by-sector approach have been recognized. They're accepted internationally. I'll be going to Doha to work with like-minded countries to ensure that we create a new climate change regime, including all major emitters.
The honourable member for Western Arctic.
Well, Mr. Speaker, if the Conservatives want to work with other countries, there's many ways to do that. But we know the North is particularly vulnerable to climate change. We see it every day. Canadians in the North and across this country are living now with the consequences of the Conservative inaction on climate change. Time and time again, this government ignores opportunities to act. So, as chair of the Arctic Council, why won't the minister put climate change front and centre on that agenda going forward?
The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the NDP was proud that they didn't read Budget 2012 and they voted against it. They also didn't read Budget 2011, where our government committed $150 million to adaptation to climate change, focused primarily in the North, focused on communities, focused on infrastructure like roads and railroads and airports affected by melting permafrost, working on better meteorological weather services for advance warning of extreme weather. We have a plan, Mr. Speaker. We're getting it done.
The honourable member for Gaspésie-La-Madeleine. Eastern Canadian and Quebec lobster fishermen are concerned about additional cutbacks at DFO. In January, the department will stop distributing labels and journals. These tools are essential to discourage illicit fishery and to protect the lobster industry. This is the most recent measure in a series of attacks against fishermen and their families. After separating the fleets, reducing EI benefits, and all the amendments to the Fisheries Act, why do the Conservatives want to encourage the illegal fishing of lobster?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me be clear that gear identification tools such as trap tags are still required in fisheries where industry has deemed they are necessary. And that includes the lobster fishery, Mr. Speaker. DFO has sent information letters to all affected fish harvesters and has posted information online in relation to the new method for tag supplies. Mr. Speaker, we will continue to improve programs for fish harvesters, and we are committed to protecting our Canadian fisheries.
The honourable member for Dartmouth, Cole Harbour.
Mr. Speaker, today is the kickoff of the new lobster season in southwest Nova Scotia, but fishermen are concerned about new regulatory changes that DFO is imposing. The Canadian Independent Fish Harvesters have asked the minister for a year to transition to the new tagging system. They've even reluctantly agreed to pay for it. But DFO is ignoring them, Mr. Speaker. The East Coast lobster fishery brings in $1 billion annually. Wow. On behalf of lobster fishermen, their families, and coastal communities, why won't the minister stop being uncooperative and agree to this one-year transition?
The Honourable Minister of Fisheries and Oceans.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I can assure the honourable member I have not ignored lobster fishers or the industry. I've met with many of them over the past month. Many organizations, including those industry organizations, have shown interest in the opportunity to provide this service to the fishers, Mr. Speaker. This is something they can do. The proposals will be considered and the tags program will be in place, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Saint-Laurent-Cartierville. Mr. Speaker, Although during the last election the Prime Minister promised a balanced budget by 2014, the Minister of Finance has said no balance until 2016. And then he was contradicted by the Prime Minister, who says he will keep his election promise. To do that, the Finance Minister will have to cut another $9 billion on top of what he's already cut. $9 billion less for services to Canadians. Is that the new plan the Finance Minister intends to put into place? The Honourable Minister.
Perhaps seems to have some difficulty with numbers, which is not unusual in the Liberal Party over the time they're in power. If you look at the fall economic update, the member will see that the numbers show a deficit within the adjustment for risk in the fiscal year 2015-16 of $1.8 billion, which, as I say, is within the adjustment for risk, within the cushion built into the budget for risk, and therefore we are on track to balance the budget in this term of Parliament.
The honourable member for Kings Hands.
Mr. Speaker, the Finance Minister promised to balance the books by 2013. Then it was 2014. Then 2015. And his November 12th fall update is saying 2016 to 2017. So adding to the confusion, the day after the Prime Minister promised that the books would be balanced by the next election. So can the Prime Minister tell us, does he intend to follow his own law and hold the election in 2015, or is his timing for the next election as flexible as his minister's promise to balance the books?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Far be it from me, Mr. Speaker, to be able to explain the member opposite's confusion with respect to numbers. The numbers are plain. We are on track to balance the budget during the current session of Parliament.
The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Pierre-Boucher. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Apparently, we're not worthy of the truth around here. Visitors who went to the Canadian Postal Museum got a big surprise this week. The museum was closed quietly, preventing thousands of philatelists and curious people from visiting it. We know they're closing post offices, but the museum? The sabotage of the museum was not mentioned at all when the minister announced the change of vocation of the Museum of Civilization. But apparently it was understood. Well, are there any other museum closures that are understood in that announcement? Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage. My colleagues should know that in the 2012 debate on the budget, we protected every penny of our investments in museums across Canada. This is what the Executive Director of the Canadian Museum Association said. The federal government shows strong support for the museum and Canadian arts. We continue to invest in our national museums as well as local museums and make sure that they are able to do what they're doing today. They are the jewels of culture in this country, and we will continue our grants and investments in our museums.
Well, notwithstanding the fine words, Mr. Speaker, this is another example of how the Conservatives have abandoned the cultural communities of this country. Now, many young people learned about the Postal Service and its importance to the history of our country through this museum. Now, basic decency would mean at least an official announcement of closure and a recognition of the contributions Canadians have made to this museum. None of that happened. Now, Mr. Speaker, Canada's history is more than just the War of 1812. Canadians know that. Why doesn't this minister?
The Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage.
The Canadian Postal Museum is part of the Canadian Museum of Civilization. The Canadian Museum of Civilization has just received $25 million more to become the Canadian Museum of History. And we're very proud of that investment, and we're proud of this museum. So, contrary to the New Democrats' understanding, when you add $25 million more to the budget to enlarge the museum's mandate, to make it more pan-Canadian in terms of its content, to include the Canadian Postal Museum and much more, you're strengthening the largest museum in Canada to do what it does so well, which is teach Canadian history to all Canadians, whether New Democrats understand it or not.
The Honourable Member for South Surrey, White Rock, Coverdale.
Mr. Speaker, something happened yesterday that may be unprecedented in this House. The NDP filibustered to try to stop a private member's bill. At the Finance Committee, for 2 hours, the NDP spoke non-stop, to avoid a vote on amendments to my bill on labour organisation transparency. Will the Government of Canada please state its
Order. I'll ask honourable members to hold off on their applause until the honourable member for South Surrey has finished asking his question. The honourable member has the floor.
Will the Government of Canada please state its position on my bill, the amendments, and the NDP scheme to avoid financial transparency?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Transport. Order. Order. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Transport is going to answer the question.
Mr. Speaker, yes, the NDP's attempt to block this union transparency bill and block workers' rights only strengthens our party's resolve to support that member's bill and its amendments, Mr. Speaker. The reality is never before has one party in Parliament been so dominated by a single interest group. 1 in 3 members of that caucus are past union bureaucrats or union bosses. They accepted $300,000 in illegal union money. No wonder they want to block workers from knowing how their money is spent.
Order. The honourable member for Etobicoke North.
Mr. Speaker, 2011 was the most severe in terms of natural disasters, according to the Global Climate Risk Index just released in Doha. Floods and storms claimed thousands of lives and caused billions of dollars in damages. With his newfound belief that extreme weather can actually be linked to climate change, will the Minister of Environment abandon his delay tactic and release a comprehensive climate change plan that meets our 2020 target instead of just making up the numbers?
The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Well, Mr. Speaker, this House needs to remember, Canadians need to remember, that for 13 long years, the previous Liberal government paid only lip service to climate change, and then they campaigned on a carbon.
Order. The Honourable Minister of the Environment has the floor.
Liberal carbon. In comparison to the lip service of the previous Liberal government, Mr. Speaker, we do have a climate change plan, a sector-by-sector plan, which doesn't involve the carbon tax that they favoured. And when I go to Doha next week, we will work to engage other countries to write a new climate change regime.
The honourable member for Trois-Rivières. Mr. Speaker, the obtuse vision of the Conservative strikes again. After having cut investments in the tourism season at Saint-Maurice based on visitor statistics from 2011, is it surprising to see that in 2012 the statistics were down? That's the logic for the Conservatives. The more they cut, the fewer people visit. The fewer people visit, the more they cut. Add to that the disappearance of guided tours, and that is an obituary. Mr. Speaker, the only site for interpretation of metallurgy in Canada should be exhibited in the same way, at least, as the War of 1812. The Honourable Minister of State.
Know that our government has taken significant action to encourage investment in the tourism industry. Indeed, we have improved the economy and economic outlook all across this country. I don't think tourists want to come to Canada to see a $21 billion carbon tax, because that would increase the cost and bring tourism down even further.
The honourable member for Northumberland, Kitchener West.
Mr. Speaker, Canada is home to some of the world's best soldiers, sailors, airmen and airwomen. The men and women who serve as search and rescue technicians often operate in dangerous and harsh conditions to save the lives of Canadians from coast to coast to coast. Our nation is well served by these courageous individuals who put themselves in harm's way to save countless of Canadians every year. Recently, 3 search and rescue technicians were recognized by the United Kingdom for their bravery. Could the Minister of National Defence please inform this House of their achievements?
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Speaker, I thank my colleague for his strong support of the forces and the opportunity to highlight the courageous work of Canadian Forces Search and Rescue technicians. Yesterday, the heroic efforts of 3 members of 424 Squadron, Transport Rescue Squadron in Trenton, were recognized for their work. Sergeant Yannick Gilbert, Master Corporal Max Lahey-Lamay, and Master Corporal Marco Journeyman received the prestigious International Maritime Organization Award for exceptional bravery at sea for their efforts last year to save 2 hunters stranded in icy waters near Aglulik, Nunavut. Tragically, Sergeant Gilbert perished during this rescue. Our thoughts are with he and his family. They will be forever remembered by a grateful nation, and we thank them for their dedicated service to Canada.
The honourable member for British Columbia Southern Interior.
Mr. Speaker, BC apple growers reject any notion of a genetically engineered apple being introduced into their environment. They're supported by a resolution of the Union of BC Municipalities calling for legislation to ensure that BC remains a GE-free province in respect to all tree fruit products. The introduction of the GE Arctic apple has the potential to destroy markets both for conventional and organic apple growers. Will the minister support farmers and commit today to rejecting any application to introduce the Arctic apple into the environment?
The Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Mr. Speaker, any decisions about GM products are subject to a rigorous, science-based assessment process. Those assessments ensure that the environment, human and animal health continues to be protected. This government is working hard to ensure that Canadian farmers continue to have access to the best technology in the world, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Haute-Gaspésie, La Métis, Matapédia. 37 librarians and documentation technicians in the Lower St. Lawrence and the Gaspé are condemning the closure of the library at l'Institut de Recherche Maritime Maurice-la-Montagne, the only francophone library for fisheries and ocean. This government is literally packing knowledge in boxes. All the French reference documents will be sent to Dartmouth. The minister says they will be digitized. That's not the case. Copyright doesn't allow it. Even simpler, the minister might as well just burn the books. Will he renounce this plan to close the only French library for fisheries and ocean, depriving Quebec scientists from high-quality resources? The Honourable Minister of Fisheries and Oceans.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our government is eliminating waste and duplication in government. Library users are asking for digital information, so it's only logical that Fisheries and Oceans would accommodate that demand by making their collection available in digital format. Mr. Speaker, the library will continue to deliver services in both English and French.
That concludes question period for today.
I would like to draw the attention of the House to the presence within the gallery of the Governor-General's Literary Award recipients.
General's Literary Award recipients here today are France Daigle, Normand Chorette, Maude Smith-Gagnon, Geneviève Billet, Alain Roy, Aline Apostolska, Elise Gravel, Linda Spalding, Ross King, Julie Bruck, Catherine Banks, Nigel Spencer, Susan Nielsen, and Isabel Arsenault. Chair has notice of a couple points of order. I'll go first to the Honourable Parliament Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise briefly to supplement the initial response of the Honourable Government House Leader to the point of order raised yesterday by the Honourable House Leader of the official opposition on proceedings of the Standing Committee on Finance on Bill C-45. To be clear about the October 31st motion of the Finance Committee, which, for the record, the 4 New Democrats on the committee voted for, the chair of that committee was asked in paragraph A to write to his counterparts on 10 other standing committees, quote, inviting those standing committees to consider the subject matter, end quote, on certain provisions of Bill C-45. Mr. Speaker, they were invited to take up a subject matter study, which, as the NDP House Leader himself admitted yesterday, quote, any committee has the right to initiate a study on the subject matter that applies to their policy area, including on the elements of Bill C-45, end quote. Nonetheless, it remained up to those 10 other committees as to how they would respond to the Finance Committee's invitation. As I understand it, to a committee, they agreed to consider the relevant subject matter of this budget implementation bill. Indeed, pages 1004 and 1005 of House and Commons Proceedings and Practice, second edition, states, quote,
the standing committees may themselves initiate, without first obtaining the prior approval of the House, any study they feel is advisable to undertake, insofar as it falls within the mandate provided to them by the standing orders, end quote. Circumstances of a wide variety inform the choices of committees for studies, whether they be legal or procedural in nature, or have a political impetus behind them, or in this case, an invitation letter from a fellow committee. Meanwhile, in paragraph B, the other committees were, quote, requested to convey recommendations, including any suggested amendments, in a letter, end quote. The other committees were not instructed to make a report to the Finance Committee, as the honourable member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley suggested yesterday. They did, however, each agree to correspond back to the Finance Committee chair with their views on the subject matter study. That the other committees have not reported to the House on these studies is not a matter of concern for a point of order in the chamber. Continuing the passage I was reading from O'Brien and Bosk, let me continue at page 1005. Quote, the committees then undertake to define the nature and scope of the study, to determine how much time they will devote to it, and whether or not they will report their observations and recommendations to the House, end quote. As the Honourable Government House Leader pointed out yesterday, the Finance Committee did not cede any of its authority with respect to Bill C-45, and the Finance Committee retained the authority to vote on all proposed amendments before the bill was ever reported back to the House. That there was certainty, no undue delegation of authority here, Mr. Speaker. Finally, Mr. Speaker, he pointed out that this was not a novel practice. It may be of benefit to point out, for an example, that the case of Bill C-50, the Budget Implementation Act 2008, in the second session of the 39th Parliament. As part of its study of that bill, the Finance Committee adopted a motion to ask the Citizenship and Immigration Committee to consider the subject matter of a portion of it. The Immigration Committee accepted the invitation and later agreed to a letter in reply to the Finance Committee, even agreed to append a dissenting opinion to that letter. In closing, Mr. Speaker, while it may be infrequent for one committee to write to another committee inviting it to undertake a study within its area of competence and to reply with suggestions, it is not out of order. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I listened with great interest to my friend across the way. In particular, I listened to the section that my friend read out about the instructions, because there were instructions coming from the Finance Committee to all the range of committees that I listed yesterday, Environment, Committee on Justice and Human Rights, and so on. But in Section C of that instruction was a particular note of concern that I raised with you yesterday, and my honourable friend across the way did not alleviate any of those concerns, in which it says, any amendments suggested by the other standing committees in the recommendations conveyed pursuant to paragraph B shall be deemed to be proposed during the clause-by-clause consideration of Bill C-45. For one committee to instruct another to propose a study on the clause-by-clause sections, hear witnesses or not, as the case may have been, is an absolute delegation of authority to another committee and instruction to do so. If the committees then took up that instruction and reported back amendments, as was instructed by the Finance Committee, by the very definition, the Finance Committee overstepped the bounds and instructions that came from this House. The authority of those committees to do that work came from this place. They did not originate with the chair of the Finance Committee or the Prime Minister's office or anywhere else. It came from here. To then have that Finance Committee go forth and make these types of instruction to other committees, and then again, to hear in the recommendations conveyed pursuant to paragraph B shall be deemed to be proposed during the clause-by-clause considerations. It's an absolute delegation of authority. It's handing authority over to another committee, and it points back, Mr. Speaker, to our utter dismay and confusion that this government, when we propose an exact recommendation to this massive omnibus bill, to divide it into its component parts, allow the committees to hear the witnesses that were specific in their expertise to those sections of the bills that, in our opinion, should never have been included in the omnibus in the first place, but the government chose to do it, so we allowed them a path out, a way to allow the committees to do their work that would confer no confusion upon the authorities of the committee and its delegation. The House can make that instruction. We offered a solution for the House to make that instruction. The government refused it out of hand. They then had the Finance Committee come up with this, I don't know, absolute mess of a resolution that then instructed committees that absolutely had to give recommendations as if they existed at the Finance Committee, which they did. So, Mr. Speaker, I listened with great interest. I appreciate the government House Leader's instruction constantly through my intervention in this debate, but I would ask him that in 15 minutes we have a House Leaders meeting in private. We can have the conversation there rather than on the floor of the House of Commons. Again, I listened for any remediation of our concern that was raised in Section C that came from the Finance Committee, from my honourable colleague across the way. I didn't hear any. Of course, we await your ruling on this matter because I think it's an important one, not just in its bearing on this particular bill, but in how all committees conduct themselves going forward. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, and again, not to repeat my intervention of a few moments ago, but just to point out and emphasize, Mr. Speaker, as I did in my first intervention, that the 4 members of the New Democratic Party sitting on the Finance Committee agreed with the process undertaken by the Finance Committee, extending an invitation, not an instruction, but extending an invitation to the other committees. Mr. Speaker, as I also pointed out in my intervention, there is clear precedence for the actions taken by the Finance Committee, and I, as the Opposition House Leader, agree on one thing, and that is to ask you, sir, in your capacity as Speaker of this House, to give us your ruling at your first and earliest opportunity.
The Honourable Member for Kings Hants has a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, I don't always agree with the Parliamentary Secretary on every procedural issue, but I share with him some level of difficulty in understanding why the NDP voted for the motion on October 31st if they disagree with the motion and consider it out of order and beyond their scope. And that's what I find it, and I share with the Parliamentary Secretary, a difficulty in understanding how the NDP could have voted with the government on October 31st and then today say that they disagree with the motion and the order and consider it out of order and beyond the scope. It doesn't make a lot of sense. There was one member of the House of Commons Finance Committee on October 31st who in fact voted against the motion, and that was myself, Mr. Speaker. But the NDP voted with the government on October 31st and are now saying somehow perhaps they were mistaken, and they're certainly able to say that we messed up, we ought not to have done that, and we could all live with that and move on happily ever after. But it's not consistent for the NDP to say today that they disagree with the government's motion when in fact they voted for it.
Does the Honourable Government House Leader have a point of order? No, okay. A different point. Okay. The Honourable Government House Leader on a point of order.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I did want to clarify the answer that I gave yesterday in the House regarding members of the public attending committee meetings and particularly an incident relating to the Defence Committee. As I said, the government believes committee hearings should be open to the public, and I want to ensure that the information I provide to this House is complete and accurate insofar as that Defence Committee is concerned. Now, while Senate Security, and that's where the meeting was taking place in East Block, which is under Senate jurisdiction, initially advised that the chair that the individual in question should not be admitted. After initial reflection, the chair did ultimately advise Senate Security that the individual should be admitted. However, by that point, the individual had left. The chair, I should advise the House, has also subsequently met with the Sergeant-at-Arms to clearly establish that the individual should be permitted to attend as a member of the public meetings of the Defence Committee in the future. Thank you.
I thank the Honourable Government House Leader for the clarification. Is this on the same point? The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I do think it's important if the Government House Leader could provide on what grounds would a chair approach someone and indicate to them that they're not welcome to participate or be in the audience of a public committee meeting. What made that determination for the chair to approach that person, from what I understand?
I fear we're getting a little bit away from normal points of order, but given the circumstances, I'll allow the Government House Leader to respond, and then we'll move on.
Again, the purpose of my rising on this was simply to clarify the record, as I provided an answer to the House that was not complete previously, and I did want it to be complete. However, my understanding of the incident, and I was not there involved, was that it was actually Senate Security that provided the advice to the chair that the member should not be admitted for whatever reason or history. That was their advice that he initially followed, and then later took the decision that perhaps there were ways of managing that issue and that he should be admitted.
Does the honourable member have, for King's Hants, have a different point of order now? Okay, the honourable member for King's Hants.
Speaker, I have a point of order which emanates from question period. During question period, the finance minister said that the books will be balanced in this Parliament, and he said that was consistent with what was in the fall economic statement. I would like to ask for unanimous consent to table for the House, actually table 3.3, page 46 of the November 12th fall economic statement, which clearly shows that the country will still be in deficit the year of the fixed election date as set out by the government's own law. So I'm seeking unanimous consent to table this such that all members of Parliament, including the Finance Minister, can have the benefit of reading his fall economic statement.
Does the honourable member have the unanimous consent of the House to table this document? There's no consent. Je suis maintenant prêt à rendre.
I am now prepared to give my ruling on the point of order raised November 5, 2012 by the honourable member of the Liberal Party, Mr. Marc Garneau, given on the issue of a written document. I'm now question. I would like to thank the Liberal Leader House Leader for having raised the matter.
For Etobicoke North asked the Minister of Public Safety why the government had not provided a substantive response to her written question number Q873, a very lengthy and complicated question about disaster risk reduction and recovery. The Minister replied that it had cost more than $1,300 just to determine whether an answer was possible, and suggested that the cost of preparing a comprehensive response would be prohibitive. In raising this point of order, the Liberal House Leader objected to the Minister of Public Safety's reference to the cost of preparing a response to the question, claiming that this was contrary to our practices, as described at page 522 of House of Commons Procedure and Practice, second edition, which states that, quote, it is not in order to indicate in a response to a written question the total time and cost incurred by the government in the preparation of that response, unquote. Quoi qu'il en soit,
however, the Liberal House Leader's main complaint was about the nature of the response provided to the written question itself. Specifically, he expressed concern that the nature of the response, a brief statement about why the question would not be answered, was setting a dangerous precedent.
The Government House Leader stated that the government's response to Q873 made no references to the cost of its preparation, and that the costing information had been provided by the Minister of Public Safety only in the response to an oral question.
It may be useful at the outset to remind all members of the purpose of oral and written questions to the government. House of Commons Procedure and Practice, second edition, at page 491 states, and I quote, the right to seek information from the ministry of the day and the right to hold that ministry accountable are recognized as two of the fundamental principles of parliamentary government. Members exercise these rights principally by asking questions in the House. The importance of questions within the parliamentary system cannot be overemphasized, and the search for clarification of information through questioning is a vital aspect of the duties undertaken by individual members. Questions may be asked orally without notice or may be submitted in writing after due notice, unquote.
While members are well aware of our practices as they relate to oral questions, they may be less familiar with those that regulate written questions. House of Commons Procedure and Practice, second edition, states at page 519 and 520 in relation to questions, quote, in general, written questions are lengthy, often containing two or more subsections, and seek detailed or technical information from one or more government departments or agencies. Given that the purpose of a written question is to seek and receive a precise, detailed answer, it is incumbent on a member submitting a question for the notice paper to ensure that it is formulated carefully enough to elicit the precise information sought, unquote. À la page 500,
practices regulate answers to written questions are similarly referenced at page 522. And I quote, the guidelines that apply to the form and content of written questions are also applicable to the answers provided by the government. As such, no argument or opinion is to be given, and only the information needed to respond to the question
is to be provided in an effort to maintain the process of written questions as an exchange of information rather than an opportunity for debate. As with oral questions, it is acceptable for the government, in responding to a written question, to indicate to the House that it cannot supply an answer. On occasion, the government has supplied supplementary or revised replies to questions already answered. The Speaker, however, has ruled that it is not in order to indicate in a response to a written question the total time and cost incurred by the government in preparation of the response, unquote.
That over the years, speakers have recognized that they exercise little oversight in the matter of written questions. As always, however, the Chair remains attentive to these matters and is ready to assist in any way it can in ensuring that written questions continue to serve members as an important channel of genuine information exchange. So I take this as an opportunity to ask the House to bear in mind the underlying purpose of a written question, namely the seeking of information. In my view, it is incumbent on the member who submits it to formulate it in such a way that it is, in fact, answerable. As such, it is not unreasonable to expect, particularly where the member submitting a question attaches to it the 45-day time limit, that it would be worded in such a way as to allow the government to provide the information requested within the time allotted. Not surprisingly, a question that fails to do so is more likely to yield an answer that fails to meet the questioner's expectations.
Likewise, the Chair believes that it is not unreasonable for members submitting a written question to expect that the government would make an attempt to provide as much information as possible in response in the time available. If, perhaps due to a request for a reply within 45 days, all of information being sought cannot be produced in time, it is always open to the government to return later with a supplementary reply to a question already answered.
Written question number 873 and the reply it received, it would seem that to the Chair that both the member asking the question and the government might yet find a way to achieve a result that would satisfy both parties. Is it possible that a differently worded question resubmitted could elicit a substantive reply about the government's disaster management activities and policies? The Chair would like to think so. This would help allay the fears expressed by the member for Westmount Ville Marie that answers such as the one provided to written question number 873 could recur and become a standard response. In the meantime, I can assure the member that, having looked into the matter, the Chair can report to the House that this is not at present part of a pattern it can find in responses to written questions. Meanwhile, in the case at hand, the Chair does not find that the rules that apply to the content of replies to written questions also applies to responses given during oral questions, even if the oral question relates to a written question. Accordingly, the Chair cannot find that the reply of the Minister of Public Safety during oral questions is out of order or has in any way offended our practices as they relate to written questions.
I thank the honourable members for their attention.
Orders of the day, orders du jour.
Government orders, government bills, commons. Resuming debate, third reading of Bill C-27, the First Nations Financial Transparency Act.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'll be sharing my time with the member from the Western Arctic. I am keen to speak on this bill again one more time. I think that the path of this legislation seems to be predetermined, and any sense of debate or committee work should be used with that in mind. Had Parliament been working in a collaborative manner, I believe we would have significantly changed this legislation. Had the government done its due diligence, we would be discussing an entirely different bill. Instead, by ignoring their duty to consult, we have arrived at a point where the Grand Chief of the Assembly of First Nations is wondering aloud if the government is headed toward a conflict with First Nations over the way it unilaterally is ramming through legislation that will pass. National Grand Chief Atleo is accusing the Prime Minister of pushing through a fragmented legislative agenda that he knows First Nation communities will oppose. When he says that this is eroding trust between natives and the government, I think it is important that we listen. It is instructive to see that the will to meet and consult, as expressed by First Nations leadership, has not been reciprocated. Instead of pulling up a chair and working with those leaders, the government has instructed Aboriginal Affairs and Northern Development bureaucrats to state that they have no mandate to negotiate. Yet much is being asked of First Nations in terms of resource development on their land. We certainly hope that the government is paying attention to the National Grand Chief who wrote the Prime Minister and the Minister of Aboriginal Affairs and Northern Development last month, stating, "We have been patient and reserved judgment. Neither that patience nor that demonstrated goodwill is infinite." The government's response has been to fast-track legislation like Bill C-27, which remains largely unnecessary. Instead of addressing a multitude of better-known, long-standing problems that persist on many First Nations, the government is creating an unnecessary reporting mechanism. This bill is overly punitive, duplicates efforts, and increases the bureaucratic burden on those First Nations that do not already have self-government regimes. It sets the course for costly legal battles and ignores the advice of the Auditor General to reduce the reporting burden placed on First Nations. Instead, it adds to that reporting burden. This bill imposes standards greater than those applied to elected politicians in many other jurisdictions in a way that creates more bureaucracy and does nothing to increase accountability of First Nation government to their own communities. It has been created in a vacuum and reeks of bureaucracy. Mr. Speaker, initiatives like this that are implemented without consultation are bound to fail. It is guaranteeing the reaction that they have received from First Nations. It is as if the government is itching for a fight. From the outset, we know that there is a problem because the intention of the bill is to duplicate something that already exists. To think that First Nations report nothing.
It's off.
I have to interrupt. The translation's not working. Means that there's no channel 2. There's technology. I'll try. You and Ken. I'm going to put the light back on to the speaker, member, Goma.
So is there translation now? So it's guaranteeing the reaction they have received from First Nations. It is as if the government is itching for a fight, as I said a while ago. To think that first... Nothing? I hope I'll be added some time. The lights are on. On this side of the house.
The humor aside, can everyone on the government side of the House hear the speaker? I was asking on the government side. Right, if everybody who's listening to this in English can go to channel 1, you'll be able to hear it there, and the French channels are working. Translation on the French side is working. So go to channel 1. Start again, and we will add. Member from Crowfoot.
I'm just looking at our translator here, and I think the problem, Mr. Speaker, is there is no mic for the translators, and that's what she's trying to convey, I think, to us at this point.
Can I get a line here? Mr. Speaker, I understand from the interpreter that she believes they have to reboot the system. Her interpretative microphone is it's being overridden, I think, by the.
No, I'm overriding her. I'm overriding her.
Yeah, she's I'm sorry. The interpreter is overriding the member. So she believes the system has to be rebooted. That's the extent of my technical knowledge on this matter.
No. No.
Does anybody have most of the...
Moi, j'ai vu ça en bas. Personne parle là? Ok, là, il montre qu'il est actif. Ok. Veux-tu parler là? Merci. J'ai eu un appel de broker pour vérifier ça. J'ai fait. Veux-tu parler? On va voir si
Testing, 1, 2, 3. Testing, 1, 2, 3. Can you hear me? Testing. Up. Testing, 1, 2, 3.
Just to advise the House of the situation, the member from Algoma, when she was giving her speech, none of that was able to be translated in total. So I'm going to invite her to start right from the beginning, reallocate her time accordingly. But I'm advised at this point that the technology is functioning properly. The member from Algoma.
Once again, I'll reiterate that I am going to be sharing my time with the member from Western Arctic. I'm keen to speak to this bill one more time. I think that the path of this legislation seems to be predetermined, and any sense of debate of committee work should be viewed with that in mind. Had Parliament been working in a collaborative manner, I believe we would have significantly changed this legislation. Had the government done its due diligence, we would be discussing an entirely different piece of legislation. Instead, by ignoring their duty to consult, we have arrived at a point where the Grand Chief of the Assembly of First Nations is wondering aloud if the government is headed towards a conflict with First Nations over the way it unilaterally is ramming through legislation that will impact them. National Grand Chief Atleo is accusing the Prime Minister of pushing through a fragmented legislative agenda that he knows First Nation communities will oppose. When he says that this is eroding trust between Natives and the government, I think it is important that we listen. It is instructive to see that the will to meet and consult as expressed by First Nation leadership has not been reciprocated. Instead of pulling up a chair and working with those leaders, the government has instructed Aboriginal Affairs and Northern Development and Mines bureaucrats to state that they have no mandate to negotiate. Yet much is being asked of First Nations in terms of resource development of their land. We certainly hope that the government is paying attention to the National Grand Chief who wrote the Prime Minister and the Minister of Aboriginal Affairs and Northern Development last month, stating, "We have been patient and reserved judgment. Neither that patience nor that demonstrated goodwill is infinite." The government's response has been to fast-track legislation like Bill C-27, which remains largely unnecessary. Instead of addressing a multitude of better-known, long-standing problems that persist on many First Nations, the government is creating an unnecessary reporting mechanism. This bill is overly punitive, duplicates efforts, and increases the bureaucratic burden on those First Nations that do not already have self-governing regimes. It sets the course for costly legal battles and ignores the advice of the Auditor General to reduce the reporting burden placed on First Nation. Instead, it adds to the reporting burden. This bill imposes standards greater than those applied to elected politicians in many other jurisdictions in a way that creates more bureaucracy and does nothing to increase accountability of First Nation governments to their own communities. It has been created in a vacuum and reeks of bureaucracy. Mr. Speaker, initiatives like this that are implemented without consultation are bound to fail. It is guaranteeing the reaction they have received from First Nations. It is as if the government is itching for a fight. From the outset, we know that there is a problem because the intention of the bill is to duplicate something that already exists. To think that First Nations report nothing about the funding they receive or on the salaries and compensation provided to their leadership is false and misleading. In fact, First Nations produce year-end reports that include annual audited consolidated financial statements for the public funds provided to them. These reports include salaries, honoraria, and travel expenses for all elected, appointed, and senior unelected band officials. First Nations are also required to release statements to their membership about compensation earned or accrued by elected, appointed, and unelected senior officials and the amounts of monies paid, earned, or accrued by elected and appointed officials, which must be from all sources within the recipient's financial reporting entity, including amounts from economic development and other types of business corporations. Mr. Speaker, we shouldn't be so quick to dismiss the June 2011 findings of the Auditor General, which stated that, despite repeated audits recommending numerous reforms over the last decade, the federal government had failed abysmally to address the worsening conditions for First Nations. The report tells us that money just isn't flowing to problems and that it's not because of lack of audits or reporting processes. The Auditor General points out that the reporting burden on First Nations had actually worsened in recent years, despite repeated calls to reduce the amount of red tape for these communities. To add insult to injury, the Auditor General tells us how many of the reports were not even used by federal government departments and served nothing but bureaucratic requirements. They can be seen as white elephants, and with C-27, the government is eagerly seeking to grow that herd. I stick by my assertion that the government is more concerned with creating more red tape to accompany the core funding cut it has made to organizations important to First Nations. These are communities that rely on the services of tribal councils, the First Nations Statistical Institute, and the National Centre for First Nations Governance to assist with many items related to governance. But those budgets have been slashed, Mr. Speaker. In fact, at the same time as the government is creating more and more work for tribal councils, it is telling them they will have to perform their job with even less resources. Funding cuts like this show that the government is not working from a coherent plan. I am reminded again of the comments of National Grand Chief Sean Atleo, who wondered if the government's intention were good, but their policies were unfocused, or if the government knows full well what it is doing as it piles on the work while pulling back the resources that facilitate these tasks, which speaks to the intentions that could never be described as good. The National Grand Chief's opinion could well be based in the appearance that there is no apparent overall plan when significant cuts are accompanied by increased expectations. There is no playing to strengths or even acknowledgement of interplay between variables. In fact, cuts to the Tribal Council funding program limit the significant assistance those bodies could provide bands that will be forced to comply with the technological bureaucracy the bill sets in play. Tribal councils provide advisory services to their member First Nations and to administer other Indian and Northern programs. Core funding cuts speak to this government's desire to limit their ability to do that job, which again is ultimately related to the requirements of Bill C-27. Mr. Speaker, tribal councils are institutions established voluntarily by the bands. In 2006 and 2007, the program funded 78 tribal councils that served 471 First Nation for about $45 million. This is money well spent when we consider the good work tribal councils do. 5 advisory services have been devolved to tribal councils: economic development, financial management, community planning, technical services, and band governance. Certainly, cutting core funding will affect the output of many First Nations. We have to acknowledge that the work of tribal councils on advisory services dovetails with the demands that Bill C-27 places on First Nations. Whether it is for technical services, financial management, or band governments, tribal councils have an important role to play in this process. However, the government saw fit to claw back those budgets ahead of this bill. We understand there is not an infinite amount of resources. That is why New Democrats would never make the kind of cuts and demands that the government has, all the while pretending that one does not affect the other. We also understand that First Nations are already subject to various policy-based and legal requirements regarding the management and expenditure of federal public funds. If these new requirements did away with those or streamlined them, then it might make more sense. Instead, this is just the creation of more red tape for First Nations. New Democrats remain convinced that changing the way that audited statements are made public does not require heavy-handed legislation. Any changes deemed necessary could be a requirement of funding arrangements that the Department would have each First Nation government sign. We are concerned that Bill C-27 is overly punitive and ignores the simple solution. Bands that do not comply with the demands of the bill can have their funding withheld or have a funding agreement terminated by the minister. How will that address critical challenges like education, housing, or infrastructure? New Democrats do not see the need to divert more money to a new layer of bureaucracy that will reproduce much of what has already been done. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We understand there can be problems associated with reporting on the website that are not apparent to everyone. As someone who represents a northern rural constituency, I can tell you that internet connectivity is not always possible. With that in mind, website reporting could become a hurdle some bands might not easily jump over, especially those in more remote communities. Again, Mr. Speaker, we believe that there are already sufficient reporting processes in place and funding agreements could be modified to address any gaps. If the government had fully consulted with First Nations, this bill would have been more complete and legitimate. They should have remembered their commitments from the Crown First Nations gathering, consulted with First Nations in the spirit of the United Nations Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous People, reflected on the advice of the Auditor General, and kept the pressing needs of Canada's First Nation communities in mind as they determined their legislative priorities. That would have served all involved much better, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Saskatoon, Rosetown, Bigger.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I think what is evident in the remarks that were made just now is that the NDP really want to make sure that those First Nations leaders who prefer not to provide their members with access to basic financial information will continue to have the right to do so. For example, and I participated on the Standing Committee during these discussions, during the clause-by-clause review of Bill C-27, the one amendment included the removal of the word public before the word disclosure from Clause 3. Clearly, the NDP does not believe that First Nations members should have the right to easily access basic financial information that is needed to hold elected leaders to account. They want to keep things private, Mr. Speaker. Again, they wanted the removal of any reference to entities. They argued that information on band-owned businesses should not be included in the bill. Apparently, the NDP doesn't believe that members have the right to know the activities of their government and the businesses for which they are ultimate owners. Mr. Speaker, the NDP believes it is okay for First Nation members to continue to be denied access to basic financial information from their elected leaders who do not believe in transparency, and I would like to know if the member cares to comment on that.
The honourable member from Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing.
Well, I certainly do want to comment on that, and I can tell you I was at committee as well, and I also heard the testimony, and I have a lot of First Nations in my writing, and I can tell you that the issue about that she raised with respect to the band-owned businesses has to speak about competitiveness, and that is the key point on there. She talked about the public, and I'll tell you about wanting to have the public know all of the ins and outs of the First Nation. That is unheard of. What she is asking them to be is accountable more than what current government is. So it's fine to be accountable, and First Nation has basically said that they are not worried about being accountable to their members. That is what they want to do. The issue is that they're also forcing this to be on a website that some of them may not have access to. And they're saying, well, you can put that on a different website, anybody else's website. I mean, you can go to your neighbors and put it on the website if your neighbor has connectivity. But again, in order to put it on the website, you have to have access to a website, Mr. Speaker. So she expects them to drive thousands of miles or hundreds of miles to go and put that on a website. It makes no sense, Mr. Speaker.
Question et commentaire, questions, comments? Honourable Député de...
The Honourable Member for Honoré-Mercier. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In 1995, one thing surprised me. We talk about two founding peoples, but it's as if the First Nations never existed before we Europeans arrived. Now we see a bill that talks about the financial transparency of First Nations. What does that mean? It means that there is no transparency already? I'm getting the same message that I got in 95 when I got here. It's contempt and lack of knowledge of the First Nations of Canada. I'd like my colleague to talk about this prejudice that we have against First Nations.
Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing.
I appreciate that question by my colleague. When it comes to transparency, look, the First Nations have to provide more reports to this government than any other government or organization. There's a lot of transparency when it comes to First Nations.
I just want to conclude by adding the Grand Chief, the National Grand Chief's comments to the Prime Minister. And he goes on to say that only two conclusions to draw from the legislation that is being put forward. And not just this legislation, but a lot of the legislation that's being put forward with respect to First Nations. He goes on to say that either the Prime Minister understands and doesn't care, or he's allowing and supporting the behavior to occur and doesn't understand, or doesn't understand but does care. So which one is it?
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate.
The honourable member for Western Arctic.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And today we have before us Bill C-27, the so-called First Nations Financial Transparency Act, another example of how this Conservative government says to Canada's Aboriginal people, do as we say, not as we do. At committee, witness after witness spoke about how accountability and transparency are vital concepts to effective governance. Mr. Speaker, that's First Nations have accepted that, but First Nations want to implement that as well. on their own, as nations, as governments. I think of the First Nations in my own community, Salt River First Nations, has gone through that process of developing transparency. They have it together. They have put it together themselves. The pride they take in what they do comes from the fact that they've self-actualized in this regard. This bill falls short in allowing First Nations to stand for themselves as governments. It fails to develop workable government-to-government relationships. Instead, this bill treats Aboriginal Canadians as wards of the state rather than being capable of governing themselves. The Canadian Bar Association, in a letter to the Minister of Aboriginal Affairs, stated, "The Canadian Bar Association's National Aboriginal Law section believes the proposed bill would not improve the capacity of First Nations to assume control over their own affairs. By focusing only on the expenditures of First Nations, the proposed legislation fails to address larger systematic issues of funding and responsibility for those issues." CBA goes on to say, given First Nations' inherent right to self-governance, dictating reporting requirements without sufficient consultation with First Nations is problematic. It fails to recognize the unique constitutional arrangement between First Nations and the federal government, and does little to move away from the paternalism which has historically defined this relationship. They add, ultimately, the Chief and Council should be accountable to the members of the First Nation, as those members are best positioned to say whether the salaries of Chief and Council are reasonable given the work they do in a particular context. Remuneration should be disclosed annually to the members of the First Nation. Instead of working to encourage First Nations to develop their own accountability and transparency protocols, the Conservatives have chosen to impose a system of reporting which the Canadian Bar Association says the consolidated financial statements and schedules of remuneration allow a far more detailed inspection of expenses than those released by provincial or territorial governments. Speaking for the Assembly of First Nations, BC Regional Chief Jody Wilson-Raybould told the committee, Chiefs were clear in their assertion that the proposed measures are both heavy-handed and unnecessary, and that they suggest First Nations governments are corrupt, our leaders are not transparent, and consequently need to be regulated by Ottawa. As to who should be developing accountability and transparency protocols, Chief Wilson-Raybould was clear, saying, who should be responsible for determining the rules that apply to our governments and our governing bodies? The simple answer is our nation should be. In closing her comments, Chief Wilson-Raybould said, it is troubling during this period of transition, as we move away from governments under the India Act, that the federal government seems to increasingly want to design our governance for us, despite the fundamental need for our nations to undertake this work for themselves in order for it to be legitimate. Another shortfall with this bill is the requirement to post financial information on the Internet for 10 years. Many First Nations are located in very remote areas of Canada with little or no Internet access. For them, creating a website and maintaining it for years would be an additional cost for the First Nations. The Canadian Bar Association observed, most First Nations communities consist of fewer than 500 residents, many in remote areas, which impacts both service delivery and operating expenses. Most communities do not have funding to build the infrastructure necessary for Internet access or the resources to create and maintain their own websites. In addition to the technical problems with posting on the Internet, as the Canadian Bar Association observes, there is an issue of cost. However, this is not the only additional financial burden this Act places on First Nations. We're already seeing reduced funding for program delivery. Chief Darcy Bear of the Whitecap Dakota First Nation told the committee, one of the biggest problems for First Nations is a lack of professional capacity because of the way our communities are funded, through band support funding. A lot of our communities are funded and we have financial clerk. But a financial clerk cannot keep pace with the onerous reporting requirements of the federal government. First Nations, with their limited professional capacity, are already struggling to meet their reporting burden. First Nations community have an estimated average of 168 reports, and in some communities that goes up to 200 reports that are required yearly by the federal government. In December 2006, the Auditor General pointed out the Department of Aboriginal Affairs alone obtains more than 60,000 reports from over 600 First Nations, and the Auditor General concluded that the resources devoted to the current reporting system could be better used to directly support communities. The comment from the Canadian Bar Association is particularly telling. This legislation will not increase the capacity required to facilitate best practices of First Nations governments. Financial statements alone do not provide a meaningful measure of performance, nor are they a fair reflection of community priorities. In addition, non-compliance with onerous reporting burdens can only lead to disastrous consequences, such as those flowing from the recent housing crisis at Attawapiskat First Nation. Withholding funds for non-compliance might result in the federal government failing to meet its constitutional obligation to provide essential services to all Canadians. The Aboriginal Finance Officers Association Canada raised a key question about these increased costs, saying these types of reporting lead to increased costs. Who pays for these additional costs? Well, Mr. Speaker, it's clear who will pay. The Aboriginal people of Canada will pay through reduced government programs and services on their reserves in their bands. Funding which should be going to improve the lives of Canada's Aboriginal people will be instead spent on more red tape and paperwork. Then there is the requirement that First Nations must be accountable to more than their membership. Chief Wilson Raybould addressed this in her testimony. There is, of course, no concern where those receiving the audit consolidated financial statements are our citizens. There is, however, not the case where there is a requirement for public dissemination. This is a material departure from what was proposed in Bill C-575 and the precedent that has been set under the First Nations Fiscal Management Act. In the opinion of the Canadian Bar Association, the consolidated financial statements and schedules of remuneration allow a far more detailed inspection of expenses than those released by provincial or territorial governments. What is going on with this? The last area I want to address is the impact that this bill will have on the economic development of First Nations. The Conservatives pretend this bill will improve economic development when it will be likely to drive business away. Chief Darcy Bear warned the committee that this bill will not result in the private sector. This bill will result in the private sector deciding not to invest or partner with First Nations. He said, "We want to make sure this bill is not going to scare away business from our communities. You have the private sector off reserve, and they have certain reporting requirements. But if they go on reserve and they have to disclose their competitive information to all their competitors, they're going to say they don't want to go on reserve. It's not right for them." In her testimony, Chief Wilson Raybould wondered why this bill is not in line with public sector accounting standards when it comes to business information. No, Mr. Speaker, this bill has little to do with transparency and accountability. This bill will not increase economic development of First Nations. Rather, it will make First Nations less attractive to business. This bill will not move First Nations towards self-government. Rather, it goes back to the days when Aboriginal Canadians were treated as wards of the state. Back to paternalism, colonialism is the effect of this bill. As Lloyd Phillips, who sits on the Mohawk Council of Kanawaki near Montreal, observes, it seems like Bill C-27 is really about blaming Aboriginal poverty on fiscal mismanagement instead of chronic underfunding. Mr. Speaker, can we not start to treat First Nations in a fashion that deserves their respect, that makes their way in this country acceptable? They need to build their institutions. That's clearly obvious. We don't need to tell them how to build their institutions. We don't need to instruct them how every step of the way they're going to do things. They need the independence, the strength that comes from independence that can build successful communities, successful governments that can make them really a part of this great nation. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments?
The Honourable Member from Palliser.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I'll just take a minute to read in the record some comments on my honourable friend's speech there. First of all, it's important to note that nothing in this bill adds to the existing reporting burden faced by First Nations. Instead, the bill represents a minimum set of standards with respect to financial transparency, which are not currently being followed by many First Nations. We expect many First Nations will adapt easily and, in fact, will go further than the basic requirements laid out in this bill. Many will take this opportunity to put into place their own practices which aim to enhance the overall accuracy and accountability of their government. In this way, this bill will serve as a catalyst for change in many communities, which will lead to greater confidence in many First Nations governments. Mr. Speaker, great confidence and transparency result in increasing opportunity for flexible multi-year arrangements which will come with streamlined reporting. Over time, as these practices become commonplace, First Nations will be in a much stronger position to demonstrate that they are candidates for more flexible funding arrangements. Let me just share with you what the Department of Aboriginal Affairs and Northern Development has been doing in the past while. Okay, we'll speed it up here. Back in July of 2010, it launched a reduced reporting initiative to address the various issues raised by the Office of the Auditor General. It also responded to recommendations from the 2006 Independent Blue Ribbon Panel on Grants and Contributions and the Policy on Transfer Payments released by the government in 2008.
I'm going to interrupt. Members already used up a minute and a half of a 5-minute question and answer period. Hasn't gotten to his question. I'll have to direct you to ask the question immediately.
Okay, I'm going to just pose it this way, Mr. Speaker. In 2011-2012, the Atlantic region put in place a 2-year pilot project that simplifies reporting requirements. Can the honourable member tell us what's happened with that arrangement? It was in a pilot project and where it stands today.
Honourable member for Western Arctic.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I want to go back to what my colleague said in his discourse, which he gave, which I think was great, but perhaps he should take the time to make a speech, or perhaps he can't because this time allocation has been put on him. But he said this bill is a catalyst for change. Mr. Speaker, this bill is not a catalyst. A catalyst is something that assists the process. This bill is very heavy-handed. This bill it tells First Nations what they have to do. If this bill was a catalyst, it would have incentives for behavior. It would try to work through consultation to come up with an agreeable system that we could all work together on. This is not a catalyst. There's no way it is. If basic understanding of that word says that this bill is not that.
Question commentaire.
Questions and comments.
The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And you know, it's interesting that Canada's Auditor General has actually been for a while now talking about the excess amount of paperwork that's there in terms of having to report in on. In fact, they've been calling, or the Auditor General's office has been calling on the government to take action to reduce unnecessary First Nations reporting requirements. And when you take a look at S8 and what should have likely been a great deal of discussions prior to even the introduction of S8 or even the drafting of S8, and one would question why it is we know that this is going to do nothing to address that particular issue of reduction. And I question whether or not the government is fair to say that it won't increase. And I'm wondering if the Parliament would like to provide comment on that important issue that the Auditor General herself has raised.
The honourable member for Western Arctic, less than a minute.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And, you know, the whole problem with this type of legislation goes back to fundamental. You know, and we can talk about how it may or may not be implemented, but the problem lies in its conception. And if we don't deal with that, we'll never come to grips with the basic principles that should guide our relationship between the First Nations and the federal government. We need to work very hard to get to those principles. I'm sure that the Auditor General, in her desire to see information flow correctly, has come up with some conclusions that I'm sure that the member will probably share with us those conclusions at another time. But I want to stress that the importance here is the principles that guide the legislation. Thank you.
Reprise de débat. Resuming debate. The honourable member for Saskatoon, Rosetown, Bigger.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you would be hard-pressed to find anyone who is more aware of the need for and proud of this legislation than me. As my honourable colleagues know, I have been championing this issue for a very long time. It was almost exactly 2 years ago now that I introduced Bill C-575, the first iteration of today's First Nations Financial Transparency Act. I believed then, as I do now, that First Nations residents, like all Canadians, deserve transparency and accountability from their officials. Indeed, more than just saying they are accountable in terms of their salaries and the reimbursement of expenses, these officials need to demonstrate they are absolutely transparent when it comes to reporting their earnings. This is what people in many First Nations communities are demanding, and that's why I originally brought forward my private member's bill. In a nutshell, the purpose of Bill C-575 was to ensure that public funds that flow to First Nations leaders are publicly disclosed. There is an existing process for band members to request financial information from their leaders. At the moment, if those requests are not met, the Minister of Aboriginal Affairs and Northern Development must step in and release the information. My bill would have simplified the process, making disclosure automatic, instead of going through this time-consuming and onerous process, a process that puts the minister in an awkward position and which undermines democracy, as First Nations members cannot exercise their democratic rights without access to adequate information. Mr. Speaker, while some chiefs and councillors routinely release such financial information to their community members, unfortunately, not all First Nations achieve this standard. Those that do recognize the value in ensuring that their decisions and actions are clearly visible for all to see. They respect that their members have a fundamental right to know how public money is being spent. They know this information is vital to make wise, informed decisions about activities in their communities. They also understand that sharing this knowledge encourages an atmosphere of openness and trust between band councils and the community members they serve. The problem is that not all band leaders see it that way. Current practices are uneven across the country. Some First Nations will only make information about spending and the reimbursement of government officials' expenses on request. Others outright refuse to do so. It is precisely because some First Nation leaders will not release this information that community members are forced to ask Aboriginal Affairs and Northern Development Canada to provide them with the details on their behalf. Mr. Speaker, I heard from individual members of First Nations communities who complained that their local governments refused to release financial information. They've told me that access to this information is important and necessary for their communities. I know they are not alone in feeling this way. There was enormous support all across Canada for Bill C-575 when it was working its way through Parliament. Indeed, many First Nation band members have been complaining for years about the lack of accountability among their political leaders and their unwillingness to provide details about the band's finances and management. An advocate for transparency and accountability, Joanne Nahani, is reported in the press as saying, "For self-government to be successful, you need to have your members of your community, the participants in your government, be involved by informing them. My band does not do that." She went on to explain that there is an underlying fear on the reserve because there is a reliance on the Chief and Council for welfare, for income. You are talking about people in poverty, and they are scared to speak up because they are scared to have these things taken away, so nobody speaks out. This is just one example. There are similar complaints coming from other corners of the country, such as those brought to our attention by the Peguis First Nation Accountability Coalition. The coalition was formed by community members who are frustrated because they cannot access salary or other financial information about their band. They insist that those in power must be held accountable. I can assure the House I am not implying that all First Nations are reporting such problems or that the activities of all band leaders should be suspect. Far from it. In fact, I am extremely proud of the many successful First Nations in my home province of Saskatchewan, whose leaders are wonderful role models in this regard. A perfect example is Darcy Bear, Chief of the Whitecap Dakota First Nation. Chief Bear is one of the biggest proponents of this legislation. He's on the record as saying, This bill will mean more accountability of First Nation leaders to our people. Transparent and accountable First Nations governments support a strong environment for investment, leading to greater economic development. Leaders like Chief Bear know that in addition to better serving their community members, increased transparency and accountability pave the way to greater private sector investment and economic prosperity for First Nations. As encouraged as I am by First Nations chiefs and councils that recognize this reality, the fact remains that others do not. A sizable proportion of First Nations residents are not satisfied that they have access to the information they need to hold their officials to account. This has been substantiated by research produced by the Frontier Centre for Public Policy. It found that 25% of First Nation individuals surveyed as part of its Aboriginal Governments Index say that salary information for public officials is not available to band members. Thanks to the legislation before us, that will soon no longer be the case. Mr. Speaker, as you are aware, Bill C-575 died on the order paper when the last election was called. However, that may have been a blessing in disguise, because its replacement, Bill C-27, builds on my original private member's bill and makes it even better. While my private member's bill was unable to pass through the House of Commons before the election, by reintroducing it this fall, our government has reinforced its commitment to transparency and accountability at all levels of government. The new First Nations Financial Transparency Act fulfills the 2011 Speech from the Throne commitment to support strong, democratic, transparent, and accountable First Nation governments by requiring that chiefs and councillors publish their salaries and expenses. This act goes beyond what I had originally envisioned in Bill C-575. The new legislation expands the scope of the information to be publicly disclosed over and above the salaries and expenses of chiefs and councillors. This bill also includes a First Nations audited consolidated financial statements. This financial information would be made available to community members and to the Canadian public on the individual First Nations website or on the website of a tribal council or partner organization. In addition, the audited consolidated financial statements and schedule of remuneration would be published on the website of Aboriginal Affairs and Northern Development Canada once they are made available by the First Nation. These steps would ensure that First Nation community members have the information they need to make informed decisions about their governments. What we are asking band councils to do is only what municipal, provincial, and the federal governments are already doing. They will retain all the rights and responsibilities they currently have. For example, the Act would not set salary levels for chief and councillors. Decisions such as these would remain the responsibility of the First Nation. It would be up to communities to determine the appropriate level of remuneration for their officials. All that Bill C-27 would change is that this information would be publicly disclosed to ensure that community members have the information they need to decide if levels of compensation are reasonable and justified. Mr. Speaker, all members of First Nations have a right to know how much their chiefs and councillors are being paid. It is this knowledge that helps eliminate controversy over compensation and focuses the public discussion where it really belongs, on fundamental quality of life issues such as housing, healthcare, and education. All Canadians, not only members of First Nations communities, should be able to access detailed information on how much First Nations chiefs and councillors are being paid. Accountability is a fundamental principle of Canadian political life that we all know to be true. This is the basis of laws that legislatures across Canada have passed to clarify how much elected officials and senior executives in governments earn each year. All other levels of government across Canada, including ours, have also established rules to fully disclose the amount and the nature of expenses being reimbursed to elected and unelected officials of government. We in this House abide by such rules. So we are certainly not asking anything of First Nations leaders that we do not expect of ourselves. Another major element of Bill C-27 is that this legislation ensures that we will achieve the goal of greater transparency without increasing the reporting burden for First Nations. This bill would simply make public some of the documents which are already being prepared by First Nations for submission to Aboriginal Affairs and Northern Development Canada as part of their obligations under their funding agreements. Mr. Speaker, as proud as I am of my earlier efforts to address these issues in the last Parliament, I have to admit that the new legislation before us is even better than Bill C-575. Bill C-27 ensures that the remuneration and expenses paid by a First Nation to its political leaders will now be disclosed. This includes individuals working in their capacity as chief and councillors, as well as their personal capacities. For instance, if they are also employees or contractors with the First Nation. The Act also ensures that a First Nation's audited consolidated financial statements and schedule of remuneration and expenses will be disclosed to the public. And it ensures that this information will be posted both on a First Nation website and on the Aboriginal Affairs and Northern Development Canada's website for a minimum 10 years. This bill also has improved enforcement powers. It contains a provision guaranteeing that a First Nation member, a member of the general public, or the minister can apply to a superior court for an order requiring the council of a First Nation to publish the information. In addition, in cases where First Nations are not compliant, the minister will have authority under the Act to assess remedies which exist in grant or contribution funding agreements with the First Nation. These range from requiring the First Nation to develop an appropriate action plan for disclosure, to withholding funds from a grant or contribution, or terminating a grant or contribution agreement. These mechanisms are already available to the minister under the funding agreements. But, Mr. Speaker, with greater powers being placed in the hands of First Nation members, we would expect that these mechanisms would only be used as a last resort. Indeed, there is no need for it ever to come to that. All that band councils need to do is release this basic information that all other governments across the country already do. As I have noted, many First Nations leaders currently provide such information because they know it is in the best interests of their community. They recognize that it's good for public relations and building trust between electors and their governing officials. And they understand that it's good for business, as successful communities like Whitecap Dakota First Nation in Saskatchewan have proven. Ultimately, they realize that it's good for democracy. Indeed, it is vital to ensuring that the democratic rights of First Nations people are upheld. Mr. Speaker, it's beyond me why anyone, Aboriginal or otherwise, could possibly have a problem with this legislation. First Nations members who have been calling for these improvements would undoubtedly like to know the answer to that too. Actually, I am sure they would prefer that we simply pass this legislation so that they can get on with building strong communities and stronger economies. So I urge all honourable members to do just that and vote with us to make Bill C-27 the law of the land. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. L'honorable député.
The honourable member. From Mississauga. Therefore, I would like to thank my colleague across the way for her speech, and I would like to say at the outset that the motto of this government is do as I say, not as I do. And unfortunately, this debate on C-27 is under time allocation, as it's been done so many times. It's the 30th time now. So I really wanted to point out this particular aspect of the situation. My first question for my colleague across the way is that First Nations are asking the government to work with them in order to have better mechanisms in place for governance on the reserve. So why did the Conservative government in this instance, why don't they really take this opportunity to work in collaboration with them?
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his question. Mr. Speaker, as I mentioned in my speech, it was over 2 years ago that I introduced my private member's bill. That bill was introduced as a result of many First Nations community members contacting me, contacting my colleagues with a desire to be able to access this sort of information and with an inability to do so. This, with the exception of First Nations governments operating under the Indian Act, governments in Canada, provincial, federal, and municipal, adhere to legislation which ensures transparency of the financial statements of their governments. And this is simply something that First Nations members are calling for. We had a robust debate at the time that my private member's bill was making its way through the House. I believe we've had another good debate on this issue, and I would encourage that member to support this legislation. Thank you.
Question commentaire, questions and comments. The honourable member for Richmond Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I understand the honourable member from Saskatoon-Rosetown developed her private member's bill in reaction to complaints from members of First Nations communities that could not access the financial information needed to hold their leadership to account. Would the member from Saskatoon-Rosetown tell us or share with us what she heard that led to the development of her PMB?
Honourable member for Saskatoon-Rosetown Bigger.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And again, I thank my colleague for his question. Mr. Speaker, when I introduced Bill C-575, it had become apparent to me that there were many members on First Nations communities that were wanting to access information about the expenses of their chiefs and councillors, about how things were being managed in their communities, and they were unable to do so. As I've mentioned, some were given the information, some were outright refused, and others actually proactively gave this information before it was asked for. I heard many, many stories from First Nations community members about their concerns in their communities. And, Mr. Speaker, I continue to receive letters. I continue to receive phone calls. I continue to receive emails from First Nations members who are now asking me, where is your private member's bill? When will that piece of legislation be enacted?
Excellent answer.
Thank you.
Question commentaire, questions and comments. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm sure that the member would acknowledge that there is, in fact, a difference between a private member's bill and a government bill. In fact, Mr. Speaker, that when you have the Government of Canada introduce a bill, that there is an obligation that the government work in cooperation and consult with First Nation leaders prior to even the drafting of the bill. And it concerns a large number of people that, in fact, this member, who has a right, as we all have rights to introduce private members' bills, but given that her private member bill was converted into a government bill, can she share with the House who it is that she actually consulted with? In particular, the First Nation leaders, that she could say, First Nation leader X sat down and talked with me prior to me introducing my private member's bill, so that we have a sense that she actually met with, consulted, and had that first-hand uptake going into introducing her own private member's bill.
Member for Saskatoon-Rosetown Bigger.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And again, I thank my colleague for his question. And I know he's been asking this question over and over again as we have been having this debate. I spoke with Chief Atleo when I introduced my private member's bill. I spoke with Chief Darcy Bear. I spoke with many members of First Nations communities who wanted access to this kind of information. Doesn't mean that everybody supported my private member's bill, no. But most of the members on First Nations communities, all community members, definitely support this bill. They are calling for this bill. They definitely want to see the ability to access this information be enacted in legislation because it provides a roadmap to First Nations community members, elected officials, for accountability and transparency. Thank you.
Question et commentaires, questions and comments. The honourable member for Thunder Bay, Rainy River.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I wonder, just to follow up on that last question and answer, I wonder if the member would be prepared to table in this House the names of the people that she did consult and the band members and the First Nations.
The honourable member for Saskatoon, Rosetown, Bigger.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm sure the honourable member knows that when a member of Parliament meets with individuals to talk about their concerns, to talk about issues that they have, those conversations need to be kept confidential. There are privacy issues that one would have in tabling the names of First Nations members who, as I have explained in my speeches, not only today but in prior debates, are very concerned about the repercussions that they face when they even ask for this information. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Minister of Immigration.
Well, thanks, Mr. Speaker. First, I'd like to commend the member for her initiative, her leadership in having introduced this bill, in having listened to the voices of grassroots Aboriginal Canadians. I wonder if she could care to comment on the ongoing opposition to this initiative from members of the parties opposite. Why is it that they seem more concerned about the views of the people from whom information is being sought rather than people seeking the information? Does she think that the opposition would be asking, let's say there was a proposal to expand the Access to Information Act, would the opposition be asking if ministers and agency heads in the federal government had been consulted? Of course not. They'd be more interested in the right to know of ordinary Canadians. And I wonder if she could comment, why does she think that opposition members are more focused on the desire of certain members of the established leadership to diminish openness and accountability, rather than grassroots people to broaden transparency and accountability with respect to First Nations finances?
The honourable member for Saskatoon, Rosetown, Bigger.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for that question. Quite honestly, I can't answer that question. I think I said earlier in my speech, I cannot understand why all members in this House, why all Canadians, whether they are Aboriginal or not, do not get behind this legislation and support the principles of accountability and transparency that are foundational to the work that we do as elected officials and that all Canadians deserve from their elected officials. And I believe First Nations community members, like all Canadians, deserve that financial accountability and transparency from their elected leaders. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. Sorry. Order. It is my duty, pursuant to Standing Order 38, to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows. L'honorable député de Vancouver Kingsway.
The honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway on international trade. The honourable member for Windsor West, public safety. The honourable member for Cape Breton Canso, employment insurance.
Now resuming debate. The reprise de débat. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, maybe I can help the Minister of Immigration in terms of understanding what is, in fact, the difference. If you have the Prime Minister of the country that says, you know, we want to change a law within the Department of Immigration, we believe that ultimately that the Prime Minister, through Cabinet and the Minister of Immigration, gets to sit around that Cabinet table, that he's going to be consulted, and maybe not necessarily under this particular Prime Minister, but under any other Prime Minister, you would get a sense of consensus built within that Cabinet,
and then the law would ultimately be proposed and brought to the House of Commons. We need to recognize the uniqueness of what it is that we're trying to do here through this particular bill. There is an obligation for the Government of Canada to actually consult with First Nation leaders. Now, they haven't recognized that. You know, the member, in responding to my question, says, well, yeah, she's somewhat aware that she somewhat anticipated that I was going to be asking this question. And I was a bit surprised in terms of the answer that she actually provided, given that she knew that I was going to be asking the question. And I think that we all need to be concerned about it, Mr. Speaker, because let me give you a specific question that I asked just a little bit earlier today, and then the answer that followed. And the question that I had asked was actually for the member from Kootenay, Columbia, a member from the government benches, and the question went as follows. My question to the member is this. Can he provide to the House in any fashion the names of anyone within the First Nations leadership whom the government actually consulted with prior to the drafting of this legislation? Question mark. I reinforce it, Mr. Speaker. Can he list some of those First Nation leaders with whom the government had consulted with to come up with the legislation or the ideas behind this legislation? Question mark, Mr. Speaker. Well, the member from Kootenay and Columbia responded with this, Mr. Speaker. Certainly we consulted. Between January 1, 2011 and September 25, 2012, the Department received approximately 250 formal complaints from people within the First Nations communities of Canada, saying that they could not access information that they wanted about their chiefs and their councillor. Bill C-27 will make this happen. Well, Mr. Speaker, that is not consultation. That is not what it is that the government has a responsibility to do when it comes to making changes and passing laws in Canada. And that's virtually any type of law. One would like to think that it's more than just consumer-based complaints, and then the government jumps up and changes a law. There's a wide variety of stakeholders on any given issue throughout this nation, Mr. Speaker, that would like to be able to contribute to the development of public policy. And there is an obligation for ministers to actually go out and do their homework. We know we've been let down by a number of ministers that have not gone out to do their homework when they've introduced legislation before the chamber. There's even been ministers that have gone against what the public want. I could give a number of examples of that, whether it's the Canadian Wheat Board or some of the refugee legislation that we've had introduced, Mr. Speaker. But you know, our First Nations, and when we're passing legislation dealing with our First Nations, I think that there's even that much more of an obligation for the government to sit down with our First Nation leadership in order to try to improve upon the situation. You know, for the last number of days, we've been talking about finances and transparency, accountability. I think all Canadians want to see more transparency and accountability. This isn't a they versus us. It's not the Government of Canada saying that or it should not be the Government of Canada saying that we demand that First Nation leaders become accountable and transparent. Mr. Speaker, a vast majority of our First Nation leaders are, in fact, saying that they too want to see accountability and transparency. They believe in accountability and transparency, much like the average Canadian believes in transparency and accountability. But we need to recognize that there's got to be a process in order to be able to achieve that, Mr. Speaker. And what we've had is a very eager member of the Conservative caucus in previous legislatures or sittings who has brought forward private members' bill, saying, well, there's a reflection that I've had. I met with constituents, and then after drafting the bill, apparently there was a consultation after the bill was done, saying that yes, this is well, she didn't say whether or not it was they supported the bill or they didn't support her particular initiative. But then you had the government of the day adopt that bill and make it a government bill. So the bill's going to pass. We know that, Mr. Speaker. Well, as I say, it's the type of thing in which I suspect that if the government was doing its homework, that there could have been and should have been a lot more incorporated, maybe even some aspects of it deleted or modified. If there was goodwill from the Government of Canada to sit down with some of those individuals that are on the front lines that are trying to deliver these services, Mr. Speaker. It's interesting, the Auditor General of Canada has made it very clear, not only once but on several occasions, and this is our Auditor General here in Canada stating that we need to see meaningful action in order to reduce unnecessary First Nations reporting requirements. They need to look at streamline the current and overwhelming reporting burden that's currently there. Mr. Speaker, this is coming from Canada's Auditor General. So here's an idea that the government has, and as opposed to reflecting on what it is that the Auditor General of Canada is talking about, they advance their idea without doing due diligence or without consulting with our First Nation leadership. And as a result, we find ourselves in the situation that we have today, where governments ultimately have to forcing passage of this bill through time allocation. Mr. Speaker, what would have happened if the government would have done its work, if it would have taken the responsibility and treated First Nations with the respect that they're due? I would suggest to you, Mr. Speaker, if that in fact did take place, that we might have been able to achieve some of the things in which the Auditor General is talking about. That would not have taken away from accountability and transparency. We could have even had a bill that had more accountability and transparency. After all, Mr. Speaker, it was the First Nations that ultimately suggested that we should be looking at having a First Nations Auditor General. Look at the benefit that not only the nation of Canada has had as a direct result of an Auditor General. Take a look at the benefits that individual provinces have had by having Auditor Generals in place. That provides a great deal of accountability and more transparency. That's an idea that was talked about during the Kelowna Accord. Yet we find ourselves in a situation where we have a bill and we have an Auditor General of Canada saying that already there's a heavy burden, yet we have leadership within our Aboriginal community, in particular our First Nations community, that also want to see action on this particular issue. But we have the government doing it in a piecemeal fashion. And if, in fact, Mr. Speaker, they were genuine in wanting to really resolve the issue of accountability and transparency, that in fact there would have been a better way. I had the opportunity to address this issue previously. And, Mr. Speaker, one of the things that I talked a great deal about at that time was the Kelowna Accord. Because I believe that the Kelowna Accord is the way in which a government should be working with our First Nations in order to be able to achieve success. And member says right from across the way. Well, that's the reality of it. And at the end of the day, if we take a look at the Kelowna Accord and the impact that it had and the process of it, Mr. Speaker, I believe if you canvassed, you would find that there was wide support for it. That stakeholders, including the different levels of government, First Nation leaders, members of other Aboriginal communities, and other interested parties, that over a period of months sat down and said, here are the issues that we have that concern us, including, I must say, the issue of financial accountability and transparency. And at the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, this is something in which was very real, and it was there. And when I raised the issue the other day inside the House here, I asked the question. I said, well, here's the Kelowna Accord, and members were commenting on it, and I said, maybe what we should do is we should table the Kelowna Accord so members could actually read the Kelowna Accord. And then, well, call it what you will. The bottom line was, it was an accord that was achieved. That's a fact. The other thing that's a fact, sadly, is the government that replaced the Paul Martin government deemed it unnecessary and ripped it up and didn't want anything to do with it. That's the second reality. And we find that that is, in fact, led into many different issues, Mr. Speaker. So the point was, when I raised the issue and I said, well, I'm sure members would like to read the Accord. They seem to not to have read the Accord. So I had asked for the unanimous support of the House to actually table the Accord, Mr. Speaker. And much to my surprise, I must say, the government, or I don't know if I can say the government, someone said no, that they didn't want me to table the report, Mr. Speaker. I was somewhat taken aback by that because, after all, there seems to be a genuine lack of awareness on the government benches as to the Kelowna Accord. And I think that if the government members were a little bit more sensitive to what was inside the Kelowna Accord, that maybe then they would be a little bit more sympathetic as to why it is that they'll find that they're receiving the type of opposition that they are getting today on this particular bill. So, Mr. Speaker, what I did is, once again, I managed to get my hands on this wonderful document. And, I do commend the former Prime Minister, Paul Martin, for the efforts. And obviously, as a Prime Minister, it's critically important that the Prime Minister has, the ambition to be able to achieve things of this nature. And the Accord, I believe, is one of those things in which many within our Aboriginal community and outside the Aboriginal community really thought that the Martin government did a fabulous job on. And so I wanted just to read a couple parts of the Accord that I think are really relevant to the debate here, Mr. Speaker, because you'll find that whether it's questions that I'm asking or questions that the New Democratic Party is asking, a lot of it is focused and centered on the relationship between Ottawa and our First Nation communities. In fact, Mr. Speaker, you'll find, as we've gone through all sorts of other debates over the last year dealing with First Nation issues, you'll find time and time again that there's the issue of consultations and the lack thereof consultations, Mr. Speaker, which has really become a problem for the government. So I thought it might be appropriate just to kind of highlight a couple aspects of it because it makes reference to the importance of consultations. In the Kelowna Accord, Mr. Speaker, on page 2 of it, it talks about a 10-year commitment to closing the gap. And then I'm going to quote right from it, Mr. Speaker. First Ministers and national Aboriginal leaders are committed to strengthening the relationship between Aboriginal peoples and the federal, provincial, and territorial governments. These relationships will be based on enhanced collaboration, effective working partnerships, and mutual respect. In that spirit, First Ministers and national Aboriginal leaders are launching a 10-year dedicated effort to closing the gap in the quality of the life that now exists between Aboriginal peoples and other Canadians. The ultimate goal of this effort is to address the serious conditions that contribute to poverty among Aboriginal peoples and to ensure that they can more fully benefit from and contribute to Canada's prosperity. In strengthening the relationships, all parties are committed to move forward in ways that build on the principles enshrined in the Constitution, including the recognition and affirmation of the existing Aboriginal and treaty rights. Mr. Speaker, when it talks about the principles of the Kelowna Accord, think in terms of the whole idea of consultation and what sort of an obligation. I just talked about the opening 10-year gap, trying to narrow that gap. And you could sense in that paragraph the importance of building a relationship. And now you have to ask yourself, well, what type of a relationship is this government building with our First Nations? When we cannot get a direct response to questions such as, tell us who, show us, tell us who it is that you're meeting with prior to introducing bills before the House of Commons. If they had done that, Mr. Speaker, if they would have, met with some of the leaders of our First Nations, I believe that we would have a healthier and stronger bill today. It would have provided equal or greater accountability and transparency, Mr. Speaker, on our reserves and beyond the reserves, because I have faith and confidence that there's already strength within the leadership of our First Nations that are equal and or greater than the types of transparency and accountability clauses that we're seeing in the current legislation. That the will would have been there. And I would suggest to you that it could have even been better legislation, Mr. Speaker. Now, the government chose not to develop that relationship, and I do find that it's unfortunate. But back to the accord, Mr. Speaker, basing on the idea of consulting and how important it is that we actually consult before you bring in legislation that's impacting our First Nation communities. The following principles, and I'm quoting again, Mr. Speaker, the following principles will guide how the parties will work together. But 1 minute left. Mr. Speaker, I don't have enough time to read what it is that I would like to be able to read, unfortunately. One of the members has suggested I could have leave, Mr. Chairperson. I would welcome the opportunity to have leave, if I may.
Have leave to continue his speech beyond the 20 minutes. Appears that he does not. And he now has 30 seconds to complete his speech.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm not a very good speed reader, but I would highly recommend that this is the Kelowna Accord. I would highly recommend this as reading for all members of the Conservative caucus. And to that degree, Mr. Speaker, I would ask if I have the leave to table this document so members would have clear access to this.
Before I have the opportunity to ask, the answer appears to be no, there is not unanimous consent. Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Peterborough.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. One of the things I've been listening to this debate all day, I've had the opportunity to listen to this member on many occasions making interventions today, most of it around one single subject he can't seem to get his mind past. But one of the things that has occurred to me, and frankly, I really think it matters, is that in every parliament or every once in a while in this position, you have the opportunity to do something that's truly transformational, something that's truly important. We've had that in the time since I've been elected. I think of the Accountability Act. I think of the 2009 federal budget, the Economic Action Plan. I think of other parliaments that have voted on things that were significant. John Diefenbaker's Bill of Rights, for example, the U.S. Free Trade Agreement, things that have fundamentally transformed Canada and made a positive impact. And those members that have supported those things, their record for supporting that is something that is celebrated today. I wonder how this member will feel when he looks back 20 years ago, and or 20 years from now, and he sees that he had the opportunity to provide transparency and accountability, something that I believe will become the mainstay and the expectation and the right of every single First Nation citizen. How will he look back at his time when he had the opportunity to make a difference, to stand up for transparency and accountability and those less fortunate in Canada, and he voted against it the way he's indicated here today?
Honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Well, Mr. Speaker, let me answer the question by posing a question. You have to wonder how it is that the Prime Minister of Canada is going to look in the mirror and say he had an opportunity to be able to work with our First Nation communities on an issue of accountability and transparency, something in which we know our First Nation communities are very much eager, wanting to work on. The Prime Minister had the opportunity to build that relationship on something that really wasn't that difficult to do. And he put a pass on working with our First Nations, instead follows a motion or a private member's bill from a backbencher and excludes a significant percentage of the population of our country, Mr. Speaker. And I think that if we look and we talk to our First Nations and the leaders and others, that most people would look at it and say, at the very least, when the will is there for more accountability and transparency, why would you not work within our First Nations community in order to have a bill in which it would pass unanimously in the chamber and you wouldn't require time allocation in order to get the bill passed?
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Thunder Bay, Rainy River.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I tried to listen very attentively to what he had to say. And I wonder if he would like to comment on what I believe to be the real problem here. And the real problem is that if someone goes to a regional office, Indian and Northern Affairs these days, there's nobody there. They've all been fired. There are a few people there, but you know what? They're not taking any responsibility for anything. They won't see anybody. They won't talk to any First Nations people. They won't sign anything that needs to be signed. No one's taking any responsibility. And, you know, if someone does, let's say a band member has an issue, he's not getting any help from the government.
For Winnipeg North.
You know, the member brings up a valid point. You know, as we debate legislation and we look at in terms of what's actually happening out in our communities, it wasn't that long ago, you know, the leader of the Liberal Party brought in a motion. And in that motion, it was recognizing the need for clean running water. And this is a serious issue, not for 98% of Canadians. You know, you turn on the tap, water comes out, and you have something to drink, to use for your toilet, your bathtub, and so forth. Yet we introduced this motion, and it was great. All members from all political parties voted in favor of this particular motion, recognizing the crisis that was there. But, Mr. Speaker, what we need to do is to take the next step. We need to ensure that the services are going to be there to meet the needs, as my colleague just finished pointing out. We need to ensure that the resources are necessary in order to make a difference. Most Canadians, for example, with the one that I just finished using, would be quite surprised to find that there are huge numbers of people that do not have running water, and yet they live here in Canada.
Question et commentaire. Questions and comments. The honourable member for Elmwood Transcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was listening to the member speak, and the one thing that really struck me is we keep on talking about wanting to speak and speak and speak, and it reminds me of exactly what happened with what the Liberal Party did with the emissions that they signed onto the Kyoto Protocol and did nothing with it except talk about it, and until we actually got into government that actually something started to happen with some emission reductions happening. And he also mentioned about that it's not an us versus them as far as accountability goes, and yet why doesn't he want to make it that way then? The member should be supportive of this. He says all Canadians, including Aboriginal communities, desire accountability, and yet he's talking about a bill that brings forward accountability. Does the member not believe that there should be accountability on a part of a leadership group of elected officials to the people that elected them?
The honourable member for Winnipeg North. Yes, Mr. Chairperson, I do believe that the idea of accountability and transparency is something that is supported by all members of the House of Commons. It's verbally, it is something that is supported. Having said that, I do also believe that you have the population as a whole that supports more accountability and more transparency. And that includes, Mr. Speaker, individuals that are leaders within our First Nations. And if we take a look at the importance of First Nations and treaty rights and so forth, there is a moral obligation and a legal obligation that we, in fact, work with First Nations in the development of legislation, of policy. This is something that has been agreed to by governments of all political stripes in principle in the past, Mr. Speaker. It seems to have escaped this particular Prime Minister, and we would suggest that that is probably the single biggest thing that's missing here, because after all, as I say, there are many individuals within our First Nation leadership that would have loved to have been able to participate by coming up with a better bill that would have provided more accountability, more transparency, but were denied that because of the manner in which it was brought in.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Bro-Missisquoi. Yes. I would like to know, with regard to the question asked of my colleague, why the Liberals were trying to push through the First Nations government's bill against the will of First Nations who are trying to develop their own transparency measures, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
The honourable member for Winnipeg North. Yes, Mr. Speaker, I thank the member for the question. One of the issues that I had brought up was the issue that there's those within that wanted to see an Aboriginal Auditor General or a First Nations Auditor General. And ultimately, I would suggest to you, and having served inside the Manitoba legislature and now here in Ottawa, I recognize the important role that Auditor Generals have to play in terms of the whole issue of accountability and transparency. And who knows what would have happened, because we do know that there is significant support for that concept within the leadership of our First Nations community, that had there been a consultation done, that we might have actually seen something of that nature incorporated into the bill, or something separate, Mr. Speaker. And that's what I would suggest to you is a lost opportunity.
Resuming debate.
The honourable member for Desnete, Mississippi, Churchill River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as the many speeches given here today have underlined, there is no shortage of good reasons to support this legislation. Among the most powerful is the fact that this Act will address a glaring deficiency in the way First Nation governments operate at the moment. They are currently the only governments in Canada that do not adhere to transparency and accountability legislation. While many First Nation governments have put in place sound accountability practices that ensure transparency, there is no legislative requirement for them to release the information to community members, but too many do. All other jurisdictions across the country have realized the importance of putting financial transparency requirements into legislation. They understand that governments must have accountability in exchange for legitimacy in the eyes of the people they serve, and that they must lead by example. Mr. Speaker, Several of my colleagues have touched on various aspects of provincial and territorial legislation in their presentations today. They have noted that in addition to the demands that they must make their own elected officials, most provinces and territories have laws that also require municipalities to make financial documents public. This highlights an important point. Even though municipalities are governments in their own right, they are required to follow provincial legislation with respect to financial transparency. In many respects, this parallels some aspects of government-to-government relationship of First Nations with the federal government. For this reason, I believe it may be helpful to explore what municipal governments are expected to do to appreciate just how commonplace and beneficial these financial transparency laws are. I am convinced that this will underscore that the provisions in the First Nations Financial Transparency Act are not only reasonable, but they are entirely doable. As the many municipal governments from coast to coast to coast demonstrate, they implement their own versions of financial accountability legislation. For Ontario, for example, look at what municipalities in Ontario are expected to do when it comes to issuing annual financial statements. Under Section 294.1 of the Ontario Municipal Act says, a municipality shall, for each fiscal year, prepare annual financial statements for a municipality in accordance with generally accepted accounting principles for local governments as recommended from time to time by the Public Sector Accounting Board of the Canadian Institute of Chartered Accountants. And under Section 295 stipulates that within 60 days of receiving the audited financial statements of the municipality for the previous year, the municipal treasurer must publish this information in the local newspaper. This includes a copy of the audited financial statements, the notes to the financial statements, the auditor's report, and the tax rate information for current and previous years contained in financial review. In Manitoba, Manitoba makes similar demands for municipalities under the Provinces Municipal Act. Section 183(1) requires a municipality to prepare annual financial statements for immediately preceding year in accordance with the generally accepted accounting principles for municipal governments recommended by the Canadian Institute of Chartered Accountants. It also demands that any modification of these principles or supplementary accounting standards or principles be approved by the minister. Furthermore, Section 194 of the Act requires the municipality to notify the public that the report and the municipality financial statements are available for inspection by anyone who asks to see them at the municipal office during regular business hours. In my home province of Saskatchewan, the Saskatchewan's Municipal Act is even more precise. It demands on or before June 15th of each year, municipalities prepare financial statements. Again, they must conform with the generally accepted accounting principles for municipal governments recommended by the Canadian Institute of Chartered Accountants. Like Ontario and Manitoba, the municipality also needs to publicize its financial statements, or at least a summary of them, as well as the auditor's report of the financial statements by September 1st of the following fiscal year. In addition, it has to submit its fiscal or financial statements and the auditor's report on the financial statements to the minister by July 1st of the year following the financial year. Again, anyone in the province is entitled at any time during regular business hours to inspect and obtain copies of these documents. Alberta Municipal Government Act, the Province of Alberta's Municipal Government Act, is almost a carbon copy. Like other provinces I've mentioned, it demands that each municipality prepare annual financial statements for the preceding fiscal year. It too stipulates that the statements must be in accordance with the accounting principles for municipal governments recommended by the Canadian Institute of Chartered Accountants, and that any modification to them needs to be established by the minister through regulation. Likewise, each municipality has to make its financial statements or a summary of them, along with the auditor's report of the financial statements available to public. That needs to be done by May 1st of the following year, following the year for which the financial statements have been prepared. However, Alberta expects even more municipalities. Their financial statements need to include the municipality's debt limit, including of the municipality's debt as defined in regulations under Section 271(3) of the Act. For Newfoundland and Labrador is another jurisdiction which insists that municipality financial statements and auditor's report be made available for public inspection during the normal business hours. Like the previous provinces I've mentioned under the Newfoundland and Labrador's Municipal Act, municipalities' financial statements need to be made available for public inspection. The only fees involved are actual costs to provide a copy. Mr. Speaker, all of the rules and regulations I have just described apply strictly to municipal governments, essentially the equivalent counterpart of the First Nations governments in our federation. Remuneration of expenses of the provincial and territorial municipal leaders, then, there are various laws regarding the remuneration and expenses of provincial and territorial and municipal leaders. I won't take the time to describe each jurisdiction's laws in great detail, but here's a sampling. The Government of Northwest Territories, for example, requires the disclosure of salaries of elected officials. The Legislative Assembly and Executive Council Act stipulates that the Speaker must table a report that sets out in detail the indemnities and allowances paid to members and the expenses incurred by members in previous fiscal year. In addition, within 2 years after polling day for general election, the Speaker must establish an independent commission and appoint 3 individuals who are independent, neutral, and knowledgeable. 10 months following the independent commission's formation, the independent commissioners review the amenities and the allowances reimbursements for expenses payable or other benefits available to members. They also have to provide a report to the Speaker setting out any recommendations for changes they determine should be made. The report needs to be very detailed. It has to break down the total amount of annual salary paid to each member, the total value of additional amenities paid to each member holding an additional office, and the total dollar value of allowances for expenses, as well as any other expenses and allowances. Apart from this report, the Government of Northwest Territories publishes the salary and benefit allowances for its members on the Legislative Assembly website. Mr. Speaker, I could point almost any province or territory you would find similar laws or regulations governing officials' compensation. While the wording varies from one jurisdiction to another, they all require the salaries of elected politicians be published, along with any other special allowances they receive. They also demand that this information be released to the public, whether within the Legislation Council chamber, on government websites, in the local media, or some combination of these locations. This is true in Manitoba, Newfoundland, Labrador, Ontario, and many other jurisdictions. These governments and the elected officials that lead them recognize both the necessity and advantages of making information easily accessible to electors. They know it builds trust, it inspires confidence, and ensures the public understands how public funds are spent. Most of all, these leaders respect that the public has a right to know. They realize they are accountable for their actions, and these publicly released financial statements demonstrate that government leaders are not afraid to stand behind their record. First Nations leaders stand to enjoy the same benefits once Bill C-27 is passed. By acknowledging that members of First Nations have the same rights to information as all other Canadians and making financial information readily available to them, they can still instill confidence among the electorate in their capacity to lead and meet the community's needs. Making salary expenses information open to scrutiny will send a clear signal that they recognize that band members are the ultimate owners of any business owned by their band. It will formally recognize that local residents have the right to know what the value of those businesses are. Mr. Speaker, rather than adding a layer of complexity as some fear, this legislation may actually lighten the load for First Nations officials. Bill C-27 will remove any cloud of uncertainty that currently hangs over some communities. Because of this act, will do is mirror what other jurisdictions, provinces, territories, and municipalities already do without any problems. Mr. Speaker, I fully understand that this is only human nature to resist change. If we are totally honest, perhaps some of us, as parliamentarians, initially have second thoughts about the reporting requirements we have adopted at the federal level. However, I am sure we will be able to be the first to say that being open and transparent about what we are paid in the way of salaries and expenses is not onerous. We have proven that it's not difficult to do. It has simply become the way we do business. I am equally confident that if we are to survey provincial and territorial and municipal politicians who are subject to similar legislation, we would get the same reaction, even if it took a bit of getting used to. I don't doubt that almost all would agree that being open with the public isn't a chore. It's actually a good way to earn people's confidence. I also expect that many First Nations leaders who already employ these practices.
I'm sorry. Coming at 17h15.
It being 5:15, pursuant to order adopted on November 22nd, 2012, it is my duty to interrupt the deliberations and to put immediately all questions necessary to dispose of third reading stage of the bill, which the House is now seized.
Vancouver Island North, seconded by Mr. Kent, moved that Bill C-27, an act to enhance the financial accountability and transparency of First Nations, be now read a third time and do pass. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? All those in favour of the motion will please say yea. All those opposed will please say nay. In my opinion, the yeas have it. Convoquez les députés.
Call in the members.
The question is as follows. Mr. Duncan, Vancouver Island North, seconded by Mr. Kent, moves that Bill C-27, an act to enhance the financial accountability and transparency of First Nations, be now read a third time and do pass. Tous ceux qui appuient la motion.
All those in favor will please rise.
Mr. Harper.
Mr. Harper.
Mr. Fletcher.
Mr. Fletcher.
Mr. Panashway.
Mr. Panashway.
Ms. Raitt.
Ms. Raitt.
Mr. LeBel.
Mr. LeBel.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Ambrose.
Mr. Taves.
Mr. Taves.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. McKay Central Nova.
Mr. McKay Central Nova.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Flaherty.
Mr. Flaherty.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Baird.
Mr. Baird.
Ms. Finley Haldeman Norfolk.
Ms. Finley Haldeman Norfolk.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Kenny Calgary Southeast.
Mr. Kenny Calgary Southeast.
Mr. Moore Port Moody Western Port Coquitlam.
Mr. Moore Port Moody Western Port Coquitlam.
This is a Glue Cat.
This is a Glue Cat.
Mr. Duncan Vancouver Island North.
Mr. Duncan Vancouver Island North.
Mrs. Shea.
Mrs. Shea.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Blaney.
Mr. Blaney.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Benoit.
Mr. Benoit.
Mr. Brightcrite.
Mr. Brightcrite.
Mr. Merrifield.
Mr. Merrifield.
Mr. Moore Fundy Royal.
Mr. Moore Fundy Royal.
Mr. Anders.
Mr. Anders.
Mr. Camp at Meadows Maple Ridge Mission.
Mr. Camp at Meadows Maple Ridge Mission.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. Dykstra.
Mr. Dykstra.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Gosal.
Mr. Gosal.
Mr. Goodyear.
Mr. Goodyear.
Mr. O'Connor.
Mr. O'Connor.
Mrs. Yelich.
Mrs. Yelich.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Oblonsky.
Mrs. Oblonsky.
Mr. Menzies.
Mr. Menzies.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Calandra.
Mr. Calandra.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Katie South Shore St. Margaret.
Mr. Katie South Shore St. Margaret.
Mr. Velicott.
Mr. Velicott.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Lunny.
Mr. Lunny.
Mr. Rajat.
Mr. Rajat.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Schellenberger.
Mr. Schellenberger.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Brown leads Grenville.
Mr. Brown leads Grenville.
Mr. Hahn.
Mr. Hahn.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mrs. Greywall.
Mrs. Greywall.
Mr. Alexander.
Mr. Alexander.
Ms. Rempel.
Ms. Rempel.
Mr. Rickford.
Mr. Rickford.
Mr. Gauguin.
Mr. Gauguin.
Ms. Finley Delta Richmond East.
Ms. Finley Delta Richmond East.
Mr. Del Mastro.
Mr. Del Mastro.
Mr. Lemieux.
Mr. Lemieux.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mrs. Troupe.
Mrs. Troupe.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Adams.
Ms. Adams.
Mrs. Glover.
Mrs. Glover.
Ms. Leach.
Ms. Leach.
Mr. Leung.
Mr. Leung.
Mr. Saxton.
Mr. Saxton.
Mr. Deckert.
Mr. Deckert.
Ms. Brown Newmarket Aurora.
Ms. Brown Newmarket Aurora.
Mrs. McLeod.
Mrs. McLeod.
Mr. Hebert.
Mr. Hebert.
Mr. Jean.
Mr. Jean.
Mr. Kamarnicki.
Mr. Kamarnicki.
Mr. Crown Prince Edward Hastings.
Mr. Crown Prince Edward Hastings.
Mr. Lauzon.
Mr. Lauzon.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Miller.
Mr. Miller.
Mr. Preston.
Mr. Preston.
Mrs. Smith.
Mrs. Smith.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Tweed.
Mr. Tweed.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Watson.
Mr. Watson.
Mr. Allen Tibic
Mr.
Mactaquac.
Allen Tibic Mactaquac.
Mr. Brown Berry.
Mr. Brown Berry.
Mr. Bernouge.
Mr. Bernouge.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Cannon.
Mr. Cannon.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mrs. Davidson.
Mrs. Davidson.
Mr. Galipo.
Mr. Galipo.
Mr. Mays.
Mr. Mays.
Mr. Norlock.
Mr. Norlock.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Bowen.
Mr. Bowen.
Mr. Braid.
Mr. Braid.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Holder.
Mr. Holder.
Mr. Kerr.
Mr. Kerr.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. McColman.
Mr. McColman.
Mrs. O'Neill Gordon.
Mrs. O'Neill Gordon.
Mr. Payne.
Mr. Payne.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Shorey.
Mr. Shorey.
Mr. Weston, West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Mr. Weston, West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Mr. Weston St. John.
Mr. Weston St. John.
Mr. Woodworth.
Mr. Woodworth.
Mr. Young Oakville.
Mr. Young Oakville.
Mr. Armstrong.
Mr. Armstrong.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Harris, Caribou, Prince George.
Mr. Harris, Caribou, Prince George.
Mr. Adler.
Mr. Adler.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mrs. Ambler.
Mrs. Ambler.
Mr. Aspen.
Mr. Aspen.
Madame Bateman.
Madame Bateman.
Mr. Butt.
Mr. Butt.
Mr. Carmichael.
Mr. Carmichael.
Mr. Chisu.
Mr. Chisu.
Mr. Daniel.
Mr. Daniel.
Mr. Gill.
Mr. Gill.
Mr. Hayes.
Mr. Hayes.
Mr. Hillier.
Mr. Hillier.
Ms. James.
Ms. James.
Mr. Leaf.
Mr. Leaf.
Mr. Menegakis.
Mr. Menegakis.
Mr. Tote.
Mr. Tote.
Mr. Wilkes.
Mr. Wilkes.
Mr. Rathgaber.
Mr. Rathgaber.
Mr. Lezon.
Mr. Lezon.
Mr. Opitz.
Mr. Opitz.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Trottier.
Mr. Trottier.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. DeVolen.
Mr. DeVolen.
Ms. Young Vancouver South.
Ms. Young Vancouver South.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Goldring.
Mr. Goldring.
Que tous ceux qui s'opposent à la motion.
All those opposed will please rise. Mr. Mulcair.
Mr. Alan Wellens.
Mr. Alan Wellens.
Mr. Martin.
Mr. Martin.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Ms. Chow.
Ms. Chow.
Mr. Dewar.
Mr. Dewar.
Mr. Harrison Johns East.
Mr. Harrison Johns East.
Madame Boivin.
Madame Boivin.
Ms. Leslie.
Ms. Leslie.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Ms. Davies Vancouver
Ms.
East.
Davies Vancouver East.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Ms. Nash.
Ms. Nash.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Crowder.
Ms. Crowder.
Mr. Davies, Vancouver Kingsway.
Mr. Davies, Vancouver Kingsway.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton Strathcona.
Madame Perrault.
Madame Perrault.
Madame Day.
Madame Day.
Madame Ayala.
Madame Ayala.
Mr. Bevington.
Mr. Bevington.
Madame Moore, Abitibi-Témiscamingue.
Madame Moore, Abitibi-Témiscamingue.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Ms. Sims, Newton North Delta.
Ms. Sims, Newton North Delta.
Madame Leblanc, La Salle-et-Mar.
Madame Leblanc, La Salle-et-Mar.
Mr. Kelway.
Mr. Kelway.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Ms. Charlton.
Ms. Charlton.
Madame Turmel.
Madame Turmel.
Madame Groguet.
Madame Groguet.
Mr. Chisholm.
Mr. Chisholm.
Mr. Boulris.
Mr. Boulris.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Marston.
Mr. Marston.
Madame Morin, Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte.
Madame Morin, Saint-Hyacinthe Bagotte.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Mr. Dubé.
Mr. Dubé.
Madame Lavertière.
Madame Lavertière.
Mr. Scott.
Mr. Scott.
Madame Papillon.
Madame Papillon.
Monsieur Bramy.
Monsieur Bramy.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Mr. Cash.
Mr. Cash.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Monsieur Ravignan.
Monsieur Ravignan.
Madame Blanchette-Lamotte.
Madame Blanchette-Lamotte.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Mr. Harris Scarborough Southwest.
Mr. Harris Scarborough Southwest.
Monsieur Toon.
Monsieur Toon.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Ashton.
Monsieur Caron.
Monsieur Caron.
Madame Piclet.
Madame Piclet.
Monsieur Gravel.
Monsieur Gravel.
Mr. Rafferty.
Mr. Rafferty.
Monsieur Maille.
Monsieur Maille.
Mr. Thibault.
Mr. Thibault.
Madame Larose. Monsieur Larose.
Monsieur Larose.
Monsieur Giguère.
Monsieur Giguère.
Monsieur Côté.
Monsieur Côté.
Monsieur Genet-Jourdain.
Monsieur Genet-Jourdain.
Monsieur Lapointe.
Monsieur Lapointe.
Madame Hasségna.
Madame Hasségna.
Madame Doré-Lefebvre.
Madame Doré-Lefebvre.
Madame Lou.
Madame Lou.
Mr. Sandu.
Mr. Sandu.
Madame Sela.
Madame Sela.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Monsieur Nichols.
Monsieur Nichols.
Monsieur Tsabaïsen.
Monsieur Tsabaïsen.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Madame La Tendresse.
Madame La Tendresse.
Monsieur Rousseau.
Monsieur Rousseau.
Mr. Benskin.
Mr. Benskin.
Mr. Sullivan.
Mr. Sullivan.
Monsieur Blanchette.
Monsieur Blanchette.
Madame Michaud.
Madame Michaud.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Mr. Comartin.
Mr. Comartin.
Mr. Adamanenko.
Mr. Adamanenko.
Monsieur Jacob.
Monsieur Jacob.
Monsieur Nunez Melo.
Monsieur Nunez Melo.
Monsieur Tremblay.
Monsieur Tremblay.
Mr. Stauffer.
Mr. Stauffer.
Monsieur Chicoine.
Monsieur Chicoine.
Monsieur Diane Labelle.
Monsieur Diane Labelle.
Mr. Cleary.
Mr. Cleary.
Monsieur Morin Chicoutimi-Lefiard.
Monsieur Morin Chicoutimi-Lefiard.
Madame Freeman.
Madame Freeman.
Madame Borg.
Madame Borg.
Madame Morin Notre-Dame-de-Grâce-Lachine.
Madame Morin Notre-Dame-de-Grâce-Lachine.
Monsieur Morin Laurentier de Labelle.
Monsieur Morin Laurentier de Labelle.
Monsieur Patry.
Monsieur Patry.
Madame Reynaud.
Madame Reynaud.
Monsieur Genet.
Monsieur Genet.
Mr. Ray.
Mr. Ray.
Mr. Macaulay.
Mr. Macaulay.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. Regan.
Mr. Regan.
Mr. Bélanger.
Mr. Bélanger.
Mr. Byrne.
Mr. Byrne.
Ms. Foote.
Ms. Foote.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Monsieur Dion.
Mr. Dion.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mr. Coder.
Mr. Coder.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Karagianis.
Mr. Karagianis.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Mr. McKay Scarborough-Gilwood.
Mr. McKay Scarborough-Gilwood.
Mr. Iking.
Mr. Iking.
Monsieur Leblanc-Beauséjour.
Monsieur Leblanc-Beauséjour.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. Sims, Bonavista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor.
Mr. Sims, Bonavista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Mr. Andrews.
Mr. Andrews.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Mr. Valeriot.
Mr. Valeriot.
Mr. Chou.
Mr. Chou.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Madame Saint-Denis.
Madame Saint-Denis.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Bellavance.
Monsieur Bellavance.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Mr. Heyer.
Mr. Heyer.
Ms. May.
Ms. May.
Yeas pour 159, 159. Nays contre 131, 131.
I declare the motion carried.
Troisième lecture de ce projet de loi, third reading of this bill.
It being 5:56, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper.
Private members' business, third reading of Bill 370 in the name of Mr. Brown, Leeds Grenville, an act to amend the Canada National Parks Act, St. Lawrence Islands National Park, Canada.
Mr. Brown, Leeds Grenville, seconded by Mr. Bazan, moves that Bill C-370, an act to amend the Canada National Parks Act, St. Lawrence Islands National Park of Canada, be now read a third time and do pass.
Order. Order. I would ask all honourable members who wish to carry on their conversations to please leave and go to their respective lobbies. Order. Alors, je devrais demander.
Order, please. I'd like to ask all honourable members who wish to continue their conversations to please leave the chamber and go to the respective lobbies.
The honourable member for Leeds Grenville.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise tonight to open third reading debate on my private member's bill, Bill 370, an act that will change the name of the St. Lawrence Islands National Park to Thousand Islands National Park. And I want to begin my comments by thanking members on both sides of the House for their participation in these debates and their support of this bill. I'd also like to take a moment to thank the witnesses who came to Ottawa on short notice last month to appear before the committee. For those who were unable to attend the committee meeting, Kim St. Clair appeared on behalf of Parks Canada and explained how this bill will benefit the park. Don Ross, who is currently Executive Director of the Frontenac Arch Biosphere Reserve, noted how this name change was first proposed back in the 1970s when he was working for Parks Canada. Tom Russell, who is the Executive Director of the Thousand Islands Community Futures Development Corporation, spent his time explaining how businesses in the region use and benefit from the Thousand Islands name. He also noted the reliance on the hospitality sector in my region where this park is located. Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the contribution that all three of these folks have made to the discussion of this bill at the committee meeting. Their input was invaluable. Among the issues discussed at committee were answers to questions that have been raised here about the bill. The first concern expressed was about the consultation. As Mr. Ross noted at committee, the consultation process for this name change began in the early 1970s, and that consultation unfortunately did not proceed beyond the region itself. At the time, however, the consensus was that the park's name should be changed to the Thousand Islands National Park. My own consultation process on this bill dates back several years when I first heard from municipal councils in the region as well as chambers of commerce and other concerned groups that they would like to see the name change occur as quickly as possible. Parks Canada also conducted a consultation that met with the same result from the public and other interested and concerned parties. Mr. Speaker, after the discussion that had taken place in the 1970s, many people in the region began referring to the park as the Thousand Islands National Park. There is no doubt that the name change is supported throughout the region. The other issue that was raised was the cost involved in this name change. Ms. St. Clair addressed this in her remarks at the committee. While a final firm figure has not been produced, for acceptable reasons, Parks Canada put a ballpark figure of about $100,000 for the change, and this will be spent over an approximately 10-year period, which is one reason why the exact cost is really hard to pinpoint. The other reason is that the cost is hard to nail down is that much of it will be accomplished as part of regular maintenance. Let me explain what has to be done. Parks will have to change a few signs on Highway 401 and on the Thousand Islands Parkway that direct people to the park. This will need to be undertaken almost immediately. These signs are slat signs, so only the actual name portion will have to be changed, and it is possible that an inexpensive cover could be made for these signs until such a time as they require replacement with the new signs. Websites will have to be changed at a minimal cost. Letterhead, business cards, and envelopes will be changed as they run out of current stock. Signboards at Parks property will be changed as part of their normal maintenance regime. In other words, as signs weather and wear out, they will be replaced by new signs with the new name. This part of the change is actually regular maintenance that would be undertaken with or without the name change. So while the name will be changed, the signs are replaced over a 10-year period anyway. Ms. St. Clair indicated at committee that Parks is actually looking forward to this exercise because it will give them an opportunity to take a sign inventory that is overdue at the park. Mr. Speaker, after all this time and all the discussion and all the effort over the years that have gone into trying to require a new name for this park that better suits its location, now is the time to act. As I and others have mentioned in previous discussions here, the park is in a truly unique area of Canada. It is at the crossroads of the natural and cultural history of North America. Its natural assets have been recognized in the greater region that has the UNESCO World Heritage designation. The park is located within the Frontenac Arch Biosphere Reserve. And it has been a cultural crossroad as the North American continent was opened up by natives, adventurers, fur traders, explorers, settlers, and merchants. St. Lawrence Islands National Park was established in 1904 as the first Canadian national park east of the Rocky Mountains. Located in the heart of the Thousand Islands area, it is an 80-kilometer wide extension of granite hilltops which join the Canadian Shield of Northern Ontario with the Adirondack Mountains in New York State. Glaciers retreated 10,000 years ago, scraping sediments and exposing the rounded knobs of an ancient mountain chain. When the St. Lawrence River flooded the area on its path to the Atlantic Ocean, over 1,000 hilltops became the Thousand Islands. The area retains a rugged beauty. Plants and animals migrating to the area, encouraged by the moderating effects of the Great Lakes and the variety of microhabitats which were created by the rugged topography. The islands form a land bridge from northwest to southeast across the St. Lawrence River, aiding movement of species through the area. This narrow isthmus, known as the Frontenac Axis, or Arch, is the vital link joining two important North American landforms, the Canadian Shield and the Adirondack Mountains, to form one ecosystem. Although the waters of the Great Lakes can be a barrier to migrating flora and fauna, the St. Lawrence funnels the water into a narrow channel, and the islands form stepping stones, shortening distances between the land masses. The presence of the Great Lakes to the west has the effect of a heat sink, which moderates the climate in the area immediately surrounding the Thousand Islands, and as a result, many plants and animals reach the northern or southern limits of their range in the Thousand Islands. Mr. Speaker, the river also funneled people coming from the Atlantic to the interior of North America through the islands. Native people, explorers, and settlers have left their mark on the region and the islands. Enough native artifacts have been located to prompt a mandatory search each time waterfront is developed. Battles have taken place among the islands, especially during the War of 1812. Explorers and writers have marveled at their beauty and mystery. The French actually named the area Les Mille, or the Thousand Islands, in the 1700s when French explorers traveled through the region. This was long before there were international boundaries. The islands themselves were named by the British Navy. As the region opened up to tourism in the late 1800s, people began to advocate for a park to protect and preserve some of the islands. The park began in 1904 with a small piece of waterfront property at Mallorytown Landing. 9 federally owned islands in the St. Lawrence River added to the attraction, and recreational facilities were installed. Over the years, islands and land parcels were annexed, and today the park comprises more than 20 islands and about 90 islets scattered between Main Duck Island, which is south of Kingston in Lake Ontario, and Brockville, Ontario. It includes mainland properties at Mallorytown Landing, Landon Bay, Jones Creek, and LaRue Mills Creek. Mr. Speaker, our national parks represent Canada, and they showcase the best of what we have to offer, and this park is an excellent example of that. Parks are protected so that they can be enjoyed by visitors today and into the future. Parks Canada's offerings make the federal government Canada's largest provider of natural and cultural tourism products. Its destinations such as national parks, national historic sites, and national marine conservation areas form the cornerstones of the Canadian tourism industry. Tourism represents a significant economic opportunity for Canada, and in 2010, the tourism sector contributed $29.7 billion to the Canadian economy and employed 1,617,300 Canadians. And in my riding alone, over 6,000 people are employed in the visitor services industry. Our national parks, and this one especially in my great riding of Leeds-Grenville, offer important economic possibilities for the province of Ontario and for Canada. The Thousand Islands is known throughout the world as a tourism destination, and every year millions of tourists flock to the region, but very few people know that there is a national park located in the heart of those islands. This park is the closest national park to the city of Ottawa, and even with the creation of Rouge National Urban Park, Thousand Islands National Park will remain one of the closest national parks to the Toronto region. But it remains one of our best-kept secrets. It is time for us to offer new possibilities for this majestic national park, and something as simple as changing its name will dramatically alter how Parks Canada engages and attracts members of the public. For over 100 years, tourism has played a prominent role in the Thousand Islands community, supporting family-owned businesses from generation to generation. St. Lawrence Islands National Park has an annual budget in excess of $1.5 million. While some of this revenue is self-generated, a majority comes from the Canadian taxpayer. When Parks Canada has publicly stated that it's trying to encourage new Canadians, younger Canadians, and urban Canadians to visit national parks, it does not make sense for Parks Canada to work outside the regional brand of Thousand Islands. That brand is known throughout the world, yet in a region where other private tourism providers take advantage of the strong, recognized, and powerful world-famous Thousand Islands brand name, in using the term St. Lawrence Islands, Parks Canada is not talking in the same language as other Thousand Islands tourism operators. Mr. Speaker, if you were a traveler, you would find it difficult to distinguish between the offerings of the St. Lawrence Parks Commission, Parks of the St. Lawrence, and the St. Lawrence Islands National Park. Two of the three organizations named have many sites outside the immediate Thousand Islands area and are not interchangeable with the national park. As well, they have differing mandates. As the government, it is our role to help remove barriers that limit opportunities for Canadians to become more engaged with our treasured natural places. We should be doing all we can to help provide opportunities to showcase what Parks Canada has to offer. Placing Thousand Islands National Park on the map is a small but significant step that will help enhance public awareness of this incredible park. A name change presents an opportunity to renew Canadians' passion and support for our country's important natural spaces. A name change will help ensure that this national park finds a place in the consciousness of Canadians and will help ensure that future generations are inspired by and support this long-established, protected treasure. Economically, a name change to Thousand Islands National Park will align our public offering with those of other regional tourism providers. And this will help initiate sustainable, expandable growth, generating activities and relationships. We are creating a legacy that says lasting improvements can be made by government. Parks Canada will be able to expand its reach and impact by taking advantage of the existing regional brand. We heard this from Ms. St. Clair during the committee meeting. National parks have been renamed in the past, and in both of these instances, the new names better reflect the region in which they are situated. And this is what I am trying to accomplish with this bill. To conclude, Mr. Speaker, Bill C-370 is an easy bill for all members of this House to support because we will be changing the name St. Lawrence Islands National Park to a name that better reflects the local region. It is a name that is already used by regional residents and existing park visitors. It is a name that will help Parks Canada position the wonderful landscapes and features of the park in the psyche of Canadians. It is a name that will immediately be improving local, national, and international recognition of the park. It is a name that will facilitate better interactions with other regional tour operators and tourism initiatives, improving local economic opportunity. And it is a name that simply makes sense. Thousand Islands National Park fits the region, it fits its tradition, and it fits the future. Thousand Islands National Park is the right name for the right park, and it's about time. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? I see the Honourable Government House Leader is rising on a point of order.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Conformément au paragraphe.
Pursuant to standing orders, I would like to designate it Thursday, November 29th, 2012, to continue the debate on the 8th report of the Standing Committee on Health. Thank you.
The members appreciate the information from the Honourable Government House Leader. Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires?
Questions and comments?
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Scarborough Rouge River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to have another opportunity to speak to Bill C-370, an act to amend the Canada National Parks Act, St. Lawrence Islands National Park of Canada. St. Lawrence Islands National Park is located in the Thousand Islands region of the St. Lawrence River within the Frontenac Arch Biosphere Reserve, as we've heard from our colleague from Leeds-Grenville. It's a beautiful region of our country and is known as being one of the areas of highest biodiversity in Canada. It also has historical significance as it was the first national park established in Canada east of the Rocky Mountains. Furthermore, the park is part of an established UNESCO Biosphere Reserve. Canadians from across the country, as well as tourists from around the globe, come to the park to enjoy its hiking trails, interpretive programs, exhibits, and family activities. In committee, we heard from a representative from Parks Canada who I feel provided a beautiful description of this national treasure and its surrounding areas. She said, and I quote, "Quite simply, the Thousand Islands is a place where nature and culture intermingle. Majestic castles and historic summer homes stand in contrast with rugged islands of granite and pine that are home to lumbering turtles, soaring eagles, and countless other species," end quote. It sounds like a wonderful piece of our Canadian landscape. In Canada, we are very fortunate to have our national parks. There is no doubt of their importance to Canadians, and they are an asset to our country. I know in Scarborough Rouge River, in my home community, the Rouge Park is certainly a valued treasure among my constituents and the residents of the Greater Toronto Area. We call it our unknown gem in Toronto. The people in my riding were calling for the creation of Rouge National Park for many years. The announcement in the throne speech that Rouge Park will be designated the first urban national park was a huge victory for the people of this area and a testament to members of our community who worked for over a quarter century to see their dreams for Rouge National Park to become a reality. However, Scarborough residents and residents of the GTA are anxious for a plan to establish this park as part of the national park system for Canadians and tourists to explore, while preserving and continuing the conservation efforts, as well as respecting the need for maintaining the ecological integrity of our local natural gem in the area. Finally, the people involved would like dedicated, stable funding to see this dream realized, ensuring the preservation and conservation of the ecosystem to ensure future generations will have the area to enjoy. When Bill C-370 was first presented, we felt that it needed more dialogue and it was examined with due diligence, and I must mention at this point that this is why we voted against this bill at the earlier stages of this bill, because we wanted to ensure that due diligence, every part that needed to be done was done. And our main concern with this bill was fiscal responsibility. Our support for legislation such as this relies on due diligence in order to protect taxpayer dollars. We had just been delivered a budget where Parks Canada was dealt a funding cut of $29.2 million by 2015. There was a lack of costing information on this matter, which is why we chose to oppose it earlier. Our other concern was whether or not the community was consulted on this issue. Fortunately, many of our concerns and questions were answered when we were at committee. And I thank all of the members of the local community, as well as my honourable colleague from Leeds-Grenville, for providing that opportunity to be able to answer those, to ask and to have those questions answered. In committee, we learned that the costs of changing a name are around $138,000 dispersed over a 10-year period. Most of the costs involved are related to redoing the physical signage within the park. There would be an attempt to keep the costs low, as Parks Canada would immediately replace four large signage panels on the park's mainland properties, but would then change the island signage over a 10-year plan. Some of these costs would be incurred with or without the name change due to regular maintenance and upkeeping costs. The St. Lawrence Islands National Park already prints its promotional materials and pamphlets on an annual basis, which are already updated prior to printing. Changes to the website will also simply involve just updating the text and not incurring further costs. we learned more about the economic benefit of this name change. While there is certainly a cost associated with the renaming of the St. Lawrence Islands National Park to the Thousand Islands National Park, there are potentially economic gains that changing the name of the park could actually produce for the local community. The park is located in an area that is properly known within Canada and worldwide as the Thousand Islands region. Tourism and visitor services are an important part of the economic development of the region surrounding the park. Visitor services are increasingly important as the economic mix of the region has changed from manufacturing, and visitors come from around the world to visit the Thousand Islands. In a region where private tourism providers build their businesses by taking advantage of the recognized and powerful Thousand Islands brand name, the name St. Lawrence Islands National Park isn't really helping matters or their pocketbooks. It promotes confusion and can lead to missed economic opportunities for the local businesses in the community. Renaming the park will allow it to be more easily identified by potential tourists and visitors. As the Thousand Island is a recognized brand, changing the name of the park can open opportunities to further attract and engage local and international visitors, as well as furthering business opportunities. As well, improved branding of the park will aid in the continued development of the tourism industry. It was also extremely encouraging to hear from community members and the local business association and about the local consultations that took place. Rouge Park is being referred to as the People's Park. I've been consulting my constituents, as have Parks Canada, to ensure that this park incorporates their ideas for a park in their neighbourhood, which they will visit and enjoy. Moving forward, we are working hard to make sure the voices of community members are heard in the consultation process. Community consultation is a very important step, and I believe imperative for a change like this. And I agree, it's important that the Thousand Islands community gains the same recognition in promoting its national parks and community's interests. As far back as 1978, a St. Lawrence Islands National Park Advisory Committee has been recommending changing the park's name. Parks Canada supports the name change, as do local businesses, business councils, and all of the municipalities involved. The changing of the name to the Thousand Islands National Park was endorsed by many of the local municipalities and passed resolutions supporting the bill. The majority of Thousand Islanders agree with making this change, as locally, the park is already known as the Thousand Islands National Park. So to conclude, Mr. Speaker, it is for these reasons that we will be supporting this bill at third reading. Our country has some of the most beautiful national parks in the world. Their benefits to our country are absolutely invaluable. As Canadians, we treasure their ecosystems and biodiversity and must ensure that our government continues to protect and preserve their beauty and our environment. We must make this commitment now so that future generations can appreciate and enjoy all that our national parks have to offer. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Memories, Mr. Speaker. That is, I believe, what national parks are all about. I certainly have fond memories of vacations with my parents and my brothers, and people who approached me when the subject of this bill came up told me stories of their vacations, of sitting on the dock with their father, and the memories that they treasure. And that is one of the reasons why we treasure our parks, Mr. Speaker. There are other reasons that we treasure our parks. They are a place to preserve a bit of nature, to preserve biodiversity. And this park in question, which is soon to be known as the Thousand Islands National Park, is no exception to that, Mr. Speaker. And in fact, in my earlier speech, I mentioned the fact that in my mother's backyard, in the riding of my home riding of Kingston and the Islands, of which a small part of this park finds itself, one day discovered a wild turkey sitting in her backyard. And I didn't know that wild turkeys lived in Canada, but they do. And they do because there are parts of Canada where this biodiversity is preserved. And so why are we considering this bill right now, Mr. Speaker? The reason is that we see an opportunity. We see an opportunity in the midst of some cuts to funding for Parks Canada, which I wish to acknowledge that my colleague from Leeds Grenville is very cognizant of the need to look carefully at these cuts and to maybe scale back on some of them to make sure that we preserve the benefits of our parks for everybody to enjoy and for tourists to come to Canada to enjoy. And he has been working hard to make sure that we're very careful about the kinds of cuts we make into Parks Canada. But it's also an opportunity to look at how we can move forward, how we can encourage tourism to a park that has a lot of benefits, not only to my riding and my honourable colleagues' riding, but to the whole country's economy. We're considering changing the name to Thousand Islands National Park because Thousand Islands is a name that is recognized far and wide. I remember when we as a family vacationed around the country and in the United States, when we had to explain to people where it is that we lived, we would say, oh, we live right by the Thousand Islands. So this is a name that has a lot of recognition around the world, Mr. Speaker. And it is a name that we know is very appropriate for this park because it is situated right in the Thousand Islands region. And it is a name that is so ingrained in people's minds that they often refer to my riding as Kingston and the Thousand Islands and not by its correct name of Kingston and the islands. So in committee, Mr. Speaker, we've also dealt, I believe, with the issue of cost. And as my honourable colleague from Leeds and Grenville has mentioned, the costs are roughly known. I think there's a pretty good estimate of what the costs are. And a lot of the costs simply would be incurred anyways due to regular maintenance. That has come out in committee, and I'm glad we've had the chance to cover that issue. But it is a marketing opportunity. It is an opportunity to keep in mind the fact that we want to make sure that all of the resources in our region are used to maximize the economic benefit of our natural and our natural environment and those resources that we have. I think this initiative will encourage tourism to the area, will support the creation and the maintenance of employment in the area, and it has a very natural, I believe, a very natural economic benefit that we want to promote. And I think that the member knew all of this. I remember when I heard of this bill, I phoned some acquaintances who knew about the park and the region, who some of them were previous members of the staff, and we did confirm that the changes all made sense, that all the stakeholders in the region wanted this change, that they were aware of the benefits, they had an idea of what it would cost, and that cost-benefit analysis was definitely positive. So, Mr. Speaker, now that everything has been looked at through the committee, and I'm glad that my colleague from the NDP has done her due diligence and is satisfied with the bill and the cost of this bill and its benefits, and will be supporting this bill at third reading, I think we can all agree that it would be the right thing to do, to move ahead with this change, to rename this park the Thousand Islands National Park, so that people now can bring their families to vacation in the Thousand Islands National Park so that they can have memories, Mr. Speaker, memories that they can carry with them and that their kids will carry with them for the rest of their lives, the memories that we cherish that are part of why our national parks are so important to us and to our country, Mr. Speaker. And so I ask all members of this House to support this bill at third reading. Thank you.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. Accordingly, I would ask the honourable member for Leeds Grenville for his right of reply. The honourable member is up to 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd first like to thank the members from Scarborough Rouge River and from Kingston and the Islands for their presentations today, which I'm glad that they have been able to have the opportunity to do their due diligence and ensure that we're doing everything the way that it should be done, and I appreciate that they wanted to go through that process. I'd like to thank the people who came to the committee, Tom Russell, Don Ross, and Ms. Kim St. Clair from Parks Canada. I think that it was a good opportunity for the committee to learn exactly what the community felt about this firsthand from those who have been intimately involved in economic development and in the parks and in the Frontenac Arch Biosphere Reserve in the region. I'm very happy to see that there's all-party support for this bill. It has been working its way through the legislative process for quite some time, and so I'm very happy to see that I expect that we'll have a vote on this tomorrow and send it off to the Senate, and that after they deal with it there, hopefully in a positive way, that we can look forward to unveiling the new sign with the new name, Thousand Islands National Park. Thank you.
The question is as follows. Mr. Brown, Leeds Grenville, seconded by Mr. Bazan, moved that Bill C-370, an act to amend the Canada National Parks Act, St. Lawrence Island National Park of Canada, be now read a third time and do pass. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Que tout ce qui appuie la motion.
All those in favour, please say yea.
Que tout ce qui s'y oppose.
All those opposed, please say nay.
In my opinion, the yeas have it. Conformément à la
Pursuant to Standing Order 98, the recorded division stands deferred until Wednesday, November 28th, 2012. That's tomorrow, immediately before the time provided for private members' business.
And now, in accordance with Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn. The honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise again to address the ongoing negotiations with the European Union regarding a comprehensive economic and trade agreement known as CETA. This intervention is extremely timely in light of a leaked communiqué out of Europe this week that illustrates the lack of transparency and overly ideological approach that this government has taken to the CETA negotiations. First of all, the memorandum illustrates that the European negotiators are being much more consultative and transparent than the Canadian Conservative government is. They are providing their Parliamentary Trade Committee with regular updates, allowing for input from European parliamentarians from all political stripes. This is not the case in Canada. This government will not answer questions in this House directly. They very rarely update the Trade Committee on the CETA negotiations, and they do not consult broadly with Canadians. Why won't this government allow scrutiny of the process? Well, perhaps the leaked documents shed light on that question as well. These leaked communiques from the European Commission expose the Conservatives' incompetence in negotiating and validate the concerns of Canadians with regard to the CETA. For instance, this government has been talking the talk when it comes to defending the supply management system in Canada. However, the Europeans' internal communique confirms that Canada has already agreed to grant new market access to supply-managed goods in the form of tariff rate quotas. This is not defending supply management in Canada. It is unacceptable to the thousands of farmers in Canada who rely on the system to ensure stability. This type of concession sends shockwaves through the supply-managed sectors who see this as a very slippery slope that can be further eroded in future deals, such as the TPP. With regard to intellectual property, the leaked communiqué illustrates that this government is very much considering caving to pressures of the European pharmaceutical companies. These are concessions that will increase the cost of prescriptions in Canada. Canadians, including provincial governments and other drug providers, including employers, have been expressing concerns about this for years now, and this government, the Conservatives, dismiss these concerns as a myth. Well, we now see that the IP changes are on the table, and they are decisions that will be, quote, taken at the highest political level, end quote. So I will ask the Minister and the Prime Minister, what is your decision? Have you decided that Canadians will have to pay more for their medications or not? With regard to public procurement, the EU acknowledges that this is, quote, the most ambitious and comprehensive offer Canada and its provinces have ever made to any partner, including the United States, end quote. Our offer to the EU, it says, even outreaches commitments that currently exist between provinces in Canada. But Europe still wants more. On public urban transport, they are asking us to provide full access and, in particular, eliminate all local content requirements for EU operators. They are demanding that provincial and regional development clauses be either eliminated or redrafted. Mr. Speaker, there is much to discuss with regard to CETA, more than I have time for here, but I must address the issue of imbalance. We've just seen the example of the FIPA with China, where Canada signed a deal that was terribly imbalanced, with Canada at the losing end. Again, in the documents leaked from the EU, Canada may be about to sign another imbalanced agreement. The Commission acknowledges that we are only asking that the EU enshrine existing liberalization, while they are asking us to substantially open our markets. On services and investment, the Europeans claim Canada has opened our markets fully, while they have maintained complete policy space for the future. So, Mr. Speaker, once again, we see the government pushing forward in a reckless manner, selling out Canadian interests and decrying any opposition to their agenda as anti-trade. On this side of the House, we are pro-trade, and we await the final draft of CETA to weigh it in its entirety and see if it's of net benefit to Canada. However, every time we see a leaked draft or document, we see a government that is not putting Canada's interests first. Will this government heed the advice of Canadians and address the imbalance before they present us with a final agreement and get consultation from Canadians and let us see the final draft before it is signed off in Europe?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Trade.
Mr. Speaker, I really don't know where to begin. That was a pro-trade speech. Well, I've heard some rants and some lines and some misinformation in this House before, but I don't think I've heard anything that was ever going to beat that. And then for the absolute unmitigated gall of the honourable member to say that's a pro-trade speech, Mr. Speaker, it's just it's absolutely mind-boggling. First of all, let's deal with a couple of issues. The honourable member wants to talk about a leaked memorandum. You know, Mr. Speaker, a leaked memorandum is exactly what it is. That's something that's deliberately leaked by another party to try to force something else to happen in negotiations. That's what leaked memorandums do, and the honourable member played into that very nicely, picked it up, and did a great job for the European Union, I'm sure. You know, that the European Committee is better briefed than our committee. That's absolute nonsense. We've met now a couple of times with the European Trade Committee. The first thing we learned is we were much better briefed than they were in these negotiations. Updated and consulted broadly. Absolute nonsense. Mr. Speaker, here's the deal. Canada is a trading nation. We're looking at this CETA, Comprehensive Economic Trade Agreement with the European Union, to increase trade with the European Union by about 12% or about $12 billion rather, about 80,000 jobs, the equivalent of about $1,000 per household in Canada. Mr. Speaker, this is a good agreement for Canada. Canada's future is tied to trade. The honourable member actually asked for this late show. It's kind of like a light show, I guess, you know, and, you know, it is coming on into Christmas, and all of us still have the Christmas spirit and certainly a belief in make-believe, and the honourable member brings that out well. But you have to talk about facts when you're standing in this House, and the fact is very simple. We have negotiated this in the best interest of Canadians. We continue, Mr. Speaker, to brief the provinces on a regular basis. We brief the municipalities. The first time ever they've had briefings from a federal minister for the Federation of Canadian Municipalities. Mr. Speaker, the reality is that this series of negotiations are to benefit Canada. We will bring this to a conclusion at some point, whether it's this year or hopefully early in 2013. And at the end of the day, Canadians will be better off because of it. As far as public procurement, the offer on public procurement is ambitious. The provinces have signed on. They're the people who have to sign on, and the municipalities for public procurement. The honourable member knows that. You know, the idea that somehow we're going to cost Canadians more money on pharmaceuticals, these negotiations are still being negotiated. The honourable member needs to wait, calm down, wait until the negotiations are over, and then he can stand in this House and speak with some surety. Until then, we'll continue to negotiate, briefing the provinces and the municipalities, but negotiate the way you negotiate every agreement, and when the final agreement is ready, we'll bring it forward. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, the government keeps throwing out mythical numbers and telling us how great an agreement is that they don't have the courage to show us. Let's address transparency. In the section of the leaked memorandum between the EU Commission and the Trade Committee that addresses public utilities, the Commission refers to concessions that Canada has made, quote, reluctantly. The concessions have to do with the fact that the EU is maintaining various reservations for public utilities, whereas Canada is putting those on the table. The document says that Canada has asked the EU member states to make a change to the language, quote, which would help in the presentation to our provinces, close the quote. Mr. Speaker, it sounds an awful lot like Canada is asking the EU to help it create spin to more easily sell a raw deal to our provinces. This government has shown a lack of respect to the provinces before, but this is outrageous. The government has long insisted that they want this deal done before the end of the year, and with that fast approaching, it's evident we are far from a fair deal, a balanced deal for Canada. Will the government commit to listening to Canadians and keep working at this deal until we have a deal that is good for our economy and good for all Canadians and is balanced between the two economies?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I think I've had a bit of an epiphany here, because I've listened closely to the honourable member's language, and really what we're talking about here is the fact that the anti-trade party, or the no-trade party, you know, is not at the table. If they were at the table, we wouldn't have this discussion because there wouldn't be any negotiations. The reality is, this is way back to the days when the NDP vehemently opposed NAFTA. We're talking 1988 vintage language coming from the honourable member. Like today, Mr. Speaker, last time I checked, is 2012. That's a long ways from 1988 and the original free trade agreement with the United States. Surely the NDP have learned in the interim that trade is good for Canada, it's good for businesses, and it's what drives this country.
The Honourable Member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure to rise again on border issues I have many times. But I first want to thank a constituent of mine, Richard Rustin, from the People First movement, who gave me this nice lapel pin that represents working on behalf of persons with intellectual disabilities and advocating. Now, I'd like to move over to the subject matter at hand, though, Mr. Speaker. I rose in this chamber in September to talk about the issues at the Canadian Border Services Agency and a memorandum that was issued to CBSA border officials to stand down when they find U.S. outbound drugs at the border. It's a very serious issue, Mr. Speaker, because as you've seen over the course of period of time, there's been budget cuts to the border. In fact, there's actually 325 positions that have been identified for cuts where the government has asked the union for 325 volunteers to abandon their posts and retire or leave. And what's going to happen, Mr. Speaker, is there won't be the people, the capacity to actually replace those jobs. Those jobs are now gone. So there will be less people, men and women of service, who do an able job, especially given the circumstances. Most recently, we had a tragic shooting of an officer who was actually from the London area, and we were saddened to see that situation. So it's a very serious job. We've seen this government remove the detector dog program, which was very influential in terms of catching criminals who were trying to bring in drugs, guns, and other types of contraband. And what's happened, Mr. Speaker, this memorandum is a slap in the face to our officers, and it comes about because of cuts of agents and intel that is not properly gathered anymore, and they now want just to allow it to go to the United States. Now, the problem with that strategy, Mr. Speaker, is a couple of major issues that the government needs to account for. Often those drugs go into the United States and either become cash, they become other hard drugs, or they become guns or other contraband that then is attempted to be returned into Canada. And so by this prevention strategy, working to actually find drugs that are exiting the country, it actually lowers crime in Canada because it prevents criminal organizations and others from getting resources that they use for other criminal activity. And as well, too, Mr. Speaker, I've talked to a number of different American counterparts, be it elected officials or be it business interests, that are very concerned, and social interests, they're very concerned with the fact that the Canadians are doing this. They're taking this away because they are very concerned about their people being exposed to additional Canadian manufactured drugs or drugs that have come into Canada and then gone elsewhere into the United States, affecting their livelihood and their well-being. It creates addiction problems. It creates social problems, workforce place agency problems. It creates organized crime as well. And as I wrap up, Mr. Speaker, I can tell you it's a black eye for this country to abandon our #1 trading partner from attempting to find that type of contraband and prevent it from going over. We can do better.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Trade.
First of all, Mr. Speaker, our thoughts and prayers go out to the family of the slain border officer in southern Ontario. Obviously, the fact that we've lost an officer weighs heavily on everyone who works in border services, and I would have thought that the honourable member had the opportunity here a year or so ago when we armed border services officers to support that bill, but he voted against it. So I'd like to put that on the record, Mr. Speaker. But my honourable colleague is stating that it's become easier for criminals to smuggle contraband to and from Canada. The NDP claim that border security has been cut. That's patently false. There have been no cuts to frontline CBSA officers. In fact, we've increased CBSA officers by 26%. 26%, Mr. Speaker. The member from Windsor West has stated the minister ordered CBSA to stop searching for drugs and guns headed for the U.S. border. Nothing could be further from the truth. Criminals are always finding new ways to avoid detection. It's necessary for the Canadian Border Services that they review and update its enforcement policies and priorities to meet these challenges and to make maximum use of the tools readily available. The responsibility for controlling contraband does not solely rest with Border Services officers. They are only part of a vast network of CBSA intelligence officers, criminal investigators, and other law enforcement partners who work together to identify criminals who would break Canadian and international law. It needs to be said, Mr. Speaker, that organized crime and criminal behavior requires action on multiple fronts. For example, Canadian law enforcement partners are taking action to cut off drugs at the source by shutting down production. The CBSA is also an active participant in the National Anti-Drug Strategy, in which this government has invested over $100 million for federal drug enforcement activities. The CBSA both produces and receives information and intelligence that they use to make risk assessments to better target their efforts. I'm sure the member opposite would agree that it is a much better use of resources to have our Border Services officers focusing their examinations of outbound cargo based on intelligence lookouts rather than looking for that needle in the proverbial haystack. The CBSA engages in a number of outbound enforcement activities in all modes of service, be it postal, highway, air, or marine, and will continue, Mr. Speaker, to do so.
West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That's unbelievable. First of all, I'm going to clear up a thing that shows just how misinformed this member is on this subject and probably many others. He said I voted against arming the border guards. In fact, it was a campaign that I worked with Stockwell Day, voting for that, and I was awarded a CBSA jacket with Stockwell Day and with the member for Windsor-Tecumseh. There's actually a public record of that. It was the NDP approaching the Conservatives to actually get that done. So if you don't even know that, what else don't you know? I can only amaze There's a memorandum that actually was issued about this action from the department. The evidence is there. It's clear. I hope this member gets up and apologizes and stops making things up in this chamber. What else are you making up?
Remind honourable members to direct their comments through the chair. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the
I'd be
Minister
more
of
than happy to
International
address
Trade.
my comments to the chair, and if I was incorrect on the honourable member's vote, then I certainly do apologize, and I'm glad that at least one member of the NDP recognized the importance of arming the Border Services officers. Mr. Speaker, you know, the honourable member can take, you know, high dudgeon that somehow you know, his actions in this place were misrepresented, but I watch the official opposition every day vote against government policy. I watch them reverse themselves on gun control. I watch them reverse themselves on trade. I watch them attempt to deliberately mislead the public. Mr. Speaker, it's not a pretty sight. So the honourable member can be upset, and if I was mistaken, I absolutely correct that, and the record can therefore be read. But here's the deal, Mr. Speaker. CBSA handles over 13 million commercial releases a year, whether those shipments are coming into or leaving Canada. And CBSA's enforcement, intelligence, and targeting efforts are focused on illegal activities such as trafficking in child pornography, weapons, and narcotics. That's a big job, and they do it well.
The honourable member for Cape Breton-Canso is not present to raise the matter for which adjournment notice had been given. Therefore, the notice is deemed withdrawn. The motion
to adjourn the House is now deemed adopted. The House, therefore, stands adjourned until tomorrow at 2 o'clock p.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.